face us off. Okay. So now I have to figure out if I am recording or not. And see, it doesn't say that I am recording. It just says end broadcast. So why can I not have like a record button? Settings. Let's see. Hotkeys, audio. Okay, virtual background, hotkeys, layout, guest, StreamYard, general. Shift videos, audio, professional plan. Record a separate audio file for each guest. I thought that
Merely found out what the Leave Studio button does.
That's fantastic.
Outstanding.
All right, now that he's not here, let's take over Edupodlooza. Our plan
Let's
all
talk
along.
about him.
Yeah.
Well, let's see. Last year's Edupodlooza, we went for like 6 or 7 hours. I want to say our high watermark was 4 watchers. So I'm hoping we break that this year. I'm shooting for 5.
Yeah. Hey, I was very impressed that anyone listened to us playing a visual role-playing game later on. So what do you know?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm
Well-
just happy it ate up another recording. Really, I think you have to set it to record when you create the thing.
Yeah. Do I maybe have to create a new one?
I don't know.
I thought it automatically did it. Let me go in and do another one and see what's happening. We might have to.
Your live streams are recorded automatically, so you can download them later.
There you go. Thank you. Cool.
But you can also record without going live. StreamYard is the perfect balance of cost and use. Thanks, StreamYard.
Okay. Cool. All right. And we only have 6
First
hours.
answer that came up on Google, so you know it's true.
Yes. So we might have to for the round table 2 create a separate. No. Oh, we just got 6 hours scheduled. Okay. Cool. We're perfect. Okay. Beautiful.
Hear that, ladies and gentlemen? Perfect.
Yes. Perfect. Okay. So wait like 3 more minutes, and then we'll just kind of get started from there, depending on whoever shows up. And I had another thought in my head, and I have no idea what it is now. Oh, there's Jack. Okay, cool.
I'm jealous. I've never had another thought in my head.
Okay. Hey, Jack.
One at a time.
Hey, what's up, y'all?
Hey.
Hi, friend.
Okay. So I think we are ready to go now. Has anyone jumped on Twitter to see if I'm streaming there?
No.
How that works? Okay. Let me look at my profile.
I'm just saying, like 20 years ago, if someone said, hey, follow me while I stream, I'd be very uncomfortable and I'd call a police officer.
There we go. Yes. We have a total of 0 viewers, but we are live on Twitter.
That tracks.
So that's cool. Awesome. I guess you should do the welcome, right? To this go. You probably have to do a bunch of welcomes. But anyway.
Sure. Welcome, friends, to Edupodlooza 2022. Yay!
Woo!
I'm Tedisco.
And I'm Mealy, and we have with us Rob from Debate Math, and we've got Jack from Educhaos, and Aviva, the Stevie Nicks of Edupodlooza from Lesson Impossible. So, and we may have someone else coming in later, and hopefully I will pay enough attention and see the little box that tells me to add them. And that
it'll be like Maury Povich. We're going to wait till somebody else talks about them, and then we're going to say, well, actually, we have with us.
Yes.
Who is the father of this educational innovation?
Exactly. So, this is the roundtable discussion, and what we're going to talk about is how podcasting has influenced your teaching. So I want to just kind of do one little kind of like round and then see how that goes. And either we might have some follow-up questions that happen organically, or if not, I'll ask some other questions to kind of prime the pump. But I think that I'm hoping that as we get started, that people will piggyback and have things that they want to ask one another, or however that goes. So we're gonna start with Aviva. Okay. So how has podcasting influenced your teaching, your career, your what you think about education?
And actually, just to start, can you also say how long you've been podcasting first?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to do the very smooth intro that the most media trained guests do, which is thank you so much, William and Christopher, for having me on. It's truly a pleasure. I am Aviva Levin from the Less Than Impossible podcast, and I can't express how much this means to me. No, I enjoy the media trained guests just as much as the unmedia trained guests. I've been podcasting since 2020, so 2019. And it took off in 2020 because people had more time to listen. And how it's influenced my teaching, I think, is really focused for me the idea of how connected different subject matters are. So I'm a social studies and French teacher by training. And I really went in especially as a high school teacher, I tried to expand in my teaching practice behind the silo idea of this is my subject and here I'm going to stay. But really by interviewing people from a whole bunch of different subject matters or passions or all that kind of stuff, I've realized, no, there's a place for connection in every, like I can listen to a math teacher talk. And even though I'll never teach anything they're teaching, I can take something away from their teaching techniques and apply it. But B, I have been able to find connections where I'm like, you know what, when I do a certain unit in my French, like I'm going to reach out to a science teacher and be like, okay, I think there's a connection here. Do we share any kids? Like, can we collaborate here? So I think that's been the biggest impact for me.
Love that. Aviva, can you just try not to say the word out anymore? Because if our viewers find out that you're Canadian, we will lose.
Well, don't worry. I'm a Canadian living in the States.
Okay.
So, well, actually, that might be worse. I'm a foreigner coming to take the jobs.
There we go.
That's like me saying, no, it's okay. I wasn't born in Florida. I just chose to move here. That doesn't...
Wow. There we go. Hey, Nick, welcome. We already introduced ourselves, so go ahead and introduce yourself.
Sure. Thank you for having me. How do I sound audio-wise?
You sound good.
Awesome. Very
Charming.
Cool. Thank you. My name is Nick Saveri. I'm the co-host of the Can't Wait Please Talk podcast, where we focus more news commentary, but my background's in education. So I had spent a couple years work in middle school and high school settings. I'm actually currently an instructional coach, specifically working with principals and district leaders around instructional practice, curriculum design, all that fun stuff. Mostly my focus lately has been about teacher retention, culture development in classrooms.
Yeah, teacher retention, but that's important, I think.
Yeah, it's something. Well, I mean, I think about that from an organizational theory standpoint. Just it's such a huge push now about onboarding and all these practices that we know well in HR that in educational settings just isn't talked about.
Yeah,
So
That's
often,
okay. Teacher retention is becoming more and more theoretical as we move on.
yeah, the reality is it's just disappearing. But yeah, so and on that show though, my background in education, I get to bring sort of that voice to those conversations. So some of the folks we've had on, we've had reporters on from like NPR, those who sort of cover the education beat,
Right.
talking to professors or those who are in education programs in their respective colleges. So I enjoyed it. I'm an edu nerd by trade. So I'm excited about this show because, my co-host who's more on the news side, we always have this back and forth of like, well, our metrics tell us that the education conversations do okay, but whenever we have someone on from CNN or whatever, it's like, wow, it's here. I'm like, couldn't care less. Because, as we talk about retention, we talk about the realities of what's going on in schools. It's a massive problem. It's always been that way, but it's even more palpable now when you're telling people, yeah, get the master's degree, do all that work, get underpaid and get publicly perceived as less than.
Yeah.
Who's signing up for that? of our generation. So anyway, I'll spare
I
you all that.
imagine that there's a retention problem in journalism too, because it's like, hey, get this master's, but a BuzzFeed quiz might replace you.
Yeah, well, what's funny because in social media in the journalism space, like that seems to be a way of signal boosting and broadcasting people. We've had on reporters who really blow up through their stuff that's played throughout on Twitter. In the education space, that's hard to do. To craft a great lesson, share that. There's privacy concerns. I know the organization I work with, we're always very careful about that. Yeah, and actually our social media presence disappeared because we just really couldn't get right. What does it mean to give a space for teachers to meaningfully tell the stories of their growth, and the same for school leaders, while pairing that with media about what actually is going on in the classroom? Like you have to be, you try to be mindful of it. So.
Oh, definitely.
It's a difficult space, but
so when we first started this podcast, our number one job is don't get fired. You know what I mean? So as much anonymity as we can, and as many things as we can leave out, or or try to is the statute of limitations run out on that admin or that kid is no longer anywhere longer associated.
One of my favorites is one of our early episodes. We had a teacher on who was literally naming their students, and so Mealy dubbed it over by just going George every time he'd say a student's name.
It's funny though, because in coaching, sometimes I've had to dispel teachers what they'll talk about, sort of these generalizations, right? And it's like, well, who are we talking about here? But that's a private conversation, right? Are you telling me about this student's growth and where you're hoping that they to be, and what understanding do you and that student have? But in a space like this, I mean, I've also seen the other side too. I've had teachers say, well, these kids are ... or that kid. I'm like, they can hear you right now. We could take this to a faculty room or somewhere private. We can speak more freely, but the students hearing this too. How's that landing on them? But it's hard. I mean, that don't get fired is a big thing for me too, because my company listens to my show. They love it, especially the education conversations. But I'm always mindful of the fact that in the professional development sphere, which is not a great one, if we're going to be very honest about what often happens when the way districts make their decisions about professional development, even the way school leaders sometimes view it, it's this weird thing of the person who's going to most likely receive that opportunity is not the one whose voice is in that conversation. Right. And I tend to bang that drum often when districts that's designing that.
A lot of the genesis behind the podcast, honestly.
Oh, sorry.
So I want to kind of steer us back to where we were going, but Nick, thank you and welcome. So Jack, and I don't think you've been in the game super long time in the podcast game, but how has podcasting influenced your teaching, or what is it that's changed since you've been podcasting?
First of all, mic check. Audio okay?
You were good. You were good, my friend.
I actually like where Nick was going. It was kind of in multiple directions, but we can probably get there eventually. I've been podcasting. I had a podcast before this one with a buddy of mine. That came out right before the pandemic. We kind of ditched that. It's what people over 30 do, coming up into a pandemic, you make a podcast, right?
Exactly.
But I love education. So I kind of took that background, already having experience doing one podcast and kind of just moved it over. But I've been doing it, I guess, just over a year with this podcast. I've been working on it for more than that, the planning wise. Right. But as far as recording, just about a year. Now, I kind of want to move. I'm kind of starting to move away from the podcast platform, and I kind of want to go more into YouTube, TikTok, that kind of thing, making that kind of content. I'm not going to totally throw away the podcast. It'll still be there, and I'll probably upload audio from different videos and stuff like that. Yeah. But where Nick was kind of going, and I don't use my real name. And I usually don't go with the Top Gun mustache either. That's a little different. This is my disguise for the day.
Nice.
But keeping the job is number one. But I'm kind of at the point right now where it's like, what the hell are you going to do to me? We need bodies. So if you want to get rid of me, I can find another job making just as much or more pretty easily. But I just love what I do. And I love talking about education and improving. I want to move the podcast, using this podcast or platform or the forum to kind of move the profession forward. When I first started EduChaos, it was kind of just, excuse the language, but it was like a bitch fest. You know what I mean? Yeah. Because I wanted to tell these teacher stories, but I really want to move the profession forward. That's kind of what I want to do as I kind of narrowed the focus. That's we need innovation. We need new ideas of how to retain teachers, keep teachers, attract new teachers. And that's kind of where my focus is gone.
Yeah. Awesome. Rob, you want to jump in?
Yeah. So, yeah, I'm Rob. I am the co-host of the Debate Math podcast with my friend Chris Lesniak, the author of Up for Debate. This whole idea was his, one that he had pre-pandemic, where he wanted to start a podcast about debate math, which is like his whole thing.
Which would be tough to start by yourself.
Yeah. Well, we facilitated anyway, so he could have done it. But he, through the years, he and I have like met at different places here and there, but not really to any extent. And I was in charge of the Pennsylvania Council of Teachers of Mathematics state conference last year. And he was one of our featured speakers. So like we got to talk a little bit deeper about just math in general. And then randomly I said something at the right moment, the right time to the right people that didn't take off. But then he sends me a separate message and says, "Hey man, like I've been wanting to do this. Do you want to hop in on this idea with me?" That was November. And by January, we released our first 2 episodes and we kind of mapped it out. So like it's definitely a collaborative effort between the two of us. He has the structure down, and Amelia will tell you, like, we have like a little script and stuff, and we pre-meet with people to kind of let them know like what's going on. And if for anybody who's watching or listening, or anybody in the room, our podcast we are debating math topics and math pedagogy, and we keep it very math centric. And so it's a topic, there's opposing sides, there are opening statements, questioning round, closing arguments, and the questioning round is like whatever we decide we're going to ask. So like you really have to kind of know a little bit about what you're talking about, because it's
Did your
not
question
like,
round ever like go to like, why are you so stupid?
No, it's a very respectful. Yeah, no, it's always very respectful. And then the other thing too is like if you look at our logo, everything's so right and left, black and white, up down, ones and zeros, that we always often forget about like the gray area. So like our podcast is centered on trying to find common ground between. So like for almost every episode that we've had, there is a common ground somewhere. The one that's going to come out in August, whenever anybody's listening to this, there's our August episode. When it comes out, it was the most debate math podcast episode that we've had. Because there was some common ground, but it was definitely much more animated and it was really good. It was a really good conversation.
Can we guess what the topic? My guess is going to be timed math drills.
No, homework. No, because that's not an argument. Those suck. Keep going.
Homework?
It wasn't homework. No.
It's not the Oxford comma.
No.
Well, we tried that, but for some reason math people don't believe it.
Negative numbers don't exist. There's no point.
Was it that we should stop teaching quadratics?
No, that was
I'll tell you what.
Oh,
that one. Yeah, there was one guy on that one that he was a little unprofessional.
I get it.
No.
Yes.
Yeah. It's escaping me right now, but it was definitely something that was, I think it was. If you give me a second,
I don't believe in the number 5.
We'll come back to it. But I got a lot in my head right now. Going
4 should be after 5.
Yeah,
it's pointier than 5. It should be a higher number.
Yeah,
there's a number called blurteen. It's between 13 and 14.
Yeah.
Well, going back to some of the things that were said, like I heard like the don't get fired thing, and I'll be honest, like I've never really worried about that, solely because like I say what I say, but I also make sure I know that there's a line. I have a history of from being a elementary, middle school, especially middle school years, and high school students. Like when I was a middle school student and a high school student, I always pushed teachers until I knew I crossed the line. So through years of experience, I've learned where the line may be. And that I will push up to it, but then I won't go, it's something that I'm very proud of with this debate math that I don't care who I'm employed by, which I am currently in the process of switching profession or switching positions, I should say, because I was with a company that was an educational service agency supporting 25 school districts. And just working a whole lot with teachers and being in a different school every day. And now I'm going to be an executive director of STEM with a strong focus in mathematics of a very large district here in Pennsylvania. So, which has like 57 schools, something like that.
That was going to be my next question. Are you in a state with a union?
Yeah. There are some large unions, but when I was in the educational service agency, the teachers loved everything I said. So I never have to worry about anything union thing. And the principal said the same thing. So I was able to go right down that gray area. Now going into this new profession, it's going to be interesting.
Oh, right. Yeah. But that's like the difference between saying like, I never had to pull my parachute. Yeah. But if you know you're wearing one, it'll change the way that you act when you're in the sky.
Yes.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. And I was going to say, so I just want to kind of jump in here as well, that with the whole, my fear of getting fired has significantly gone down.
That comes
as
with
well,
age.
And part of the things we
so it comes with age, Mealy.
I was gonna say the part of the things we've addressed is that like I'm in a relatively like power position in terms of being ridiculously employable. That I've been teaching math for 11 years, and there's a million jobs that I could go out there and get. And if I'm getting fired for saying this policy is stupid or this, we know the things that get you fired that it's hard to get rehired for. And I'm not doing those things. You know what I mean? So as long as you're not like physically harming or doing something that's like hurtful to a student or another person, or
which
something
is
that's
basically
illegal.
like the only thing to get fired these days. Like,
right.
Well,
right.
yeah. And like I was saying too, is like, I think Jack was saying it too. Like I was like, we're trying to, progress the profession, and I haven't been a part of a union and I haven't been a part of a union in like 6 years. I've had to work around and with unions, but I haven't been a part of the union in like 6 years. So like me just up and getting fired like at the drop of a hat could very well happen. But I also am totally comfortable with everything that's going on with the podcast and everything like that. By the way, the episode is the getting rid of I do, you do, we do.
Oh,
that's a good one.
Very cool.
Okay.
Let me tell you, it was heated. We got done and we were very excited, and listening back to it a few times already. I can't wait for people to hear it.
I've mixed feelings about it myself. I used to be a big I do, we do, you do thing. And I think there can be some nuance to it. But I was gonna say the other thing is that I know as long as there's somebody literally in the building with me whose lesson plan is Netflix and Hulu, why are you going to fire me? Like, I'm actually like teaching kids most of the time.
So I 100% agree with everything that's been said, especially the part about being less worried as you get older. And my fear is not about administrations or districts anymore. Like, I know that everything that I teach, I can give a really good pedagogical basis for it. My fear is that something I say or do gets put on like a super conservative Facebook group, then you have a mob outside of the district chanting like fire Levin, fire Levin.
Yeah.
And then the pressure is there. Like, I don't think anyone in the educational sphere could have any justification for critiquing me. My fear is really around someone misunderstanding and then twisting it.
Yeah.
But stupidity is going to happen.
Absolutely.
And
that's no matter what we do.
And it's not going to stop me, I don't think.
Right. And that's the thing too, is that I can't change my practice based on that. And I do realize that if someone has an axe to grind against you, they will trump up stuff. You know what I mean? They will go down to the minutia of the things that you say and do that. So living in that fear going, well, I can't say this. Well, they'll just take something else that you say and twist it or take it out of context to use it. So that is not something I wanted to.
I remember when we had your dad on, we interviewed him. What did he wind up getting let go for at his school?
Right. So it had to do this thing with like attendance, and there was like this like mark that he had to make. Either it was like a circle or a check mark, and I can't remember if his were too big or too small. Like, this is back like in the 70s when you had to fill out this paperwork, and he was not making the mark big enough on the thing, or like, it was this ridiculous thing that they just like went against him with, because there was a principal that had like that didn't like him for whatever reason, that they didn't like him, and said, "Here, we're coming after you." And that's what they came up with. It's like,
but I do hear what you're saying, Aviva.
Your kids were 99 feet away from the building instead of 100 feet during the fire drill, and that's a violation, or whatever the measurement's supposed to be. But back to like the stuff I was going to say, but these kind of conversations that we're having, this is how podcasting has influenced my teaching, is the fact that I've talked to so many people, and we've been like really fortunate to talk to so many people that have like-minded attitudes about education and what education should be, and how important it is to connect with kids and to do things the right way, and to focus on learning versus above anything else, as well as keeping kids safe, making kids feel heard and seen. That I am not really worried that my ideas are weird or wacky or out there. So when I come to teachers that maybe are, for lack of a better word, old school, or want to just like use power as the way to run their classroom and do all these other things, I can go, oh, like, I'm not like this oddball that thinks what they're doing is bad. Like, they're just kind of like left over, and they need to figure out like why what I'm doing is actually can work.
Well, and we're trying to, like, for our podcast, we're not trying to tell people what to do.
Yeah.
We're trying to show two different sides to provoke thought and discussion. So that way, whether it's teachers to teachers, teachers to parents, teachers to administration to teachers, whatever it is, like things like getting rid of quadratics, like that's a conversation that high school math teachers have had and are having, that it's something that we think, we need to talk about. We have one that's going to be coming up, I think in September or October, is going to be about AP stats. Or no, AP stats already came out. That was this month. So AP stats is like, should we keep AP stats the way it is? Not get rid of it altogether, but like, is it good for the way it is? But then our most highly listened episode was stop making students memorize. And, that struck a chord on, the whole memorization thing, and like, what should students be memorizing? What shouldn't they be memorizing? Which then led us down a pathway of, talking about pedagogy. And like, what happens is, we need to convert things to long-term memory. However, it turns into bad pedagogy, because that's where we start, is with the memorization and not the understanding. So like that, we had to have a bonus episode to follow up with it, because there were so many questions that came from it. So like, just having those conversations, like it's changed the way that, for me, how I've approached things. I actually now purposely start debates with teachers. And a big one that I love to start is about calculators. Like, should we use them? Should we not use them?
Abacus,
I'm
all the way.
Fingers and toes and an abacus. That's all you need. But that stirs the pot. And things like, should we even teach algebra 2, like, at all? Should students have, at the younger grades, should they play more and learn through play? And those are conversations that people just, like, they want to have them, but they don't have an avenue to have them. And that's kind of like where we've kind of shifted everything. And I'll tell you, this podcast and like meeting with Chris, for me professionally, I'm now meeting people that I used to talk about for 4, 5, 6 years, of sharing all of their resources that are so good. And I'm like, look at these, like, these are so cool. And the next thing I know, I'm like on an Oculus virtual reality open middle lesson with Robert Kaplinski. And it's like this, and I was one of like 6.
My boy. I love Robert Kaplinski. Shout out to Robert Kaplinski.
Yeah, he's a man. So, but it's so weird, because like, it's somebody that I always like talked about.
Yeah.
And then now it's like, I'm opening up avenues to where I'm able to talk with these people directly. And then in turn, hence my job shift, that kind of helped and played in the role, because now as a resume, like, I'm more well respected than I was even a year and a half ago.
Yeah. I heard
because
there's
of the
like an
avenues that we're
unprofessional
going.
development episode where they mostly had other people on talking about how awesome you are.
I actually, that was my resume for this new job, was just that episode.
But I think there's something there in the debate, and like what Mimi said about feeling not alone, but also in expanding horizons. So for instance, I don't know about you guys, but I am easily pulled in by a pitch. Like if someone sits me down and says like, this is a great idea, this is why, and they're full of enthusiasm, like I'm like, sign me on the dotted line. Like there's a reason that I do not go to like
How many
timeshare
timeshares do you own?
Hey, I got this
I'm
awesome set
thinking
of
about-
knives.
I'm
Okay.
thinking about sharks with laser beams attached to their heads.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I cannot tell you how many bridges in Brooklyn that I own. It's crazy. But normally, if I, for
Did
instance,
you
had
want to
met a
sell
teacher,
makeup for me? Amy, go ahead. Sorry, go ahead.
but like if I had met a teacher who was like really passionate about an aspect of education and they gave me a great rationale, I would be like, okay, yes, that's great. I don't know a lot about it, but everything you're saying makes absolute sense. And chances are you're only going to meet in your career or in your building a person that's really passionate about one side of a niche debate. So for instance, I like as a language teacher, there's a really big not divide, but there's a debate between the idea of using authentic resources or comprehensible input. So the difference between like a story written by a native speaker or a story written for language learners. And it's quite contested. And so I interviewed someone who is all about authentic language input use, Rebecca Blowolf, and she made a great argument, and it was like, yeah. And then I went and I interviewed someone who is all about the comprehensible input, and she made as equally a good and compelling input. Now, in my school, in like as a teacher without a podcast, I'm only going to meet someone that passionate about one side of that argument usually. But the fact that I talked to two people in two different countries, I'm now able to see the area in that Venn diagram where they meet and where there's shared understanding, and can make a more informed decision about which side I want to end up on, which I think is really amazing, and why I really love listening to different podcasts, because like you think like, okay, I've got this figured out. And then you listen to someone from the other side and you're like, wait, I've never met someone that thinks like you. Oh, that's because you live in Australia. And now
Their toilets flush backwards.
I know.
Yes.
And they're like
Which changes the
3
way they think
minutes
about
from being
everything.
eaten by a kangaroo.
Yes.
And
Spiders.
and so that I think has been really good. And like one of the things I've been thinking about, especially about not only my own practice, but mentoring new teachers, is I'm like, well, my next student teacher, I'm definitely going to find like 2 opposing podcasts and make them listen to both of them.
Yeah.
Because that's not something I feel
You're
so much about
slowly
education
becoming
is about
Maury.
consensus.
Yeah.
You can bring it back.
Well,
And-
I think that's a really cool point that you made, that you brought up about like being able to speak with people from other countries and get their point of view. And like we had somebody he's from the States, but he moved away and is currently living in the Netherlands. And so like we had him on, and we were talking about stuff and his view on how things are over there. And just that's been huge. And I was wondering, because like Nick was talking about getting like CNN people and things like that, like that the access that we now have to be able to reach out to these people and with the podcast, like how are we going about expanding our participants or our interview, how we get people on the podcast. And I'm curious because Nick has, like you were talking about, like CNN people and stuff. I mean, we will never go down that route because we try to keep it close to like just math, but that's like, it's fascinating to me how other podcasters can reach out to certain people like Tony Danza and things like that.
Yeah.
I have a question for Nick and Jack, because I think you
Go
guys
for it.
have. But what are like guests that have really made you change your mind or rethink something that you didn't think you'd be rethinking?
Jack, my answer is not going to be. I'm trying to think in the education space. Mine comes up a little bit more like in terms of like constitutional law and all that kind of stuff. Jack, you want to go first?
You're muted, Jack.
You know, I started my podcast started individually. So I didn't have as many guests on. I just started probably 4 or 5 months ago having some guests. There's not just one I guess I could really point to. It's the culmination of all of them and all of the experiences that you get, as you're talking to these folks. Like I tried to steal from the Unpro and do like a cool little intro one time.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, all right, what's your education spirit animal? And then they're like, I don't really talk about spirit animals. It's not, kind to indigenous people. And I was like, I didn't even think about that. I feel like a jackass. But
I'm still not sure if I can say the word powwow. Can I say that we're having a powwow?
Goodness.
I don't
No,
know.
I just stay away from it.
I
Yeah.
don't know.
Yes.
I try to stay away from it.
Yes.
Yeah, I
yes.
think anytime we're using
Now, there is
a sacred
someone.
practice to refer to something that's not sacred is probably not a good time to be using that.
Yeah. But who's the member of Jersey Shore that you can still say her name? What's her name? JWoww? Is that it? I don't know.
JWoww, yeah, I guess.
That's unsensitive, Mealy.
I don't
know why I went there, but I hear wow, and I'm thinking Jersey Shore anyway.
But you kind of learn things as you go,
Yes.
Especially talking to people from different cultures, different countries,
Mm-hmm.
which is really, as Rob was saying, that's really part of the cool thing is the people we get connected to now, especially with technology. It's so easy. I'm just in my house. It's so easy to talk to them. But you get to talk to them, one-on-one or in a small group. You get to have those conversations. It's not like you're at a big professional development and you just hear what they say. Maybe you talk to them for a couple minutes. You get to have a nice long conversation and it's really cool.
Yeah, actually, I think for me, well, as prior to an episode, there through LinkedIn, someone had put out a recent article. It was based on a study of teacher retention, and it was something I always knew was a challenge. So I contacted the author. They'd made it publicly available because normally these things tend to live under databases and stuff. And he connected me. I said, "This sounds." I finally read, the abstract and stuff. I was like, "This is fascinating. Do you want to come on?" Because we do talk about policy and sort of education matters mostly because I advocate for that stuff. But he wasn't able to. He had the co-author join, who's a professor at Temple University, and just having her sort of take us through the study and what she learned, it added a lot. It just crystallized for me a lot of the things that come up when teachers feel the way they do about staying within the profession, where they feel empowered, like what role do they get to have. So for me, it sort of cemented a theory I've always had is we oftentimes don't tend to, and I've said this to principals often, that this is one of the few spaces that as a manager, you don't talk to your people as professionals. You tend to talk to them by the function that they have. That's your first grade teacher. That's their roster. That's the second grade. That's Mary. That's Nancy. I'm just using made up names here.
Right.
So if they're people, what does it mean to actually lead people? And there's a whole thing about that. But that particular episode was helpful. I was saying constitutional law earlier. It's an interesting week to talk about that stuff, I guess. But we've had there was a law professor, I think for a law school in Baltimore. And she's contributed to a couple of different news networks and stuff. But she had broken down for us like what we're currently going through with the Constitution and these different things that could be happening. And it was funny. This is months ago. She's like, not to be doom and gloom, ... And some of the stuff she articulated is playing out actually this week. And things like that kind of opened my eyes. I think the education stuff for us on the show tends to come back to cementing through research and just really good on the ground reporting what's actually going on. It's a field that people, I forgot here, Aviva, you may have mentioned this about getting fired simply because if there's someone out there with a pitchfork who's got an axe to grind.
Yes, that was me.
That's real.
That's my
real.
nightmare.
I mean, it matters the CRT and all these boogeymen that people want to bring up. Like it's a field that's always been under attack because it's the field that talks most meaningfully about change and producing, or influencing the thinking of the upcoming generation. And there's generations who are not down for that.
Right. I was going to say, and there are people, a lot of that comes from fear. And I understand that, like, it is, a scary thing if you try to wrap your head around it that, like, okay, I'm going to take this, young person who I've raised since they were a baby, and now they are 5 years old. They don't know how to tie their shoes. They barely know what colors are. And I'm going to now let someone have 7 hours of, you know, and you can use the word indoctrinate as just as like a scare, like, teaching and indoctrinating. There's a really fine line between one and the other, honestly. So, you can say, oh, they're going to be teaching them. Well, yes, they're teaching them. What are they going to teach them? And then you're scared that this child will come home to you different from what you presented it. So if someone tells you that, hey, if you send them here, or you send them to this teacher, that all of a sudden they're going to turn out like this type of person that for whatever reason you don't like, or you're afraid of, or bothers you, or you were told was bad, or whatever biases you have
You're going to become a
about,
Celtic changeling. Got
I
it.
mean, whatever it is that so I understand as a parent that it's really easy to push that button in those parents for them to be afraid. And that's why I think it's good. And I've had so many conversations with other parents that aren't teachers, and this is not outside of the podcast, obviously. And so I'll talk to a parent, like maybe it's at a soccer game, maybe it's at church or whatever it is. I'm like a math teacher, and not as much now, but for a while, like the first question is like, well, you don't teach that Common Core math, do you? And I'm like, let me explain to you what exactly Common Core math is and isn't, why this problem that has gone viral, that is, you think a stupid way to do addition or multiplication, has great power when that kid gets to algebra 1, and how it's okay, for them to learn that it's not stupid. What happens then, but, and has been like talked about and kind of like alluded to a bunch of times here, there's no magic bullet. Common Core isn't the best way. The way before Common Core isn't the best way. Memorizing is not horrible. Not memorizing isn't the solution to kids learning. More play, less play, this, that, the other. It's a lot of times there's a lot of things that can work and that do work. And some things work better for certain people, and some things work better at certain times, and some things work better for different teachers. And Aviva, I hear you there. But I think that as I've gathered more of this information, and I hear teachers and go, oh, wow, that's really cool. And I realize that I want to take the stuff and figure out what works for me. But this just in, you can heat up your pizza in the air fryer and the oven and the microwave. And some people like it when it's all chewy in the microwave. They do. Even though we all think it's disgusting, some people like it that way because it's fast and it makes the pizza hot.
Do you have
So
evidence of this? I need some evidence that someone likes this stuff in the microwave.
Here.
I'll share something like that I think Rob may appreciate. So my oldest just finished first grade. So, when I look at her report card, and we're Pennsylvania too, by the way, we're in Easton.
Okay. Larry Holmes.
Yeah, exactly. But it's so fascinating now, because I used to be, from a pedagogical standpoint, math wise, I used to be one of those like, well, why are we doing this new math and things like that. But to see what my first grader is capable of, like to see on a report card, like algebraic thinking is a priority area, and to see this person unpack word problems in a way that as a coach I've worked on with like third and fourth graders, but like it just makes intrinsic sense. And someone here talked about time drills, and that is actually her kryptonite. And I'm like, I'm not surprised. If you spend so much time in process thinking, the one time they're taking process away from you and you have to like just apply it to rote memory, that's a entirely different side of your brain. Mm-hmm. It's a conversation the math teacher and I haven't had, and I know it's not about her. It's really a district thing, and there is going to be a conversation I'm going to have at some point with some higher ups to say, what is this actually proving? Anyway, but
right,
yeah, go ahead, Rob.
Yeah, so no, I want to agree with you there, and because and the other part of that is, when I have parents come up to me and immediately this sparked it. They say, what do you think about this new math? Hey, math guy, what do you think about this new math? And I go, oh, you mean the stuff that like was pushed out in like 2010, right? They're like, yeah. I'm like, my oldest son was born in 2011. He's not my new son. I have two others that came after him. And so therefore we don't like, so let's stop calling it new math. And now let's also look at, and I love what Nick just said, like look at the students who've been doing it. their problem solving, their thinking is much better at the younger levels. Now, Mealy might oppose to it as a upper level math teacher, because there are certain things which I think was the whole crux of our stopping students memorizing and trying to get it out there that, like, once we get to a point, students do need to convert some things to memory, and that therefore they would be better off in upper level mathematics, things like basic facts. And when we talk basic facts, like, I asked the question, okay, what are basic facts? How high up are we going? And everybody I've talked to, every time I ask that question, is like, times tables from 1 to 10, and being able to be pretty efficient with basic addition, subtraction, and manipulating numbers that way. Those foundational skills like that, and also, understanding what a fraction is. Yeah. So like that will help you become better at upper level mathematics. Mm-hmm. And so those are things where we spend so much time, where we are trying to get the students to conceptualize everything. And then at some point we have to figure out when's the right time per kid to get them to help convert things to rote memory. And by that time, it's not rote. And by that time, it's memory. It's long-term memory that they can then recall later on for upper level mathematics. So like, those are things that, like, it's a gray area, and it's a kid by kid basis. That's not easy. Nor is there here's a Teaching Math for Dummies book that's going to help you with kids getting better for upper level mathematics. It's just not that way. And I've been curious about other fields, because I've dove so deep into the math realm, like English, language arts. Like, are you seeing the same issues? Are you like, what are you seeing?
Can probably speak to that too. With memorizing like tenses or things versus how do you get kids to learn vocabulary and stuff like that. So go ahead, Aviva.
Yeah, I mean, I think that it's a pan education conversation. So language, I think, is very much math meets social sciences, because you have the different equations, which are your tenses and sentence formation, but then you also have the cultural aspect. And so there is that idea of, well, at one point, do kids just need to memorize verb endings? At what point do you want it to become just, instead of memory, just part of, just like any fluent speaker, it just comes out without them thinking about it? And even in social studies, like, at what point is making my kids memorize the order of events, or memorizing where different countries are in the world, is that rote memorization going to help them? But we also want them to think big picture and have understandings of concepts like change and cause and consequence and all of those things to apply. And I think what Rob said about having that for each kid is really the crux, because we tend to, and I imagine it's the same in other subjects, but in language and in the humanities, we tend to say, okay, grade 8, these are you're going to learn about the Middle Ages to the Renaissance. In grade 9, you were going to do World War I to World War II, or whatever it is. And we divide it in these really arbitrary ways, but we never really think about, well, okay, what are the learning outcomes and the thinking outcomes of this division? And I know math has changed, but it always seemed really arbitrary to me as a student. Like, I'm learning this now. Okay, I guess this is the trig part of this semester. I guess we do one of these every year. Like, and I mean, one of my soapboxes is very much teacher transparency, but even like having conversations with kids about, okay, we're learning this event now. And I think this is like when we do the Middle Ages, like, I used to do that with my freshmen, and it's like, this is great, because high school, especially when you watch movies, is all about social interaction, and it's a bigger world, and there's cliques in our school and different people with different interests. And like, let's look at how different societies have worked as societies, and let's look at how you're going to be as a citizen in our high school. But we don't tend to match those developmental goals as much with the curriculum as I think we should.
Yeah, there's a conversation there about, like, when you talk about the Middle Ages, I'm always asking the question of who dictates what society we're studying, because there's a wondering about that. at the same time, I think about process a lot. I mean, rote memorization from the standpoint of understanding a process. So when we talk about, for example, civic engagement, well, what does it mean to vote? Like, how does one do that? How does one remain aware of who your elected officials are?
I'm still trying to figure that out.
Yeah, well, all of us, right? It's we're recording tonight. We do the stuff without the guests, and then we'll get the guests later in the week and put it all together. And yeah, part of the conversation today is like voting data and all that stuff. But that's the part we don't focus on. Like, it always drives me nuts when I look at social studies curriculum, and it's history curriculum in high schools too, and you're seeing the way it's being played out by these different periods of time and these things that people know. And I've looked at assessments in social studies, and I always come back to, like, this is really telling me it's important that people know when the Civil War ended, but you're not telling me anything about what happened after. Yeah. We actually had on, we were talking about like things that opened my eyes. We had on Professor Eric Foner from Columbia University, who does a ton of work on Reconstruction. And we talked openly that there's a 30-year gap in American history from 1865 to like Teddy Roosevelt in 1900. Why? Like, and now we're learning what happened during that time. And, when we talk about like, oh, I saw this thing on Watchmen about Tulsa. Is that real? Yeah, no kidding, it's real. But this comes back to like what it is and this tension of what to teach versus and how to teach. I think the how, we don't get into that conversation. Like, I love nerding out about pedagogy because from a professional development standpoint, there's a space to talk about like, how do people want to do this and how do people learn these different ways pedagogically, but having a discussion, not having it laid out like this is the way. Like, I love the fact that there was a hotly debated conversation of I do, we do, you do. I'm actually seeing that play out in a public school that we currently work with, where one coach feels that that's the way you do it. And, our coaches tend to be more on a different spectrum of like, well, why dictate that? Like, there's other ways that I better understand what, the students are trying to learn or how they learn best.
Well, real quick, really, because I want to piggyback on what Nick just said. And what's crazy is, or what's, I guess, interesting, not crazy. What's interesting is through that conversation that we had, that debate that we had, a large light was shown on the research behind it and how it's been misinterpreted over years, and how that was the one side. The one side was how it's been misinterpreted over the years, because it started with an ELA thing, and then somebody in math was like, let's try that in math. And then it's also like, who does it work for? Is it work better for small group? Does it work better for large group? Should it be eliminated completely? I mean, that was the conversation. So for anybody listening to this, like August, you'll hear that podcast. And I'll be honest, after listening to it a few times, I still need to look into it and read more. I really don't know. So
I was going to say, the question I have comes to memorization. I've been thinking about this a lot. I'm reading a book and I haven't gotten all the way through it that addresses like getting things from short-term memory to long-term memory and stuff like that. And one of the things I think about a lot, and just because I'm weird, I guess, is the fact that in your car, when you go to turn on the wipers, you know where if you're in your spouse's car or the rental car, you might not know where the wipers are. But in your car, when it's time to turn on the wipers, unless you've got the newer cars, because I'm still driving an old car where you have to like turn on the wipers unless they turn on for you. Or in your house, when you go to the kitchen and you go to get a glass, you go to the cabinet where the glasses are, right? When you go to get your socks out, at no point did you like intentionally like spend like 30 minutes like opening up the glasses cabinet. Like, goes, okay, I'm gonna take a glass out so I can remember where the glasses are here, or I'm gonna turn my wipers on and off. And sometimes these things, they get in our head. So who knows like the brain science behind, like, how can I get you to know that 7 + 6 is 13 the same way you know where the glasses are, versus me like drilling and killing you with that nonstop.
Well, actually. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. I was going to jump in on the brain science thing real quick.
Oh, so was I. You go first.
So somebody that we've had on, she was on the memorization episode with the follow up, and then she's one of the sides for that episode I want to talk about is Lisa McConchie, and she has a whole lot of research and studies the brain and how math is learned. Her book is escaping me, but if you look her up, Lisa McConchie, she is very well spoken and has a ton of research. And if you ask her, she'll give you all the research she has found. She is very open about trying to share every bit of research. She's fantastic. But that's like, I've been leaning on her a lot with a lot of her brain research and how it's learned. And she's one that's like, we got to get kids to convert things to long-term memory at some point. So then that way their working memory doesn't have to work as hard in upper level mathematics. Like that's, so, I mean, and those are like more complex situations as opposed to like turning on wipers or, combing your hair. So,
Right.
This wasn't what I was going to say, but what Rob just made me think of too is the idea of working memory and how much stress we put on working memory and the role of trauma on working memory. And there's a lot of studies that have shown that trauma impacts working memory severely. And there's other things too, like ADHD and working memory, fetal alcohol syndrome and working memory. But the fact that if we're leaning too much on working memory, working memory can be overloaded. But two, like we are teaching a population that has gone through a global trauma and their working memory is impacted. And we really don't know the long-term neurological effects of COVID, whether it's kids that have had COVID or dealt with trauma or whatever that is. And I think as teachers, we are going to have to start looking not only at the science of pedagogy, which I think we need to look at more, but also the science of neurology and adolescent development, and how and what we ask of kids. Is that developmentally appropriate? And I know that's been co-opted to be like, is learning about gay people developmentally appropriate? But really to be asking like, is this act of memorization, is this act of compare and contrast, is that developmentally appropriate? Because I remember reading one study that was looking at like literally comparing and contrasting, and where in the brain's development is that ability actually developing. And it was like around 12, 13 years of age. And so when we incorporate that knowledge into our pedagogy, I think we can also, especially for kids that are developmentally delayed, instead of being like, you're not working hard enough, or just look at it more, recognize that their brain is just, I don't want to say incapable, but is really struggling with the processes that we are asking them to utilize.
Yeah.
And I think we're starting to cross that bridge now. Thinking more of students that are not neurodivergent. I work in special education, and there's so much research that is coming out, like you've said, Aviva, and I think we're becoming a little more aware, but we still are we do have a segment of our population in the profession that is stuck kind of in their old ways. Going back to the calculation device, debate, do you use a calculator or not? I hear that all the time because I have several students who need to use a calculator, and I have some old school teachers who are like, well, they need to do this without the calculator, and I'm like, they literally can't. Like, their brain doesn't work that way. They
Right.
cannot.
Yes.
It's
I told
not,
you tomorrow you have to get to work without a car. Okay.
right.
And no shoes either. Okay.
But you get a Roman chariot.
Yes.
You got like the Flintstones. Yeah, you're getting
Exactly.
that's the only way. Right. You're giving the students the tools that they need, in order to access the curriculum. And that's what it all comes down to. But now that we have people who are doing this research and we have voices like our own, we're discussing this more. I think it's great for the profession, and that's kind of where we need to go. We can't think of all of these students just in clusters. We have to think about them individually. We hear individualized education all the time, but what is that really? What really is individualized education? But I think we're starting to head in that direction.
Yeah, I think that's one of the problems with education. Like, our profession's just insane because the profession is really old. The profession is 100% necessary. Like, we all agree that it's necessary, but we've also been kind of stuck in our ways of doing it for like hundreds or thousands of years, and none of us know how it works. Like, if I asked you to break down for me biologically, how do I learn? Like, I don't know. You do stuff. I know like what can get you to learn something, but I don't know why.
Right.
And I think it's funny sometimes, if you bring that kind of stuff up, like, well, this is how these neurodivergent students, if they have dyslexia, this is how their brain works, and I'll just get blank stares.
Right, because I don't know
from the
how a
gen ed
regular
teacher.
brain works to compare it to.
They're like, I don't care how they learn. They're just supposed to learn.
That's like you telling me
That's
the
their
difference between
job.
my engine and like a V8 engine. I turn the key and elves make it go on.
That's nice.
Well, that's the thing about, like, I mean, if we're having a conversation on learning theory, like that's a whole, like, I don't know in teacher education programs if that's something that's part of that discussion. Because it seems like you get into a place of when you're talking about these concepts that, like, in 2022, we recognize that we need to better understand learning theory. You know, we've been talking a lot about pedagogy, but the extension to that is the science of learning. But we're in a space where we get to have that conversation. I think a challenge is that that's not a part of the conversation, because that's more empowering, like, for people to better understand their students, but armed with the appropriate research. You know, Jack brings up a great point. In special education, there's a lot of thrust behind that. Like, students that you're working with who receive services, they're spelling out on an IEP what these students should be getting access to. And it's fascinating because we do that for students who happen to be labeled a certain way. Like, there's this assumption, well, if they learn differently, therefore they have all these interventions necessary. What we're all recognizing, and this is true for like 6 adults in this room, is that, like, Howard Gardner somewhere should be smiling, because we recognize we all learn differently. So if we're saying, what does it look like for every student in a classroom to have what amounts to their own IEP, which they probably could speak to themselves to some extent, like what way they learn best. But this completely explodes this conversation of, like, what to teach, when to teach, like, all of that. It becomes significantly harder if you're recognizing that we're trying to nationally, more or less, recognize the fact that everyone has their own needs, because that's certainly being played out in the workplace. Like, there's so much information coming out now that, you know, as a leader, you know, you have to manage people individually, you know, and we say these things, but we recognize in classrooms we don't do that with children, or we really struggle. And that's not because of teachers, it's because of the environment that's being created, and the fact that you have, I mean, we've all been talking about grade levels and when to teach, and, like, there's structures in the K-12 setting that make you wonder, well, we know why it's there, because it seems not, I'm going to be careful, does it work? I don't know at this point anymore, but, like, it also serves a social good. And I think that's the conversation that becomes really hard when we analyze education, is it's fulfilling a social need, but sometimes it's also fulfilling a need for others that we're not comfortable talking about. It's the only profession that people sort of pair with how it supports us as a society. Everything else gets to be explored in a vacuum and evolved at a different pace. Education, there's so much, I say this to teachers all the time, and I never like this word, I'll use it here, stakeholders. And it's like, as a teacher, there's so many different entities that want to have a say in the way you do your role. And it's the same thing with school leaders as well. That's not the way it operates outside the classroom. And that makes it significantly harder to try to measure, to try to evolve, and to have a meaningful conversation about where it should be going, and recognize the work that not just professionals do, but everyone as a society has to get down with.
I know we have to wrap up.
No, we got like 30 more minutes. Don't we?
Oh,
yes.
Oh, never mind. Go on.
Okay.
Go, really.
So I was gonna say, and I think some of it comes down to this, and I'm gonna go back to my microwave pizza analogy, because I think it's the best. And
I disagree. Good.
There are kids who, like, you know, like their pizza better when it's heated up in the air fryer or the toaster oven. And some teachers are going to say, well, what I do is I just get out, like, the flour and the water, and we make our own dough, and we take the tomatoes and we do this, and we got 3 kinds of cheeses, and I make sure everyone's got the only kind of toppings that they want, and every kid gets their own pizza exactly the way they want. And I'm like, well, that sounds nice, and that's lovely, and I'm sure that's wonderful. But first of all, you got to spend a lot of more prep time. Then you got a big mess to clean up. Meanwhile, if I just stick this pizza in the microwave and I give it to all the kids, they might think it tastes kind of yucky, but at the end of the day, they've got the nutrients that are inside them. And so I think that somewhere in between is, like, some days I give my students microwave pizza, and that's because I only have so much to give, and I've got to give to other areas of my life. And some days I'm like, okay, we're going to do this awesome thing. I've got the flour, I've got this, I've got this, we got, you know, I've got all the fancy stuff, and we are going to, like, this is going to be the best lesson you've ever had. And we're going to learn some stuff. And until, like, they put 20 times the money that is in education as they're in now, I can't make from scratch pizza with like 5 kids every day according to all of their dietary needs and like be checking their BMI and everything else to make sure and taking blood samples. Oh, this one, you need more spinach because the iron's low in Johnny over here. So you're getting spinach on the pizza. So I think that while we do need to individualize and we do need to address things, we do need to help kids understand, and we do need to learn how kids can learn. We also have to realize how we can teach, and not everyone can teach the way every kid can learn. And it's a very, very complicated, messy thing that I love.
To run with your metaphor, though, I think the important thing, like Jack was talking about as a special ed teacher, that if the sped teacher came to you and was like, Mealy, my kid needs to put this in the air fryer instead of the microwave, and I'll put it in the air fryer for you, and I'll take this on, that you don't go, no, microwave only.
Right. No, yes.
And I think, sorry, go ahead, Tesco.
I recently read a really good book called Reign of Error. And it was talking about how, honestly, a lot of
Tedisco reads books.
I do.
Nerd.
Mr. Nerd to you. And it was talking about how, honestly, with a lot of individualized like education stuff, like the data we're getting back from it is not as outstanding as you might think. And a lot of it seems to grow out of the like the multiple intelligences, which was all the rage when I was in college. And so I studied all of these, different ways. And I'd have to give presentations on my teacher would be like, oh, what happens if you have, a lesson that deals with text and you have students who learn, who are more audible learners. And I would say, I'm going to give them a text because they need to learn it through text eventually. Like, you can't be an audible learner and learn how to drive a car that way. Like, you need to practice all of your intelligences, no matter what your strong and weak points are. And there's definitely something to that. And the data seems to be backing that up, but I don't want to say that definitively because I haven't done like a deep dive into that research.
That's actually something I just saw pop up the other day that somebody said it's been dispelled. And that was the first time I saw it pop up on like my timeline, because that's not something I dive into often, because it's not always specific.
It's boring.
Math.
All the stuff that would help us is so boring.
Same thing with college. But anyway, so going back to kind of like, again, the pizza metaphor, because we all agree it's the best. So
everybody's saying,
but yeah, everybody, the world is saying it. So with that though, and I kind of take it a little bit different approach with this. When I work with schools that are constantly focusing on remediation, but they never work on helping teachers strengthen the core, then I tell them, I'm like, well, you're just setting yourself up for a cycle of remediation always, because your core isn't strong. And so with the core strong, then the masses that are going into the remediation is larger, and it will just continue to grow because your core instruction isn't good enough. And that, I'm very big on the pedagogy side of it, and the instructional routines and strategies and equitable access to equitable resources and things like that, and that teachers don't always have. But again, it always goes back to the core itself. You start with the core, then you weed out and figure out where, what the kids need. And with the help of special ed teachers, that, if you have a room of students that have IEPs and things like that, like knowing what their specific needs are for certain tasks and how is best for them to learn, whether it's hands-on manipulatives or maybe they need just extra practice on a certain topic or something like that. But that's, and try to gamify things and make it enjoyable so that way they can learn it better. So like those are all remediation, where, I mean, I used to be something like 80% of the students like you can reach through the core instruction, like strong core instruction. I am sure that is not the number anymore. I don't know what the number is, but I'm sure that's not it. I'm guessing that there's going to be some research coming out here in the next probably 5, 6, 7 years of this time period on what's going on with students and how they're learning, and making up for what has been missing, and like that whole, and we can get into like what we call this time period. I think learning loss is a total farce.
Amen.
Vocab. I also
Yeah.
think that calling it unfinished learning is also like putting it on the students. I think that's stupid as well. I think it's like unfinished teaching. We just didn't get a chance to teach it.
Yeah.
So, and that was something that was brought up to me from like Dr. Christopher Childs said it to me like not long ago. He's like, "Hey, it's like unfinished teaching," and that was the first time I was like, "Oh my gosh!" Like he's right. Like that to me, it's unfinished teaching.
Yeah.
We didn't get a chance to teach it.
No.
It's not so much. It's not on the students. It's not their fault. It's not our fault either.
No.
But it's not their fault.
No,
Yeah, I gotta
it-
echo that
it's-
too, because that's always really offended me, this concept. Because as
Yeah.
someone who's got two little ones, my youngest is 2. I mean, she's not in school yet, but to try to categorize what my daughter's gone through for the last couple of years, because she went to kindergarten entirely virtually.
Mhm.
To say that my oldest has not been learning, or that she's had a loss in learning, I get really agitated about that.
Mhm.
Because we're saying, because it comes back to something that always comes up often when we talk about learning as a concept, which is, and I'm not going to get so much into religion here, but it's like, it's not the building, it's not the day of the week that you go, it's thing about you. Like learning is constant. So when we relegate it to something that happens between the hours of 8 and 2:30 in a building that you happen to be in from September or late August, as it is in Pennsylvania, to to late May, you've lost me, because you've already admitted that you're relegating this responsibility, this extremely sacred one, to other people. Like, this is not a community function, and we're saying that my daughter's brain doesn't work between the other hours. It's insulting. And as a parent, I think we all need to sort of take that stock and recognize learning doesn't. That's not how learning operates.
Well, and also, Nick, as adults, I'll be honest. I think outside of my workday has been when I've learned the most.
Yep, absolutely.
Whether it's
I'm learning right
listening,
now.
Yeah, like whether it's a podcast or like something on the weekend, or like one of my favorite things to do is attend a conference and go to the sessions, but it's the after hours stuff. It's like going and sitting around, having some drinks, and like talking about math and talking about pedagogy and talking about like teaching and what's going on in different areas of the country or different areas of the state. And what are you seeing? Have you done anything that works? Like I've learned so much over like a bourbon and a nice steak, like just to sit with somebody and going, hey, like this is like, I get this. And people like Dr. Robert Robert Barry from former NCTM president. Like I've sat and with him at like a restaurant afterwards and just picked his brain on trying to recruit people of color into a teaching profession. Like I'm not going to get that in my regular workday, unless I can carve out, because you can't carve out time for most people that you can truly learn from during a workday.
You hear that, organizers? That's what we need at PD's. Open bar.
It's funny. I'm actually doing I'm heading down to Arkansas in late July to do a session with a bunch of school leaders. And prior to, I just surveyed to just get a sense of like topics and things that people want to get into. And the number one thing was like space to communicate, because this group hasn't been together for the past 2 years. This is their first retreat together. So I built that into our plan. It's like, we're going to come up with ways to just do some forms of speed dating and keep it topical. Let people choose for themselves. You can use the unconference model, actually, which I'm a big fan of. But just rethink it by like listening to people, prior to it's
Right. And by the way, if it's something that you want as a teacher, it's most likely something that your students want as a learner. Like this is the
They
kind
want
of
an open bar?
Yes, they do. Want an open bar.
I don't know.
100% they do.
Cool with that.
They do. And obviously, it has to, like
Ice
the
cream bar.
conversations need to be age appropriate. But it's amazing if you can like have these kind of conversations with like, hey, what was a class that you really enjoyed, and what was the structure, and what how did it work for you, and why did you like it? And not just like, oh, we worked in groups, or they didn't give any homework, and like make them dig deeper and have those conversations and go, what was it about that made it good for you, and what can we do in here to make it work for you? And like have that, like not just like, it's good to have that the first couple days, but also have that later on, and like say, hey, we're just going to take like 30 minutes today, and we're not going to talk about math or English or French or whatever it is. We're going to talk about like what's going on in this class, and have, and structure it so that there's like small group discussions that they can share out so that you can like go around and talk to individuals and draw something from them, because some people don't want to talk in a large group, and whatever it is you can get to get as much input and go, okay, you know what? I thought it was going okay, but it's not. Or, oh, you know what? You know that thing that I only did once that like was really annoying to me? They love it. So I guess we're going to have less microwave pizza and more,
Air fry.
more air fry.
Everybody agrees, just the best.
So one thing that I do with my students is, because I'm a nerd. I'm so sorry to just go. I accuse you of being a nerd, but I am.
Because you're better than other people.
The calls coming from inside the house, Aviva.
Is I'll say to my students, like, I read this article and this is what it said, and I'm going to try this today. And at the end of the class, we're going to talk about it. Did it work? Did it not work? Etc. Yeah. Or I'll do something and I'll be like, we're going to be doing this activity. And then after we're done, I'll ask the kids, like, why do you think that I chose to do this activity? So when I left the school district I was at, one of the students offered to write me a reference letter to take to my next district. And I was amazed at the fact, because I thought I was just talking out into the ether, because the kids would kind of be like, yeah, okay, all right. Like, I guess you're using Nation's 4-3-2 method today, and this is why it worked. But he actually remembered and talked about how he felt appreciated, knowing how much I was thinking about him and in making my classes. And it made me realize that, like, I'm not the only one doing this level of thinking. All the teachers, well, no, most of the teachers are putting that kind of thought into it, but I was the only one talking about it. And I think part of that also goes into having appreciation in our profession from people outside of the profession, because oftentimes we are seen as glorified babysitters and anyone can do it. But by actually making it more transparent and saying, like, look, this is what I'm doing, this is why, this was the reading that I did to make these choices, I think not only helps us as professionals, but gets kids able to advocate as well. Because I had one of my colleagues come to me and be like, Aviva, are you talking about neuroscience in your class again? And I was like, yeah. And she's like, because one of the kids, when I handed out this worksheet, informed me that it was accessing this areas of the working memory and like something about like their, I forget what it was, because I'd been doing a lot of reading about what does it take to learn? Because could you listen to an audiobook under your pillow at night and still learn? And like and so I geek out and then like start thinking about that. And I was like, oh yeah, we talked about that. And I think that that's giving them advocacy and a sense of ownership of their learning, because it's not just us pouring into their cup. It's seeing the ways that they are participating in their own learning.
Yeah, it's also speaking to the fact that they are, like, you're talking to people as human beings now. Like, you're being vulnerable. Like, hey, I'm reading up on this. I'm going to share this all with all of you, because we would ask students to do the same. Like, whatever you're being exposed to, have a safe space here to bring that here. And like, there's an exchange of ideas. And that to me connects with what Rob was saying before. There was a book sitting in my head, Rob, as you were talking. I'm like, what does that remind me of when you talked about, like just the benefits of like bourbon? That's funny. That's how it sits me. Right. But like getting ideas beyond, these structured events, where great ideas come from Stephen Johnson. Like this idea that, now, granted, this was about like a colonial period. Obviously, there's only certain people in those bars and places in the 1700s, unfortunately. But this idea of people from different walks of life could be able to communicate and be able to learn from one another. And it's something we don't sometimes provide in that space. One of you had mentioned as educators, like the opportunity to connect with people in other fields, or you just talk about it. Yeah, it doesn't. It's just right. It doesn't happen often enough. We don't, or at least when it does, I think as educators, we sometimes feel it's like, okay, you're trying to put down onto us business practices, organizational theory. It's like our environment doesn't gel with that. And it's true. But at the same time, like, where's that openness to think about like this structure that we call school? Why does it exist the way we do? But again, the people that have that question, ask those questions, are typically not the ones powered to be able to do anything about it. And that's where I tend to bang the drum and get in district leaders' faces often and say, the thing I often say to principals when they describe to me like a vision for their for pedagogy or instruction, and I say, well, great, let me look at a faculty meeting agenda. Let me sit in. Most of the time, it doesn't line up, and I get to say, well, if you expect this in your classrooms, how in the world are you doing that in this way?
Mm-hmm.
They're not bought in. So.
Well, and where the great ideas come from, I'm just wrote it down. It's now going to be on my list to make sure I read that. But it's, that's where I try to get outside of, especially if I'm in a funk or if I'm like in a creative funk where I need to get outside of that and stop thinking about it for a little bit. So, at the profession that the job that I'm leaving, what I used to do is if I got stuck and I was in the office, I would shut it all down. I put music on in my headphones and I would rearrange my office. That's what I did. I would move the desk around. I would move, bookshelves around, things like that. Just rearrange the whole office. And then I'd get done. It'd probably take 30, 45 minutes. I'd get done. And next thing I know, like I have ideas just flowing. Sometimes it's drive to work. I feel like a little cloudy. So I'm going to throw on like a Making Math Moments That Matter podcast, with John Orr and Kyle Pierce, and just like listen to that and kind of like go into a zone, things like
I've got
that.
a brilliant idea. Okay. In the teacher workroom, there should be showers with like whiteboards in them that you can write down your ideas. And if you don't have idea for a lesson, you're like, I don't know what I'm going to teach today. I'm getting in the shower and then I'll think of it. I need or maybe some kind of audio recorder that's built into the shower. You push a button and it records it and it automatically sends it to your Google Drive. So like,
let's just put whiteboards in the bathroom stalls too while we're at it.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, when people draw on the bathroom walls, it's going to be brilliant.
That's what. Yeah, exactly.
I mean, I think
in my extensive research, you're right.
I'm going to assume that Mealy is joking, but there's something to be said. Like, what if one day at a staff room, like the leader of the meeting just dumped a bunch of Legos in the middle and said like, hey, talk about your day, work on some stuff. We're going to ask you to share out just one thing at the end. And just with that, and to go back to what Nick was saying about seeing people and professionals, like how often are we actually given the chance to be like outside of this unstructured environment of me telling you what to do or from this book, like to see just a regular idea as being worth sharing out.
Well, and that's another thing that I love about like the podcast and the podcast game. I mean, I know like it's kind of like a joke at this point that everybody has a podcast that's especially over 30, like Jack said. But it's allowed for me over the past several years, because at one point I thought that the Making Math Moments Matter podcast was the only one that was out there that was about math, but clearly I just had been exposed to the others yet. So I started to like dive into some others and realizing that there was so much more out there. Now I don't have enough hours in the day to listen to every podcast, every episode. I have to kind of pick and choose.
You should only listen to Unprofessional Development, so you've gotten through our whole catalog. Anyway, go ahead.
But yeah. So, but what I mean, that's where it's really changed me, because of I was listening to podcasts, and there's a regular sports podcast that I listen to, daily to kind of give me a mental vacation. That's like the guy's whole tagline is like getting a mental vacation. I'm not going to shout it out, but if people are familiar, they'll know. Okay. But I'll listen to it, and it just helps me kind of like dive into like the sports field and stop thinking about like what I'm doing at that time, just to kind of disconnect. And I need it every day just to kind of keep me on pace. And I found that I've needed it every day, because the days that like they took off on Friday, it's a daily podcast Monday through Friday, and they took off this past Friday, and I sat around like, well, crap, like what am I going to do? Like I need something to kind of help me disconnect. So then I actually started diving into like educational podcasts, and then my mind's going 100 miles an hour. And I'm, working and sharing ideas and trying to figure out, which is great. Like I need that time, but I also need the time to kind of break away as well. So I found that like learning podcasts and our whole setup for our podcast, we've taken things here and there from like ideas from people like, oh, I like how they do this. And I think earlier Jack, you said something about trying to have like something at the beginning, and you were asking people about the animals, and like for us, we always ask like, when did math first become controversial to you? Because like that's a whole thing with like debating, and we encourage people to think back of like when you first saw it, whether it was a student or a teacher or whatever, and but that was something that we took from a podcast that the two of us listened to. We started doing like little ad reads, and that was something from the sports podcasts that I listened to all the time. Like that was a great idea. They were able to get people on like, hey, we'll do an ad read. We're going to do it at this point. So I kind of took that. They were one of the people that I first saw do it like 4 years ago. And I was like, yeah, that's a really cool idea. It's going to help us generate some revenue to break even. And so like I've learned from other podcasters on how they approach things and how like interview styles. Like we don't call ourselves an interview podcast. It's very much we facilitate conversation and debate. And Mealy will tell you like it's very much like we're trying to push the two sides to talk more.
Mm-hmm.
And Chris and I don't talk a ton, to be honest. As much as I talk in this hour and 20 minutes, I really don't talk a lot during the podcast itself. Chris and I let the star be the people that are on the podcast, which we've kind of learned from I forget he has a podcast that he models this whole thing after that, but that's kind of like our whole thing. Well, we're learning from other podcasters, and it's bettering us as podcasters, but we're also learning about different content. The conversations that you all have with like math people, I will jump on those and listen to that. Unfortunately, if it's something about like foreign language, I there's no interest. I'm sorry. It's really
math
awesome
podcast. Do not worry.
But if it were like a foreign language podcast, like I took 2 years of foreign language and I know how to say all the swear words and that's it. Nice. Like that's like I wasn't interested in it. I couldn't get my head wrapped around wanting to learn it. And same thing with like ELA. Like my English classes, I felt good at being an English class student, and I had some teachers that really pushed me. But I learned some things here and there, but the general overview of it, I didn't learn a ton. Although my best high school teachers were my English teachers, not my math teachers.
Nice.
And that was just the nature of the beast.
So by the way, we're wrapping up here for real now this time, Aviva. Okay. And so, I do want to kind of like everyone like say like a little goodbye or takeaway or whatever, but I also want to say, Jack, you're sticking around to do the audio drama. Yes. And Rob or Nick, is there any way I can tempt you with it? Aviva, do we need people? Do you have all the parts taken care of, or what's the situation? No. So if we could get another person, that would be a good thing, right? Did I tell you that my wife's definitely participating?
Yes.
So Rob or Nick, if you have, it will be fun. It's going to be silly, and we'll give you a script. So if you could stick around for another 30 minutes, that'd be awesome. If you can't, I understand. So
I have to get on the road to Columbus, Ohio. So unfortunately, I have a 3.5 hour drive ahead of me with two 6th graders.
That's fine.
Oh, you know what? I'll have 2 6th graders in my back seat. My son and his cousin, and maybe I'll just give them my phone and let them be on your podcast.
We could do that.
That would be bad.
Yes.
They can't walk and chew gum. They're 6th graders.
Oh no.
So we'd be going 2:30 to 3, right?
Yeah.
I can. Yes, I may have to cut into the Twitter feedback parts. I may not be able to stay for all of that, but
okay.
Yeah, I can. Yeah,
okay.
I can.
Cool.
I can do
Aviva, can you share the link to the doc with him?
Absolutely.
And pick out what part he's going to be.
Also, Aviva, can you email Mealy the audio clip from the opening?
Sorry, can you say that again?
The audio clip from the opening.
Oh, from Batsheva?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I think.
Is it not working in the doc?
It links to your Gmail.
Oh, that's not great.
So
all right.
I can't open that.
Yeah. Yes, we'll figure that out. Okay.
Amelia, you want to wrap this one up?
Yeah. So first of all, I just want to say thank you. Everyone, just kind of like go around one more time and just say your name and your podcast, and when this gets released as a separate episode. So like,
I'm Tedesco from Unprofessional Development.
Shut up. So we like, in addition to the streaming, which obviously we don't get like a ton of audience on that, we also like release these as individual episodes. And we'll be following up. In fact, if there's anything you need to drop in the chat, to Disco will copy it down so we can put it in the show notes. But one more time, I just want to just say your name and your podcast and anything else related, so we can kind of like make sure we have that recorded. Start with Nick.
Sure. Let me make sure I'm not me. Okay, great. Yeah, my name's Nick Severi, co-host of the Can We Please Talk podcast.
Jack.
I'm Jack from the Educhaos podcast. You can also catch me on TikTok and YouTube.
Awesome. Aviva.
I'm Aviva Levin, and I'm from the Lesson Impossible podcast, which you can check out at lessonimpossible.com.
And Rob.
Rob Byer. I am a co-host of the Debate Math podcast. You can find it literally anywhere where podcasts are found. We also put out a YouTube video of each episode as well. And it comes out every month on the first Thursday of every month. So stay tuned.
Awesome. And now my wife is here. Hey, say hi, sweetie pie. You're muted. But so Rob, you can jump off, and then we're gonna figure out the audio drama and go forward with that.
Rob,
Hey,
I put the link to the math podcast in the chat.
Oh, you had Shelby on.
Yeah.
So Shelby's the one that was on the Unprofessional Development podcast. She had like a good 2 minutes just talking about me. And it was weird. I adore Shelby. I love Shelby, but it's weird when like you hear people sing praises about you. Like I would prefer not. I would rather like Bailey just tell me I suck. So.
Okay. Thanks, Rob. Enjoy your drive. See you later, man. Appreciate you coming on. Okay.
All right. So
Aviva, you're in charge. Okay, I'm just along for the ride here.
I'm going to take a quick restroom break.
Yeah, go do that.
Same.
Okay.
I am going to
Then
hold
you might
on.
want to wait 2 minutes to like be in charge then.
I'll put the link in the chat.
Okay.
Just give me a second.
Yeah.
Aviva, I am so thankful for you.
Oh, thank you.
My husband needs all the help he can get, so I appreciate all that you have done and are doing.
Thank you. I also had you in mind for one of the parts, so I'm so excited that you can join us.
Awesome. I'm excited about it.
All right.
And and Tedisco is the one that told me what my part was, because I didn't even know until I got 2 parts. But maybe you're going to give one of those to somebody else.
No, we're gonna need you because
we don't have Brad.
Yeah. Well, so
Okay.
I'm going to give Nick Brad's part.
Okay, cool.
And then do you know if Chris Williams, Charles, if he's already recorded his part?
If he has not shared it with either you or me. So so that's you know, we'll have to figure that out.
In that case, maybe I will give Charles's part to Nick.
Okay.
And then we will double up somebody or have Charles do Brad's part.
Okay.
It's just because the detective is such like a big part that goes throughout that I think it'd be better to do it live if we can.
Okay. Okie dokie.
All right, it's going in the chat.
Okay. Oh, I think Tedisco is confused. He told me I was the detective. I'm the cafeteria manager. Okay. I don't have some giant part.
No.
Okay, cool. Okay. Tedisco got me all worked up there a little bit ago. Okay.
Let's see. How do I spell your last name?
Aviva or Nick, did you guys hear the Harley Davidsons outside my window a little while ago? No? Okay, good.
No.
At
Do
first
you
I
have
thought,
a biker gang in your front yard?
Yep.
Neighbor
no.
across the street.
Yeah, there's the neighbors across the street that have like that they meet up there. They don't, and then they
Oh, yeah.
go off wherever they go. But there's a couple that they have bikes, and then they have a couple friends that meet at their house, and they go riding. So at first I thought it was thunder. Then I
Yeah.
figured it. Then I'm like, why is it not stopping? I'm like, oh, that's the motorcycles.
You mean today or like when they first moved in?
No, it's like 10 minutes
Today?
ago.
Oh, I didn't hear it. Huh.
Yeah,
That's interesting.
it's because the window right here.
Yeah, but usually I hear them.
Yeah.
All right. Mealy, I'm changing you to Drew Dallas.
Okay.
So the Mealies are going to be playing off the Mealies.
Oh,
Oh,
we do
okay.
best.
Yes, we do.
And then I'll read for the cafeteria manager. And then if we've got someone that's willing to record later, great. And if not, then we don't have to stress out about getting anything from anybody.
Okay.
And then Mealy, did you get the audio recording?
Dun, dun, dun. Dun, dun, dun. I got something. Where did you send it to?
The unprofessional development email.
Okay. Okay. Cool. I was looking at my regular email. Okay. Dun, 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 dun.
So Nick, you're playing a Columbo type detective in that you are very competent and you're senior, but you're going to mess with Tedisco a little bit, who's your junior detective.
Fair enough.
And you're going to solve this case remarkably fast.
Okay.
And then Lindy, you are the overly intense AP Chem student.
All right.
Mealy, I've just changed it, but you are Batsheva's ex-husband.
Okay.
Go for like beleaguered.
Oh, beleaguered. That's a big word. Okay.
I agree with Aviva. What are we talking about?
Tedisco, you are playing the eager junior detective to Nick's senior detective.
Right.
And then with a different voice, you are
Right.
going to be playing the janitor.
Oh, I'm ready.
And then I will be playing the haughty vice principal and the cafeteria manager. I've decided that's her accent. And then we'll wait for Jack to come back. And then
Okay.
we're fine with like stopping and stuff because you'll edit it together later.
Yeah.
Okay,
We're
perfect.
gonna try to like go through it.
Oh yeah. We're not stopping for notes or anything like that.
Okay.
Um,
So
and-
I'm going to try and share something and see if it gets into this recording.
Okay.
If not, then Tedisco can just add it in later. As I said, like we are not
We're unprofessional.
yes, and we're not as whatchamacallit, like our social media presence is not nothing, but we have not gotten to the point where there are like millions of people that are tuning in to see us live stream.
Is
Okay.
anyone
this is-
tuning in right now?
There's 0 people right now. Last year we had more, so I don't know what's up.
Okay.
Yes. Last year we had 2.
Yeah.
Well, those are kids.
Well, at one point we had like close to 10, but I don't know. Some of them was our kids. Okay.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
let me see if I do this. What
Jack,
happens?
can you put in your last name in the cast list at the top? I just didn't know your last name.
Do you want it credited?
Yeah, sure.
Well, he talked about not wanting to get fired, so I don't know if being involved in this is the right idea.
It's cool. If I get fired, I get fired.
All right.
Now
do you wanna-
I'll bring it back to this moment.
Okay. So let me see what happens when I do this here, and let me know if
Okay.
you can. Let me know if you can hear it.
This is Made for Hire.
Yes.
Message. Hello.
Perfect.
This is Annette Dallas.
You're not
calling.
supposed
I
to
got your
talk over it, you
message,
big
and
stoopy
I think it's
face.
ridiculous that
Now I gotta
I'm
You
start
said,
again.
can we hear
Be
it?
quiet.
Made for Hire.
No, you're no.
You're going
Hello.
to play it
This is Annette Dallas calling.
at the cue in the script.
And
Oh,
Stoopy face. Oh, looks like the Stoopy pendulum is swung back.
okay. Well, yeah.
We can hear it and see it, by the way. I don't know if that matters, but we see
Well,
your
that's-
screen.
Yeah.
I
It doesn't
think
matter.
it's good. Yeah.
All right. Shall we begin?
Hold on. Let me get this down here. So that
Okay.
I can, woo, oh no! Now you see that.
Yeah.
That's not what I wanted.
Does everyone know who they're playing?
What is that? Oh, okay. Let me
Yes.
do this first.
Okay, perfect. I will begin on the top of page 2.
Okay. Oops.
Okay.
Well, I'm not ready yet. Hold on. Let me just do this. Oh my.
I hope that's included.
Yes. Alrighty.
Okay. In 3, 2. Edupodlooza presents Murder at Holmes High, a Detective and Scully mystery. Written by Aviva Levin, William Neely, and Christopher Tedesco, and directed by Aviva Levin. This is being recorded in front of a live streaming audience. Scene, a high school office.
I can't wait to tell my wife. I'm actually gonna be helping on a case with a famous senior detective, on a murder no less.
Keep your enthusiasm in check. Someone has died.
Oh, sorry.
Gotcha. This is going to be fun. I'll bet we'll wrap this up in under an hour. Do you have a voice recorder for collecting statements?
Yes, I already have it on. This is Officer Sparrow with Detective Vinscoli, discussing the murder of. Why don't you outline what we have so far?
We have a 45-year-old female, the principal of this fine school we're standing in, who was found dead this morning in her locked office, presumably to prevent discovery until school has already started. Unluckily for our perp, we have the murder recorded on voicemail for a local business, Made for Hire. They contacted us early this morning. I got out of bed, and I've been listening to the case since. Here, take a listen.
That's where I'm supposed to play the thing now, right?
Yes.
And now I've lost. So okay.
Nick, do you want to say the last line again? They contacted us early this morning.
They contacted us early this morning. I got out of bed, and I've been working on the case since. Here, take a listen.
Oh my God, I don't know what to do. Okay, this is
What
terrible.
happened?
I'm confused. That's all. I don't know what else to tell you. Okay, it's
I
gonna
believe in you.
Well, it's gonna happen. You know. I got it. Okay, clickety click, getting closer. Recent. Okay.
Or I could just add it in later.
No, that's okay. I'm gonna make it happen.
Yeah.
You guys can use this time to preview your upcoming lines.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I got him. I'm a professional.
Look at me go.
Almost there.
Uh-huh.
I'm muting myself.
Oh my goodness.
This is Made for Hire. Leave a message. Hello. This is Annette Dallas calling. I got your message, and I think it's ridiculous that I'm being fired as a Made for Hire client. Maybe it's not my messes, but your weak-willed maids that are at fault. Is that who you hire? People that can't handle a little dirt and grime? I refuse to believe that I could possibly be so bad you'd refuse to come to my house. I'll write a bad review. I'll sue you. I want to talk to all of the managers. Also, are you available to come next Tuesday? Hold on one second. What are you doing here? Oh, coffee. For me? That's unusually nice of you.
cup you heard breaking was from the cafeteria, and inside was coffee mixed with some poison that killed the poor woman pretty quickly. Unfortunately for us, it's a pretty common chemical. Fortunately for us, I already checked the school's order forms, and it's something they keep stocked for their advanced chemistry classes.
Prince?
Nope. The murderer cleaned up after themselves, wiped down everything, including the cup, and even swept it into a little pile for us.
Too bad they didn't leave a confession with a signed name. This is going to be hard. Building full of suspects like this?
Another lucky break. We only have 6 suspects. Outside cameras show that they are the only ones left after the murder took place. We took them aside as they came into the school building today, explained the news. Just waiting on you, partner. And now we can get started with the interviews in this conference room.
All right. Who are we going to interview first?
The vice principal, Blake Brown, and the PE teacher, Jim Garcia.
We're interviewing 2 people at once?
Yeah, it's an old detective trick. People that know you're acting out a character. If a person wants to act differently with the police, it's harder to do so convincingly with someone who's more aware of your baseline.
And it saves time?
There's that too. I've been up since 4 a.m. Let them in.
Open closing sound added in post.
Possibly. Hope you guys are doing well considering the circumstances. Thank you for talking with us.
Yes, thank you. It's been a real shock. Our school community will be mourning the loss of a dedicated leader, an exemplary educator for a long time.
This won't take too long, will it? Well, no one is refereeing dodgeball, and that can only lead to missing teeth.
Not long at all. I just wanted to find out what you were doing the night that your principal, Annette Dallas, was killed. Miss Brown?
I was writing emails in my office.
Was it normal to be staying so late to write emails?
Oh, you've obviously never taught at a high school where parents are emailing every time their kid gets less than 100% on a test, worried that it will affect their chance at being the valedictorian.
And can anyone verify that you were in your office all evening? Perhaps around 7:48 p.m.?
The custodian, Bob, poked his head in to say hello earlier in the night. Though that was earlier than usual and definitely earlier than 7:48. Was that when she died? Oh, goodness, to think that I was next door and heard nothing.
Nothing. Not even the crash of a mug.
I was concentrating pretty hard on the emails, and I had my noise-canceling headphones in. I need to listen to loud nature sounds while writing parent emails, or else some expletives will make their way in.
Interesting. And you were just writing to parents, not the superintendent by chance?
Oh, I take it you've seen the email I sent?
Wait, you can see what we look at our school computers?
Yes, Jim, they can see everything. But in this case, what the detective is referring to is an email I sent to our district leadership, which they likely saw first thing this morning.
Oh, kind of ironic, isn't it? Emailing the superintendent to complain about the person you just referred to as a dedicated leader, an exemplary educator while they were dying?
I was an English teacher before becoming a vice principal, and I would suggest you reacquaint yourself with the definition of irony.
Yet, you did write an email complaining.
Not complaining, truth-seeking. I had recently applied to become the principal of another school and was not chosen for the job. While I am willing to fail on my own merits, someone on the hiring committee let it be known that Annette told them that she, quote, thought I could benefit from a few more years of her mentorship.
Wait, Blake, you wanted to leave Holmes High? I thought you liked being a Holmes Phantom.
Oh, yes. Why wouldn't I be thrilled to be working under a slob who could barely do her own job while micromanaging mine?
I guess you don't have to worry about that anymore, though, acting Principal Brown.
I would rather get a job through my own merit than through tragedy. Though I certainly have enough experience doing both the job of a vice principal and principal simultaneously.
And you, Mr. Garcia? You were in the equipment room?
Yes, I was there for hours.
Hours? Doing what?
Have you heard about the TikTok challenge where students turn gym equipment rooms into obstacle courses they need to finish while their friends pelt them with dodgeballs?
Can't say I have.
Oh, well. When I went to lock up with the equipment room before leaving, I saw that some kids must have done the challenge and then left the equipment room a mess. I was staying late to put everything back in order.
Why not wait for the kids who did it to post on their TikTok and then make them clean it up?
Look, as I tried explaining to Lee in the cafeteria, who, for the record, would not lend me any of the good cleaning supplies, I wasn't going to put myself in a situation where I was going to be getting another write-up.
Tell me more about that.
There's nothing to tell.
Miss Brown?
During Jim's evaluation by Annette, there was a bit of a ruckus, which combined with some dodgy paperwork from a field trip earlier in the year, put Jim on probation until June.
A ruckus?
I'm telling you that snot-nosed Valerie Hall deliberately kicked a basketball into the sprinklers. But no, Annette blamed me for having an uncontrolled class. Should have been blaming Bob for maintaining easily kicked sprinklers. But no, Annette mentions me at the staff meeting as the reason all the English department's books were ruined and why the chemistry department's pet reptiles drowned. I was getting death glares for weeks.
And you heard nothing.
It's the sound of my own annoyed muttering, though the equipment room is on the other side of the school.
You mentioned locking up the equipment room. You have a master key for the whole school, don't you?
Yeah, needed for early morning practices or when games run late.
And it unlocks which doors?
It's a master key. It unlocks all the doors.
I can see where you're going with this, Detective. Annette, Jim, Bob, and I all have master keys that unlock all of the doors in the school, including, as I'm assuming you're wondering, the office where Annette was killed.
And the cafeteria?
And the cafeteria. Again, may I recommend a dictionary, as the definition of all would be appropriate here.
Thank you both for your time. Please stay in the school until we've completed our investigation.
Sound of door opening and closing.
That talk of the cafeteria reminds me. I haven't had breakfast. Can I get us coffee before the next interview?
You want me to drink something that's killed someone in this very building?
Maybe just a breakfast sandwich?
Nope. We'll keep going. Next up is the chemistry teacher, Drew Dallas, who is also in a twist full of motive. The ex-spouse of the victim. We've also got his alibi, a student. But not just any student. Valerie Hall, a student who had recently threatened to sue the school for missing out on being valedictorian. Let them in.
And I'm Drew Dallas, right?
Yes, you are.
Okay, cool.
Hope you guys are doing well, considering the circumstances.
The circumstances of being interviewed together or the loss of our precious principal?
If this was video instead of audio, you could see my eyes rolling.
I can see them.
That was for the folks listening to the recording of this interview.
So anyway, we just have a few questions about what you might know and where you were and your relationship to the victim.
Mr. Dallas, I understand you teach chemistry?
Yes.
And in the past, it's my understanding that you had some chemistry with the victim, huh? But that experiment, shall we say, failed?
Yes. Annette and I were married. A year ago, we made the mutual decision to end our experiment, as you described it. We've mostly stayed out of each other's way since, only talking about work-related issues.
Work-related issues like you leaving a note on her desk with a bounce alimony check stapled to it, writing "pay me" in big capital letters.
The alimony came out of her paycheck, so technically it was still work-related. And for the record, I was in a conference with Valerie here to discuss the AP Chem exam at the time the murder took place.
Conference? More like us discussing the incompetent PE teacher torpedoing my grade because the principal gave them a bad observation.
Yes, we heard that you're quite the soccer star while playing basketball.
I didn't mean to kick the sprinkler system. And even if I did, I didn't deserve a B. Miss Dallas was an idiot for not forcing Mr. Garcia to change my grade. Miss Blake will take my side now that they're acting principal.
You've clearly thought about this a lot.
I want to be the valedictorian. I deserve to be the valedictorian.
Mr. Dallas, this is what you were discussing the evening Miss Dallas died?
Yes, I was trying to calm Valerie down. I also explained that I'd be willing to talk to Annette for both her and for Jim Garcia. If I can forgive the loss of our beloved reptiles, surely Annette could have pretended it never happened, though forgiveness was never her strong suit.
You thought Annette made the wrong call?
Of course, Annette was a sloppy, unorganized teacher with no classroom management, but once she got her admin license, she looked down on everyone and forgot the kids and spouses. Aren't all going to be perfect.
Sounds like you were not a fan of Miss Dallas.
Realizing someone wasted the best year of my life doesn't make me a killer
No one said you were a killer. We were just asking some questions. Did anyone see you and Valerie?
The custodian stopped by to grab the trash and wipe down the desks. They were pretty noisy about it. Can we go now, please? I need to start sending my condolences to Annette's family.
Indeed. I just have one last question. We believe there might have been poison in the coffee of the victim. Could you tell us how you store your chemicals and who has access to them?
Oh, listen, I'm no Walter White. I keep them locked in the supply closet in the back of the room.
And who had the key?
All the science teachers have keys, and the AP Chem students had access during class.
When did you last check to see if anything was missing?
I did inventory just before meeting with Valerie. I can assure you, nothing was missing.
That's about all. Anything you want to add?
Miss Dallas sucked at her job. Anyone in the school could be a suspect, but it wasn't me or Mr. Dallas.
We'll keep that in mind. Thank you for your time.
Do we really have to do another two-person interview?
Yes.
But I'm hungry.
Are you? We just need to interview Lee Davis, the cafeteria manager, and Bob Lung, the custodian.
Just take a moment to consider a quick break.
Send them in.
You are not the person that Mr. Rogers knew you could be.
Sorry. Hello?
Yeah, why are we here?
Our condolences, but we wanted to ask you both a few questions about the night the principal, well...
Went to a better place?
Croaked?
Kicked the bucket?
Yeah, that. Really, this is just a formality. You were both working late, and we need to hear your stories. So, Mr. Lung, did you notice anything strange that night?
No. Were you working late at the school? Yes.
Later than usual?
No. And you didn't hear anything? Didn't see anyone weird roaming the halls? No.
Riveting. Mr. Davis, you were working late that night?
No later than usual.
You usually work until the evening hours?
This year? Yeah. We've been so understaffed since Miss Dallas cut the cafeteria budget. It's not like I could come in to work early because she wouldn't, let me have a master key. It'd just be sitting on a curb until someone let me in.
Didn't know principals could do that.
Well, somebody did it. And all because I wouldn't give her my cleaning supplies.
Cleaning supplies?
Yeah, I keep a secret stash of cleaning supplies for when spills happen in the kitchen. It takes forever for the custodians to come around and clean it. No offense, Bob.
It's fine.
And, Bob, thanks so much for giving me those supplies. I probably would have quit without them.
Yes.
Well, Miss Dallas found out and kept asking me for Clorox wipes because she said her desk was sticky. I said, how does a grown woman have a sticky desk? Over the summer, we wound up having to let 2 workers go. So you tell me who to blame.
Sounds like motive to me.
Wait, what kind of supplies are we talking here?
What?
You said you keep a secret stash of supplies. What kind of supplies are we talking here?
Lots of things we need in the kitchen. Clorox wipes for spills, mugs for morning coffee, extra garbage bags for when our trash fills up. I like to run a tight ship to keep things clean.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
And were you aware that the crime scene was cleaned completely?
What?
Yeah, the scene where someone was poisoned by coffee served in a mug from your cafeteria.
Whoa. No, I work late and I got here early. I haven't heard anything. I'm
ready.
telling ya.
What?
Call in all of the suspects.
Is this necessary? Is this another time-saving thing?
You know it.
I think you just like that it's more dramatic.
Just call them in, will you?
Bring in all the suspects!
All right, everybody, you've got a line coming up.
Okay.
Why am I here? I have a school to run.
I got that dictionary you're talking about, and it turns out you fit into the definition of all, as in all the suspects.
Is this when you tell us we're getting in the will?
No, Mr. Garcia. I think this is when we find out who murdered Miss Dallas.
You are exactly right, Miss Hall. Indeed, I know that one of you in this room is a killer, and I shall explain how. When we started this interview process, I had to ask myself, as any good detective does, who had motive? The answer, unfortunately for the reputation of the poor dead principal Annette Dallas, was everybody. But who had access? Only those with a master key to get into both the chemistry room, the cafeteria for a mug, and the principal's office, not to mention locking it behind themselves. That eliminated the chemistry teacher, Drew Dallas, the cafeteria manager, Lee Davis, and the observant runner-up for valedictorian, though I wouldn't put it past her to murder someone who gets in their way in the future.
Hey, I'll have my parents sue you and the school.
This then left us with the vice principal, Blake Brown, the custodian, Bob Lung, and the PE teacher, Jim Garcia. Then, to re-examine the motives, Miss Brown, at first, I thought was the most likely to have committed the murder because they were so close to the crime scene and had the most to gain. But one thing that she said about who would have vouched for her alibi piqued my suspicion. As for the gym teacher, he was too far away and clearly oblivious.
Wait, is he talking about me?
And one thing I've learned in my years of being a detective is that the butler did it. And who was the butler of a school? The only suspect left, the custodian. The butlodian, if you will. He had access to all areas of the school, including the chemistry supply cupboard and the cafeteria. Neither the chemistry teacher nor the cafeteria manager realized anything was missing, because supplies were stolen after inventory had been taken. That evening, Bob went around the school, making himself as visible as possible in order to try to establish an alibi, saying hello and making noise, proving premeditation. But habit took over. He cleaned up his own crime scene and locked the door on the way out.
Wait, Bob might be going to jail because he was too good at his job?
No, he'll be going to jail for murder.
This school certainly has a low bar for being good at your job. Bob has never been nice to the students.
Another astute point, Miss Hall. This explains why Annette seemed so suspicious on the voicemail message, saying, "That's unusually nice of you." Miss Brown seemed like the type to, well, Brown knows, and Mr. Garcia was going out of his way to be nice, to avoid getting another write-up. Hence, Officer Sparrow arrests that grumpy custodian.
Already on it. He's trying to sneak out the back while you were monologuing.
Bob, how could you? Annette wasn't perfect, but she didn't deserve to die.
Day after day, the school is being run into the ground by the messiest woman alive. Every time I try and clean up her piles of dirt and debris, she'd get mad at me for disrupting her workspace. But once I realized that the teachers who normally kept me company late at night might be gone, and I'd be left alone, I lost it.
What do you mean?
If Annette was gone, then Blake, you wouldn't change schools. You'd stay on as the principal. Jim wouldn't be forced to leave because of his bad reports. Drew wouldn't go when his contract was up to get away from his ex-wife. And Lee would have gotten the budget he needs to want to stay. I did this for us.
Oh, we could have all just met up for drinks instead.
Wow, I've never had a criminal just confess out loud before.
This is literally the most I've heard him talk in 15 years.
This will make an amazing admissions essay. I don't need valedictorian. I was a murder suspect.
Calm down for once, Valerie.
Well, very true, Drew. This is a very sad day for our school. I need to go sweep this under the rug before the parents find out.
Another case solved. Officer Sparrow, let's go get some breakfast.
Finally!
Thank you to listening to The Murder at Holmes High, a Detective and Scully mystery, a radio play written for Edupodlooza. Our cast in order of appearance. I'll record this later.
Excellent.
Yay!
Thank you, guys. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Well
guys.
done, all.
Very cool.
Awesome. Awesome. Now I can remember what's next on the schedule.
I think 3:15 begins the Twitter feedback stuff.
Cool. Okay. Okay.
Do we come back to the same link for that?
Yeah, you can just chill. Yeah.
Cool.
Does
I'm gonna-
anyone if you want to re-record your lines, just re-record them and send them to Disco.
Yeah. I'm not going
Awesome.
to because mine are already as good as
Yeah,
they're going
mine
to be.
is perfect, obviously.
You caught me off guard. I forgot something you'd said. I started laughing as I was reading earlier, but that was funny. That was well written.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank
good
you.
job.
Yeah.
That was a good time.
Did you guys who didn't know the ending, did you have any guesses?
I'll be honest, I was just too focused on reading my lines because I hadn't read this before, so I'm like, just
Yeah.
make sure you stay with it. So I paid some attention, but no, it was lost on
Yeah.
me.
You're in the zone.
Yes.
AutoZone.
Nick,
Yes.
can I get you to just say very clearly do.
Is this like a
I'm
caption?
ready.
I can say
Like-
it very
like-
clearly.
So like you're like, conviction, I've solved this. I'm ready.
I'm ready.
Yes.
Beautiful.
I think because my voice drowned out yours.
No worries. Awesome. I'm gonna try to grab a bite to eat, so I may come on at 3:30 if that's okay.
We'll be here.
All right. Maybe.
Hi, Lindy.
Hey,
It's good to see you.
good to see you too. I'm sad that you are departing. So,
What's
Slowly
happening?
fading away like Marty McFly.
Oh, that's a secret. Spoiler alert, Aviva. Tedisco is not going to be teaching anymore.
sorry.
Oh, it's not a secret. You're fine.
Yeah. Well, it's a secret. It's not known by
Well, it's
everybody.
definitely not a secret anymore.
No,
Huh.
no. It's on the live stream. Ah!
Oops. Oh, but nobody's listening, so we can edit that out. Sorry, I thought Aviva knew, especially since. Okay. Anyway.
No
No.
worries.
What's the
Yeah.
plan?
Find a new job. It's about as far as I got.
Yeah.
Gonna be a loss for CMS to Disco. So,
Yeah.
but
But
Gotta
it's
take
going to
care
be
of
a real
yourself.
gain for my bank account. That's going to
understand.
help.
Especially when your
understand.
acting career takes off.
Right.
Yes.
Absolutely. When I get
Yeah.
the roles of the dramatic.
Yeah.
Yeah, be a voiceover
But it is
guy.
exciting though. Yeah.
Change is good.
Yes, yes. Change is good.
So is that going to be the end of the podcast?
No.
No. Sure, let it out. Let it out, Tedisco.
I know I'm like scared to say anything at this
Spill the
point because I'm like,
beans.
I'm like the
Okay,
spoiler
so
alert
you're sworn to secrecy, Aviva, and
Okay.
Jack.
And anybody listening to this live broadcast on Twitter. So the plan is Unprofessional Development and the Ed podcast are going to fuse into one, and Shane and Mealy are going
Oh,
to team up.
nice.
No. So
So that's
And-
why I'm sad for the loss. I think Tedisco, I think you've been great for William.
oh,
And that you guys are really good together. So that saddens me, but I'm happy for you. So
but in
and
the
it doesn't
future,
mean that you can't still do stuff with
yeah, we're
us.
still gonna hang out,
I
and
said
then
us.
and then we have plans
Yeah.
for the other podcast.
Awesome.
Yes.
So once Tedisco gets his feet under him, Aviva, this is my brainchild as well. We are going to watch stand-up routines and then break them down, and the name of the podcast will be "It's Funnier Because I Explained It."
Oh boy. Oh boy. Wow.
Very exciting.
I look forward to
Wow.
being a guest.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so we'll have like
I still need to meet up with you, Mealy, and because we've still yet to play chess.
okay,
Oh.
well, we'll do that this summer.
Awesome.
Yeah. Well,
You guys have done.
We should do it like in the park, and like act like we're really like cool and
Like
stuff.
old men. Should we put on like
Mm-hmm.
aged
Yeah.
face paint?
Yeah, we'll be like what's the
I don't think you guys need face paint.
what's the John
Wow.
what's the
Oh, I was
Mulaney?
gonna go there, but I
All right, hold on.
think another reason why I love you.
Well, we'll put on
I-
like plaid sport coats and like hats and yeah. And,
Just drop my self-esteem.
That should be the new podcast.
yes.
Chess in the Park. Amelia
Park,
Tedisco.
Yes, exactly.
Because I'd move a pawn, and Amelia's like, "This reminds me."
Oh, Lord, yes. Yes.
Well,
Yeah, he already is an old man. So, yeah.
I'm just gonna sit here and feed my ducks.
All right, well, I'm going to go and cook.
Nice.
Have
Thanks,
fun.
Lindy.
Yes.
Nice
Oh,
to see
thank
you.
you.
No, I
Good
like
to
my
see
women, all my
you.
podcasts and in the kitchen. Okay.
He's still in the same building as you. She can kick down that door and backhand you at any moment, and we would do nothing but laugh.
All right. Well, good seeing you guys. Take care, and hopefully it won't be too long before I see you again.
Yeah.
Good to see you,
Bye.
Lindy.
See ya.
Good to see you. Bye.
Yep. Bye. Alrighty.
So what is this next segment?
Yeah.
I
So
was gonna ask the same thing.
what's that? So I'm going to share my screen here in just a minute, and actually I'll share the link. So if you want to, so you can scroll yourself. So that'll probably make it easier. Where is it? Okay. So what I did was there's a message from me on Twitter. Who's that?
It just says boo. I was saying boo earns.
Okay.
So a friend of mine was so for reference, I'm turning
Okay.
36, so I'm in my mid 30s. And a friend of mine was talking about lowering her dating profile age. And like my very first thought
So
was
like
like,
lying?
well,
Yeah.
no. She was thinking of lowering it so like to accept
Oh,
people
range of-
much
okay,
lower.
gotcha.
And so she's like, yeah, I'm gonna open it up for a much younger demographic.
Oh
And my
goodness.
first thought was, but then you can't make Simpsons references.
Oh wow. Nice.
True.
Because I like my husband and I were the same age, and we probably referenced the Hollywood Upstairs Medical College like at least monthly.
Be
I
able
don't
to
know
break
that
out
one.
into the monorail song and
Yeah.
have someone finish the lyrics. Cool.
Ah, there we go. Okay. Cool. So
I'm gonna grab a snack. I'll be right back.
okay. So but the gist of this segment is I went on Twitter and said what are 3 characteristics that are the ingredients for a great teacher. And so I got like a million replies. I don't know, a million, but a lot of replies. So like
nice.
I want to just kind of like break down some of the replies. If you want to kind of scroll through some of the replies, I posted the link there. We can kind of and see what you see and which ones you agree with and disagree with. And then I've been through it, so I've got some ideas what it'll be like, but I think it's kind of interesting just to see when you crowdsource what makes a great teacher.
Cool. And then we
Yeah.
just talk about it.
And which ones we agree with and disagree with and all that kind of stuff.
Empathy.
I like it.
No one needs that.
Had an AI thing, I would like find like what were like, the top 10 things it said, but yeah, there's definitely some ones that you see over and over again. And we can kind of go down those paths and what that means to us. And this is the last thing you're doing, Jack, or you're sticking around for the game show? I forget.
Yeah, this will be it for me.
Okay.
That's dinner time with the fam.
Gotcha. What you having?
I don't know. Just like you, threw the wife in the kitchen.
Okay.
I just cooked something up.
There you go. Yeah, I don't know. I think we're having salmon, but I don't know. So
I think we're having salmon also.
nice. Okay.
Up on the West Coast, it's lunchtime.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's
Oh,
you have an early dinner. Yeah, I don't know what time food's actually gonna be ready. I don't know. We'll see.
All right. Well, I'll come back in 15.
Okay.
All right, cool. Well, are we reconvening at 3:30?
I thought we were going to start at 3:15, but
I mean, I thought so too. That
I
everyone.
don't know where Aviva
freaked out.
what Aviva got 3:30 from. But no, we'll start once the disco comes back, and we'll kind of go
Okay.
from there.
All right, cool. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Mealy, what did you do?
I don't know.
No. All right, so we're just finding like our favorites here.
Yeah, we can just kind of like see what you see a lot of or whatever. Yeah. Well, to do Aviva left for some reason. She thought we were going to start again at 3:30. She said, "I'll be back in 15," and she was like off before I could say what. So I don't know what I don't know. I have no idea what's going on with Nick. Jack is only stepping out momentarily, so it'll all work out. Seems to all be working out so far.
It's going great.
Yeah, we're 2 out of whatever done, and everything's going well. So, and then there's more people that could come in later. So, yeah. I will see this though. My podcast studio is definitely getting warmer, so might have to take off my pants.
If that happens, feel free to not tell me.
Okay.
I see your question. I don't see any responses to it.
Okay. Click on the thing and click on the tweet, and then you should be able to see all the responses. There's a lot of them.
Oh, I
There
missed
you
where
go.
it said show more replies.
There we go. I packed snacks and brought them here. But now I'm out. But I still got a couple more Werther's originals.
Somebody wrote with itness, and I read that as whiteness, and I was like,
Nice.
whoa.
There you go.
I'm like, that's a hot take.
Yes. And all the best teachers over the course of, all the most famous teachers that are good are white, so it does hold true.
Yeah, that's not indicative of anything.
Okay. So let me do this thing I'm doing here.
Oh, you did get a lot of replies.
I know.
How many followers do we have?
Over 9,000.
Wow.
I know. Why aren't any of them watching the stream?
They have better things to do. No, they don't. It's
no, but it's a lot easier to read a tweet than it is to listen to a podcast.
Right. A lot of them replied like the same day.
Yeah.
All right, cool. I found the bottom.
What are you typing now?
Just trying to. I'm trying something. I'm gonna see if it fails terribly.
You're doing what?
I'm trying something and I'm gonna see if it fails terribly.
Oh, okay, cool. What's funny is I think that the drama went about as good as the other one did with like multiple rehearsals.
The other one was also a lot more involved.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
A lot more characters. And a lot more interaction with like a room with like 7 people where you had to kind of like, you know, pay attention to when was your line and all that kind of stuff.
Right.
How's the thing you're going to do that's going to fail going?
About as well as I thought it would be.
Okay.
But I'm not giving up yet.
All
I want
right.
to see. I'm putting together all of the tweets, and I want to see which words pop up the most.
You have some actual way to do that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I know 2 of them that pop up the most, but we'll see. We'll give like Aviva about another minute or 2 to come back, and then we'll get started.
No worries.
And Jack, in case I didn't say thank you, I appreciate you doing this.
Oh, no problem, man.
I hope you're having fun.
I am having fun. I enjoy it for sure.
And is Nick sticking around for this too, or is he just like?
He said he was going to be back around 3:30. So
Okay. Hey, Aviva. Okay. So Nick, I guess Nick is coming back, but we're gonna kind of go forward here now that we've got you back,
Okay.
and we'll kind of go there. Okay. So guys, welcome to segment 3 of Edupodlooza. This is where we're going to be discussing what makes the perfect teacher, because obviously the way to do that is to go on to social media and to crowdsource it. So let's see, what was the actual date that I put that out? So so June 16th, about a few weeks ago, I just said, what 3 characteristics are the ingredients for a great teacher? And then I told people that they would be discussed on Edupodlooza, and we'll try and give people shout outs when we can. But we've got with us Aviva from Lesson Impossible and Jack from Educhaos, and we might have Nick from you guys remember what the name of his podcast is? Somebody told me something or something like that. What's it called?
It's called Let's Talk About It, I think.
Let's Talk About It, I think.
No. The worst.
Anyway,
I
go
would
ahead,
like
Aviva.
to start and give a shout out to @Cebu the Goblin, who
Nice.
very first replied was wanting to clarify if it was characteristics and not skills. And like that is just such a teacher thing to do.
Oh, I know. When they said that, I'm like, okay, we're gonna, yes, let's dig into the semantics, please. So we can figure out what.
By the way, I love some of the names, some of the Twitter names for teachers.
Mm-hmm.
Like I see Bastard Teacher.
Yes,
Great.
We had Bastard Teacher on.
He was a guest on one of our episodes, by the way. Yes, he was.
It's awesome. Some of the names that people come up with, and I mean they have no problem just putting it out there and flaunting it.
Yeah.
F them kids. I've followed that person.
Yes.
That's a good one.
There are some good names, and then of course then someone I hate the ones where there's 6 numbers after your name. Like, really, come on now. Like try harder. Okay.
Yeah. Just be creative.
Right. There's a way around that. You don't need to do that. So anyway, so there's 3 characteristics, and so as you're listening, I'm sure you're thinking like the 3 characteristics that you think are a great teacher. And so we're just going to kind of like go through and kind of have like our takes or things that we see in common or things that we agree with or disagree with. And the 2 biggest ones that I see as I kind of scan quickly are patience. Hey, Nick's back. Are patience and empathy. And so it's amazing to me how many times I saw the word patience. And I really do believe that definitely is a huge thing in a lot of ways for teachers. I mean, you just got to have patience with so many things. And the thing that hits me with that is the amount of time it takes to do something is always 100 times the amount of time it actually should take to do it. I'm like, I still remember my first year teaching, and I'm in the final 2 weeks, and so we're reviewing for the final, right? And so what I've got to do, like in the last week, is like review everything for the final. I'm like, oh, so like everything we've taken like a semester to learn, I can actually explain. And it doesn't even take me the full week. I'm like, I can explain everything that we've learned in probably 2 hours. And then the fact that it takes like 18 weeks, or not 18 weeks, like what? Whatever it is. A lot of weeks. I'm not good at math because I'm a math teacher. A lot of weeks.
I was going to say you're a math teacher.
I don't know.
Well, I teach math and I failed every one of my math
whatever it
classes.
is. It takes a lot more weeks to learn something than it does take me to just go, hey, like this is like actually what we're going to learn, and I can do that in 2 hours. So anyone else have any like?
I think it's interesting that's the way you took patience, because I think the normal person, anyone off the street would see patience as a characteristic of a teacher and think dealing with children. But you're taking it as the work you have to put in. You have to be patient to kind of see the fruit of that labor,
right?
And how much time you have to really put in,
right? And how long you need to expect someone to actually. We were talking in the first session in the roundtable, talking about working memory versus learning memory, and how long it takes for you to get something that and is in your long-term memory, that through their working memory into their long-term memory, along with all the other things that you need to get them to learn. And it's like, okay, so I know what we're going to learn. And like, even just one lesson, it's like, okay, we're going to learn what, for like, even like a elementary school teacher, we're going to learn how to do double-digit addition. Okay, cool. Like, we as adults, we could explain double-digit addition in like literally like 2 minutes. But it's
I can do it quicker. You add 2 digits to 2 digits.
There you go.
Mealy,
Right.
you should just give me your paycheck.
Slow down. You're going to my limit.
Yes. So how long should it take? How long should it take an 8-year-old to learn how to do that? The answer is the rest of their life. Okay. And that's why teachers need to be patient. It's like, but look, I've done an example. This is what you do. You already know how to do 3 plus 5 and 8 plus 4. Now we're just going to do 35 plus 84. Like, why is this harder? But
Let me save you a lot of time. Teach them how to use the calculator first.
Yes.
Really? I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say that I had someone write exactly what I would have written down, which was at Dr. Azad, who wrote Stoicism, Pragmatism, and Persipacity.
Is that what you would have said? Yes,
those exact words.
No,
those words will just leap to your mind. Oh my!
And
goodness.
it's paired right under at Jason Adlin with presence, attentiveness, and having a sense of humor. And then right after having a sense of humor is stoicism. So either Dr. Azad had a great sense of humor, or they have very contrasting teaching philosophies.
Yes, I'd be lost more on my stoicism for my solopnicism, you know.
And I always thought too that like my understanding of persipacity is that like there's an element of craftiness to it. Like,
by the way, admin, if you use this as an interview question and those are the answers that you get from the person, the interview is now over. Okay. Just say, I appreciate your time and we'll get back to you, and just walk out the door because it's done. Good gravy. Oh my goodness. If I found out if that person ever taught my child, I would like do whatever I could to get them out of that class. Sorry.
Sorry, Dr. Azad. Though I think pragmatism, especially in the school systems that we teach in, is a good skill or characteristic to have. Yeah. And to, do the best with what you've got. And maybe they were not referring to stoicism as like we understand it to mean just without feeling, but like the original philosophical stoic meaning.
Yes.
Dig up, stupid. I don't know. I'm trying to redeem them.
Yeah. Well, and it's just me. This shows my bias, but to me, this is like someone just saying, hello, I've got a PhD and I know how to big word with the big people. So that's what
it sounds like. It's the way it comes off.
Right.
That's why I don't like people who use the smarts.
Yeah.
I'd hate if my student had a teacher that had big vocabulary.
Yes, that's why I take my kid down to the wharf to learn.
Having big vocabulary and flaunting a big vocabulary, though.
Yeah,
they are two different things.
They are.
I had a coworker who got forcefully, pushed out of the school. She just couldn't control the kids, but she used vocabulary much higher than what the students could really understand, and therefore all the kids acted out constantly. I mean, it literally flipped desks. They would do all kinds of crazy stuff. Drew penises everywhere, because they didn't understand what she was saying.
Right.
You need 95% of vocabulary in a given text or conversation. The threshold for engagement is 95% knowing.
That's why I can't read the New York Times. No, it makes sense.
Yeah. And obviously, like kids need to be exposed to new words and stuff like that, but you can't do it with you can't just string together them one after the other to the point where it just sounds like gobbledygook or like a master's thesis or a doctoral thesis. We had I had a principal that's the way their emails were. They would be using those kind of words all the time in emails. You're like, oh my goodness, please stop telling us you're smart. Like, we get it, but we just get to the point, So
what is your opinion on the Drama Goat One's with itness, defined as being with it?
I like it, and also a guest on our podcast at one point.
Yeah, I had her on as well. She has a good story.
Yeah.
Also, the first one I saw because I had to read it 3 times because I thought they wrote whiteness.
Oh my god!
Yes, me too.
That's a hot take.
Yes. So I like the idea. I think that with itness, or self-awareness of your lack of wittedness, I think,
Yeah.
are one of the other. But I do think that you have to have some kind of way to connect with the kids. Now, I'm 53 years old. I can only spend so much time indulging in adolescent media. I do dabble in it so that I'm not completely ignorant.
Excuse me, I do dabble in the talks of the
Dabble
chick
in the
occasionally.
So now every big word I say is going to come back on me. Is that what's happening?
You
here?
think dabble is a big word?
No. I didn't know what you were doing. I thought you were
I was
mocking me.
making fun of you for this idea of you're like, oh, I dabble in the youth culture. Like that's the most unwith it thing to possibly say.
I guess it is. But anyway,
Does dabble in the K-pop from time to time.
Yes, I do. But
what is your
no.
favorite cheese to pair with your favorite YouTube star?
Exactly. Yes, definitely. Oh my goodness, my daughter is so into this. So into some guy that's like trading pennies to get across the country or something like that, and she just wants to talk about him every single day.
I've seen that guy. Yeah.
Yeah. And apparently he's coming to our town. But anyway, but no, I do think that while I wouldn't put it in my top 3, I do think that is a characteristic that allows you to connect with the kids, and the kids appreciate that, and it opens a lot of doors to kids being able to engage in what you're talking about if they think that you are someone who appreciates them or understands them or knows things that has something in common with them. Yeah.
It's interesting because I didn't think of with it so much as like with the culture. To me, it was more about like presence and engagement. Like you've got your crap together, basically.
Oh, okay.
I mean, I think that works too.
Yeah.
But I do think a wittedness is culturally is necessary. I've been in 2 schools, one very affluent, the other not, and wittedness, I think adjusting to the culture and the people you're around is super important. Even if I know a lot of teachers don't always live within the community that they're serving. So being able to kind of settle into that community, I think that could fall under wittedness as well. You kind of got to know the community that you're working with and the people you're working with and what motivates them, what doesn't. I think that goes along with humor as well. Some places, some things are funny, and other places it's not.
That's true.
You got to know. Got to know the audience.
Sense of humor. So for my master's, my area of research is around improv comedy and language acquisition. And there's been some like great studies into sense of humor in the classroom, which, by the way, is important.
Mm-hmm.
But also, can you teach student teachers, like people wanting to join the profession, can you teach them to be funny in the classroom?
My mind is blown right now. Can you teach a sense of humor?
Yeah.
So is it like ingrained, or can you teach how to use it? Yeah, that's an interesting topic.
I would say it would be very hard. I'd say if you can teach someone without a sense of humor how to have a sense of humor in the classroom, that you are a miracle worker.
Yeah, I feel like that would be very difficult. Very difficult.
I mean, there is maybe not like teach somebody how to like make people like crack up laughing, but you can teach people to like laugh at themselves and take themselves not so seriously and help sort of create that in your classroom.
I knew a principal who I know if he's still an acting school leader, who's also a part-time stand-up comic. And we used to talk often about the power of delivery, but also that balance of like, how do you, because he's a funny person, and it plays well. I mean, at least in conversations I've had, I haven't observed him so much with teachers. I want to hear sort of how that lands on them. I imagine students probably appreciate it too, but there's definitely that sense of realism of like, it's not talking for talking's sake, but like there's a way of sort of getting your point across and addressing what the points that are funny. I know for our coaches, we once had, I think twice we had an improv team come in to do some training. along those ideas of there's a balance between delivery, but also the ability to think on your feet, which is at its core, like one of the things improv teaches you.
Right.
And in teaching, I would see that as a huge benefit, because there's this balance of, how do you have a North Star instructionally about where you're trying to get to, but react to the fact that you're going to have so many different ways to get there. And those changing tides are just based on, where your students are on a given day. And like the ability to balance both is something like improv seems to kind of take us out of that education space and think of just different skills that could be possible there.
Yeah, it's interesting in looking at improv and teacher development, and the idea too of, can you not just teach a sense of humor, but like having teachers let go of that control.
Yeah.
So I'm really big into like improv belongs in every subject matter, but the biggest barrier is never the kids. It's always, am I willing to see what happens with what my kids produce?
Yeah. And I think you can teach teachers and that how to let go of control and to ease into doing that. And it is scary. It really is. I've like, over the years, I've like something we talked about that we didn't cover in the first thing that I was going to try and get to is I've changed my grading practices this semester, and I've given kids so much control over the grade. They decide like their grades on both assessments and their final grade for the quarter and for the year. So, and giving the kids that amount of control is like, I'm like, I don't know what's going to happen. I know people have told me it's going to happen, and most of what they told me did happen, but it was a very, very, I don't know how I'll say it wasn't scary, but thing to go through. As well as sometimes when teachers first get into doing certain types of projects where kids are going to be doing some kind of project-based learning where you're giving a very broad thing for them to do, and they can, you could do this, or you could do this, or you could do this, and you're like, oh my goodness, what are the kids are going to do? And realize that there's going to be some really garbage things sometimes when you give kids do that. The kids are going to go for like the lowest thing. Oh, can I just like glue stuff on a piece of paper or just copy stuff onto like a Google Doc or whatever? And then there's going to be some kids, once you give them that liberty, that are going to do something like unbelievably fantastic because they've been like wanting to get their creative side out, and it's such a fun thing for them. And then you can kind of like make sure that they're getting the content as well when they get caught up in the stuff and go, okay, well, let's make sure, how does this address the content and all of that kind of stuff. Go ahead to the screen.
So here's what I've been working on. Some objectivity for us.
Do I click on this now?
I shared it. Do you guys see my screen?
No,
Nope.
I have to allow it.
Oh, allow it.
Oh,
Oh, wow.
All right.
yeah.
Together, all of our
Always
responses.
perfect.
And so here's what we got. Patience, we got 19 times. Empathy, we got 18 times. And compassion, which are kind of the same thing. All right.
To interrupt, Tedisco has just shared a Wordle of all of the words that
Loud?
Yes.
a cloud.
Yes. Yeah. Not the kind where you get 6 guesses. Okay.
No,
You can take
Sorry.
the man out of the classroom, but you can't take the classroom out of the man.
which I'm sure a link will be found in the show notes. That looks great.
Sure. So yeah, I just copied and replaces all the responses to see which ones came up the most. Patience, empathy, and compassion came up the most. Flexibility, being student focused, sense of humor, and resilience. Followed by number 8 be positivity, and then we're kind of getting down in the weeds with the other ones. But I mean, there's some interesting stuff that came up a lot. Growth mindset and thick skin. Not caring about the dress code. So, which
and
I
I'm
thought
gonna
the
say,
dress code one that was a little interesting.
Yeah, there
it's,
must be a backstory.
Yeah. Well, also, do you really think it was the teacher's idea to institute one? What kind of governance do you think this person has over an entire school? Because ain't no way it's one classroom that's going to dress a certain way.
oh
So
my goodness, there are
I'm
teachers
not
that
sure.
get really upset about it, and I'm like, oh my goodness.
I'm not sure if this is one for debate because I have two very opposing thoughts about this one. This is from @Ms_VOD. And so it's ability to build and maintain relationships, to have high expectations for all. And third one is deep subject specific knowledge. And I go back and forth because on one hand, I think that if you are able to be a good teacher, you can teach a lot of things and you don't necessarily need to have a university degree in it. But on the other hand, I think that you don't want someone who is completely, for instance, like we were talking in a previous session, like ignorant of history to be teaching history. And so what do you guys think?
I think it has to do with your approach. I think that you can kind of walk in blind or like have students ask you about something you know nothing about and say, let's explore it and find a way to still like get kids to do the research and understand it, even if you don't have a strong basis for it. But we also know plenty of teachers who say, no, you sit down, shut up, and I'll tell you what the facts are, who know nothing. And that's where the problem comes in.
I offer to that person who said that, like, can you think of another field where you say the same thing? Like, would you look at a police officer and say, you must have a background in policing? It's like, well, that doesn't work that way. Like, the job is the job.
I want the police to know the law, though. I want my doctor
true.
to have a very
Right.
deep understanding of my
Absolutely.
medical conditions.
Yeah, but you're pairing content knowledge with that. And I think it makes sense. But I think when we think about teaching, like there's a skill here about your ability to support the growth and development of others. Now, what we're learning now is it's less about imbuing knowledge. Like we're done with this concept that people are coming to us as empty vessels. Like that's just not true anymore, or at least we rethink differently. So what does it mean for people to connect then with what content you're trying to bring to it? I think it's helpful to have the ability to learn. Like I think about people who step into different core subject areas and their ability to pull in ideas from other spaces. You may not have to be a world-renowned, scholar of American history, but you hopefully have the ability to build your knowledge base up. So if you are teaching, say, the Civil War, I'm not expecting you to be, a scholar in this content area. The basics, yes, but where are you going to build that information? I think oftentimes where textbook companies tend to rear their ugly head is the idea of like, well, you don't have to have all that. We got that covered. And then suddenly pedagogy is dead because it's the idea of, well, this is my unit. This is what I'm teaching. And then people fall into this trap. But that's mostly because the support that we offer those folks is limited. Like we're not as leaders looking to them and saying, how do we build it up? I remember once a teacher took a position as a sixth grade. She was departmentalized, and one of her areas was social studies. And we were talking about her professional background. She had a writing background. I said, well, so have you ever taught social studies before? No. So I'm like, all right, that's a conversation you want to have with your principal at some point. But so we had to talk about like, how do you build that up? And we had to go through different ways to do it. And to her credit, there was things she was able to bring into that from the standpoint of inquiry. It was not about, facts and figures, which goes to something I think is crucial is a teacher's ability, a person in that profession's ability to learn, like their ability to learn from their students, but their also ability to continue to build their practice. I think that would be the other thing there. But yeah, it's an interesting thing because I always think about writing, and writing is so hard. Like if you're as a person who has not, built sort of your own writing skills, the ability to bring that about in other students or in students in general is difficult. And I do wonder what it is that's helpful for someone to have a background in, to support their ability to support students in that way.
I 100% agree that if you know how to teach, you can teach basically anything. You can always learn it because as a special educator, I co-teach all my classes, and I've co-taught all the core subjects from 6th grade to 12th grade. I'm not always an expert. Some days I tell my co-teacher, hey, why don't you go ahead and take the lead on this lesson? I listen to what they say and then I reteach it. I'm looking at YouTube videos the night before the lesson. So I'm definitely not an expert. And I teach math primarily now, but I failed every math class from 9th grade on at least once, at least once. So I think as long as you know how to teach, you're okay. And that could go for, another good example would be coaching. I know great
Yep.
coaches who never played that specific sport, but they know
Ted
how
Lasso.
to teach. Yeah, and Ted Lasso. Yeah, if you know how to teach, you'll be able to do that. But getting back to that list of words and kind of circling back just a little bit, one word I didn't see was vulnerability, and I think I would have put that in, especially as we're talking about teaching sense of humor, because I think in order to have that sense of humor in a classroom, you need a level of vulnerability, in order to kind of make fun of yourself in front of a group of people.
I think that is empathy adjacent. And we saw empathy a lot. And I really like that. It makes me feel good about, in a weird way, the people that I've connected with on Twitter, that I've kind of found the right group of people that I'm connecting with on Twitter, because I would say, like I said, this is I'm going to be going into my 12th year teaching here in the fall. That pre-pandemic, hearing that word as a teacher, it wasn't non-existent, but nowhere would it be like super high like that. Like there would be people like that would say that. You know what I mean? I would say that classroom management would be like way up there, and obviously we know that empathy can lead you to some classroom management, but I think that the fact that that wasn't on there at all. Did you notice that there was no one said or anyone, it wasn't in the top 20 classroom management, which is wild, because you would think, when you first hear about teaching, like, oh, it makes a good teacher, well, they've got to have some classroom management.
Well, classroom
abilities.
management's like the outcome. That's like saying the most important thing in a company is profit. Well, I mean, but you got to do the things to get to there.
Yeah.
But I kind of want to push back on this idea about vulnerability, though, because I brought this up in a conversation that Mealy and I had when we were recording yesterday. And I said, I personally thought it's really important. I still do. And the person we were interviewing pointed out, I was like, well, we also have to remember, I rank that very high for my classroom because I'm a straight white male. I can afford to kind of be vulnerable and be a joke and get sort of teased there. But there's a lot of people who aren't in that same position, in more in like genuinely vulnerable places where that might not be an option for them, or might not be a good outcome for their classroom.
It's a really good point.
Yeah. I think that's a great point. And I also think it depends, going back to, think about the culture and the people you're teaching and your audience. I wouldn't be able to succeed where I am. I'm one of the few straight white males, at my school. But if I weren't able to poke fun at myself for being a straight white male, I probably wouldn't be as successful where I am. So I think it also depends on where you are. But that's a great point. Depending if you really are in a vulnerable state, it's something you might not want to push forward.
And maybe that kind of goes back to the with itness that we started talking about like knowing like who you are and where you are and what your relationship is to the space that you're in.
Something that wasn't there that I think maybe adjacent to some of the other things, but I thought good personal boundaries is up there. Just, not only in issues of like teacher retention, but in being a good teacher, knowing when to be vulnerable, when to be empathetic, when to push students, all of those things comes down to, I think, good boundaries.
Knowing when to back off too.
Yeah.
And tell the kid, hey, I know you're having a bad day, but I'm going to just step back and you come see me if you need something. But otherwise, you do you.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think we all know, one or two of those teachers who share so much about their lives, and sometimes it's a little awkward.
Oh God. Yeah.
Where you're like,
this is not your therapy session.
That.
Yeah. There are teachers that are just like, crying in front of the class and
as a student, I love those teachers because I could just ask them 2 questions and derail the entire class.
Yes.
I'm like, I don't need to give this presentation till Monday because I'm going to just ask you about something from the news, and that's the day.
And they're just going to go complete left turn.
Oh, they got their running shoes on, and they're going.
And I'm going to say, I'm not saying you shouldn't cry in front of your class and you shouldn't share stuff like that. But if if it's every day, that's what you're doing all class long. Maybe you need to like get like extra appointments with your therapist, and and work that out before you get into the classroom.
I
Because
think
that's-
extra appointments with your therapist should be in someone's top 3. I don't know why that didn't make it.
Well, there's
Makes
always
a good teacher.
it's always an interesting question I have for new teachers is like, what brings you into this profession? Because it's so funny. I mean, you can monkey brain that one too, and it's funny because you'll see so many common threads, and sometimes you ask yourself, well, was teaching the only way to do that? Because like, to the point about vulnerability and empathy, like, you could be in different settings with children where that may be beneficial.
Yeah.
But in this particular setting, like, I don't know. I mean, yes, I think there's some part of that yourself that people do have to know, because I do think there's trust that needs to be built. But that's not necessarily furthering what the potential hopeful outcomes, for students are. Not to mention, on the flip side of it, as Tedisco was saying a moment ago, sometimes not necessarily giving complete space to students, because you're not there to solve problems in that way. Not in that entire situation, because you're not a therapist. You're not a counselor. You hopefully have people you can, bring into that discussion. But at the same time, you're not necessarily just a cold pedagogy either. Like, that's not the need here. But that ability to strike that balance, and there's something here about the role of flexibility in being an instructor that you have to also encounter too. But I like the idea of self-awareness. You kind of have to know, and also know your students. Some people are just not in a space where they want to communicate like any adult, and others really are facing a barrier that you've got to have to find a way. It may not be in this moment, but it may be during a prep, maybe during lunchtime, and maybe a time when the student has an activity they can be step out of and connect with you, or someone that they should be, and the ability to know that. So there's something here about being able to understand people at an individual level, not necessarily to try to cater specifically to their needs. That's a whole different conversation. But what does it mean to look at a room full of people and to meaningfully have the ability to connect with them, that they feel personally connected to you?
And I don't know about y'all, but like, do you find yourself being a different person in front of different classes? Like, there are definitely classes where like I'll open up and be a lot more vulnerable in certain groups, and then the next class will be, and I'm like, you sit down.
Yeah,
Stop
sometimes you have to,
throwing that pencil.
you have to read the room. Hey, so related to that, I'm gonna share something with you guys, and it's really weird. And
Mealy's gonna share.
I know.
Let's all listen to Mealy.
I know. I want some like constructive criticism to see what you think. Okay, so
the beginning's slow.
I know. So I teach seniors, and there's days where we have I teach seniors who a lot of them aren't super academically oriented, and my goal is just to get enough more math in them for me to justify them getting across the stage. So I had this student, and their mom was also a teacher, and their mom's emailing me saying, "Don't tell my daughter I said this," but they're going through this whole thing with suffering from depression, and they're having trouble. My class was first thing in the morning. They would have trouble getting up in the morning and getting to school and all this kind of stuff. And so real sweet young lady. And every time she was there, she tried really hard, and she, was more than capable. She wasn't great at math, but she was more than capable. And so kids are working and doing stuff, and I'm at my desk, and she's like, can we talk? And I come over and I say, take her to my desk and we talk. And she's like, "So, I need to talk to you about this, but it's not about math." And I'm like, "Oh, what's it? Well, okay." I'm like, "What's it about?" And she's like, "So-and-so, who's her friend who had me the prior semester, and I had this falling out, and now she's not speaking to me, and we're supposed to be going on this beach trip next weekend. It's like spring break was coming up, and like her and like there were a group of friends, and they're all supposed to be going on this beach trip, and she told my mom to tell me that she's not speaking to me, and I'm upset at her because she told my mom, and I didn't want my mom to know that we weren't speaking, and a lot of drama, like we're bordering on tears here at this point. And so I still happen to have the other kid I have the ability to look up the kid's schedule. So I look up the other girl's schedule on my on the grading software, and she is in ceramics class with a teacher that I am really good friends with, that I've been friends with for years. And so I get out my phone, I dial up the ceramics teacher. I go, "Hey, is so and so there?" They're like, "Yeah." I said, "I don't know if is it possible that I could steal them for a while and have them come to my class?" And they're like, "Yeah." I'm like, "We'll put them on the phone." I'm like, they put them on the phone, and I'm like, "Hey, so and so's here, and they really want to talk to you, and I want to facilitate that, and da 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 da." And like, so second student like gets a pass, comes to my classroom, and like, so I take the two of them out in the hall and like get them talking to one another and do a little reflective listening. And it's obvious that this thing is like, I said, "Hey, would it be better if I just like went back in the classroom and, let you guys like hash this out?" And they're like, "Yes." And so like they literally sat in the hall and worked out their drama and life for the entire rest of the period. I came out and checked on them like occasionally, and there were tears and there were hugs and all this kind of stuff. And I was teaching math inside while this was going on. And I'm like thinking to myself, I'm like, the fact that I feel comfortable doing this, and the fact that I don't know how I would explain it to admin if they asked me or justify it or whatever. So like, just give me like your feedback on like how nutty or good or bad or off that is.
I winced as you're telling it because there were spaces of maybe potentially like permission where if this is not acquired, like this could go horribly wrong.
Yeah.
Like the girl who's talking to you, like where's the space for her to say, "Hey, it's cool for you to reach out and try to help."
I asked permission.
Oh, okay, correct. Oh, then perfect.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. I said, "Do you want me to?" So do you want
Yeah.
me to? I asked her, I said, "Do you want me to facilitate you guys like
yeah.
talking together and helping you guys work this out?" I said, "I'm willing to do that." I
Mhm.
said, I don't know what I can do, but I can try, and I can listen to you guys. So yeah.
Oh,
go
that's
ahead.
awesome. Okay, then that's the biggest qualifier I had is I think, yeah, it's the takeaway there for those two young women is that like there was an opportunity to just be able to have an honest dialogue, and like they're now closer together. Who knows what comes out of it, but like
Right.
the silence is broken. As an adult or as a I think that's a beautiful thing. I think to admin, I wince at what an admin could. There's different directions on that an admin could go to, and it's always sometimes from like a risk management standpoint, which is terrible. But I would commend you for it. I mean, you're considering a relationship you have with another student that you're able to bring into that safe space. Like you create space that was just not existing.
Right.
The two young women that didn't have that skill set yet to say, "Hey, I'm going to be vulnerable with my friend here who we're not necessarily friends at this moment and say what I'm feeling and be able to listen to them too."
Right. Right.
They needed it. They needed a professional.
Yeah.
They needed a grown up to be able to
They
do
did.
that.
They definitely did. And I told them, I said, "We're not going to solve
Yeah.
it here." I said, and to the girl that like initiated it, she had really she was going through a lot of stuff, and what she was kind of expecting was this other girl to be her therapist, and she was tired of it. She'd had enough of you just like dumping, like, "I've got life drama, you can't just expect me to do this." And so when I cut you off, and so that was like the biggest takeaway I think for both of them was like, "Hey, it's not her job to like solve your problems and to fix everything for you. She can hear you, but you have to also understand when she says it's time for not hear that you have to understand that." And and then you have to understand the reason she went to your mom is because she didn't know what else to do, and she's a teenager. As much as you guys care about each other, that she's got to solve sometimes. The solution is to go to an adult, and she wasn't doing it to get you in trouble. She was doing it because she cared about you and wanted you to and she wanted a good solution to this kind of thing. And it was,
I think, like Nick said, the consent piece is really key. You asked permission before reaching out, and then you also gave that student a choice. It wasn't like, "Hey, can you come see me? Oh, by the way, you are going to now have this emotional conversation."
right.
It
Yeah.
was like,
I
would
did
you
not
be
Maury
willing?
Povich and bring someone from behind the curtain. Yes.
And I think, like, in terms of professionalism, like, you were responding in the moment to the needs of two students who you had an existing relationship with.
Yeah.
Like, if you suddenly became the relationship guru and all the kids were coming to you to mediate their problems,
no.
that's when it becomes a problem. But
Yeah.
you just stepped in with the tools that you had in that moment to
Yeah.
respond to the needs of your students.
Right.
Yeah, I totally agree. I mean, it's one of those things that's that it's a part of it's not in the teacher's description, in the job description, but that's social skills, right? I mean, and it doesn't matter how old they are. Adults need social skills too.
Right.
100%. We do that in my school. I mean, all the time. And it's in that way, it doesn't escalate. That's usually what we try to do with risk management, as Nick was saying. But it's essentially the same thing. Students hashing out their problems, coming together and having productive dialogue. Even if that's agreeing to disagree and not be friends, and how to do that in a healthy manner. But I think that's all a part of what we do as teachers. And if there's an admin that has a problem with that, they need to find something else to do. Honestly,
sadly, I mean, we're since I always go back to 1999, but we're at a time where we're seeing massive violence in schools. Most recently, and what I come back to, especially when I read about the shooter in Uvalde, and it's like it's all over again. It's a person who feels disconnected, who's not able to form relationships, struggles with that with other students. And on the other side, students are struggling to form a relationship with them. There's a lot of stories that people tell. Had there been an adult to say, hey, there's something culturally not clicking here. Yeah. Let's just start talking to people who has that ability, who knows students from one form or another. I'm not saying it avoids what happens, but what it does do for especially teenagers or people in middle school, the space of recognizing, like, emotionally, there's a lot going on for me right now. Mm-hmm. I'm having someone's helping facilitate a space for me to feel safe, say what I need to say, while also understand I got to hear that other person too. And I may hear things I don't want to hear. Yeah. I agree with Jack. Like, this is, again, falls under this large category of like outside the job description. But like, if we're talking about the growth and development of children, that involves so many different skills to bring to bear, that if you have that gift, that you happen to have knowledge and context of these kids and you're able to bring them together, it's a missed opportunity to not do it.
Right. And that's what I look back as well, like, and realizing that the two of them will probably remember very, very little of the math that they learned in my class, regardless, along with all the other students that were in my class, not just the two of them, but the two of them, when they think back on high school, like that moment where they sat on the floor in the hallway and chatted for like, an hour, will be something that they go, yeah, that was something that was important.
And if admin does raise a concern about this, or whatever they want to call it, the pushback I'm going to offer is, well, what's the infrastructure in place for this to happen? So that I immediately have a way of, connecting.
What should I do instead? Exactly.
Right. And that's often, there's so much of this in design of schools that we don't take into consideration of these things. It's not the core subject. It's not about the room, set up and who goes to what class for what, but these are young people.
Right.
Yeah.
I just want to say that, like, I know sometimes we talk about the things about education that aren't great, but I just had this moment of like looking into the screen and being like, oh, I'm talking with educators that truly care, that are working, like Nick, you're working on a systematic level, and Jack and Mealy, you're like working in the classroom. And if Tedisco was here, I could say the same to him, but like,
I don't know what happened to him.
Yeah, it like,
he's calling your administrator is what he's doing.
Yeah. But it warms my heart that these are the moments that are happening, and these are the thoughts that are happening, because it's easy to get caught up, at least for me, in all the things that still need to happen. But it's nice to know that, there's good teachers.
Yeah, I was going to say, and part of that is, there's a lot of pieces of that we kind of talked about, having that empathy, having that patience, and having that vulnerability, but also knowing, like, first 2-3 years, I would be so afraid to do any of that for 19 different reasons. A, to say to the class, hey, work on what you need to work on. I'm going to be out here in the hall for like 10 minutes. So it wasn't like I'm out there like for like a minute to like talk to them. Like, I was like out in the hall for 10 minutes, but the kids were like inside. You know what I mean? I'm like, I'm going to close the door because it ain't none of your business what they're saying out here. And knowing, say if I'm needed, come get me. But if not, And also just knowing that that my class wouldn't be like torn apart when I got back inside, because that would have happened like my first couple of years, and B, to know that like there were kids that actually going to be doing stuff, and I don't know, just a lot of things that it takes to get to that place to where I was comfortable doing that. But I'm thankful that like I am, even though like I said, it's still, and it's still a little scary doing it. Like afterwards, I'm like, oh my goodness, like okay,
Well,
like
think about it this way: what if you hadn't, right?
right,
And then something blew up between them, and that happened in my school as well. Although we do a lot of de-escalation with students, there was an incident where there was a known issue between a couple of students, and rather than that remediation happening, they got into a fight and it blew up, right?
Yeah.
And then admin was on our behinds about that, and so they got to pick and choose which one would you rather occur.
Yeah.
But that's something that we have to think about as well, as if the inaction is just as important as the action.
Yeah.
In a kind of adjacent one, looking at the words, love is written fairly frequently.
Oh.
And I struggle with that a little bit, because on one hand, I think like, yes, there's that kind of universal love, like a love for mankind, like agape love. But to go back to what I said about boundaries, when teachers talk about like loving students as if they're their own children, that makes me uncomfortable, because they're not. You're in a professional role. Like they are not your kids. They are your students. And I'm just wondering how you guys deal with that, or when students are like, well, don't you love us? Or that kind of thing.
Speaking as a guy with a beard, that's always a tough line for me to walk. Because like from the outside, like I want people to like see it from the outside, and I don't want it to be creepy. But like you also need to be vulnerable and like show kids some love, and I don't know. It's something I'm very conscious of. But yeah, like I show a lot of love to my kids. I wouldn't say I love you, because that can easily be.
I love you to like, not to individuals, but occasionally to individuals, but mostly to my class. I say it like,
Mila, you say I love you to your Christmas tree. Like
I do say I love you to my guy. I do love you.
Like
yes,
you're that kind of person.
Yes.
But
oh my goodness, this other student, I don't know if he just needed it that day or whatever. Like, and just a great kid. And told me that the only reason like he came to school was to come to my class. And I sound like I'm like humble bragging or whatever, but it was really sweet. But like, he's like leaving the class. He's like, I love you, Mr. Mealy. I'm like, I love you too. He's like, I love you, Mr. Mealy. I'm like, I love you too. He's like, I love you, Mr. Mealy. Like it was like 5 times. You know what I mean? And I'm like, okay, I love you too. I have no idea what was going on. You know what I mean? But I'm just like, okay.
I think it also depends on how you phrase it.
Right.
I always say I've got love for you. Oh yeah, I got love for you. I got love for all y'all.
I like that.
And then I always tell them we're not friends, but we are friendly.
Yes.
Right. We can be friendly. You're still the student. I'm still the teacher. We can be friendly. We're not friends. There's a line there.
I do say I care about you, and a lot of times I'll also say I'm proud of you, which for some of them is a very big deal, especially coming from like a male presence.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, let me ask you this: is part of it the teaching part, or is part of it that like you just have trouble telling people that you love them in general?
Me?
Yeah.
Oh no!
It's very personal.
Oh, I just got real.
I don't know. I'm just asking to ask.
I don't know, Dad.
No, honestly, that's not it. Like I'll tell all my friends I love them. Like I have no problem with it. But it's specifically about the dynamic of that.
Yeah.
That like I'm a grown man caring for this child that I have like no legal obligation for, and if the parent was like, "Oh, you said I love you to my daughter," okay, like that's what's honestly on my mind when I don't really say I love you in the classroom.
No.
Mine is also about authenticity, because I like Jack said, like I have love for my students, but I don't love them the way that I love family or my close friends, and so. To me, it would just be like inauthentic. The same way that like you guys are great and I love you guys, but at the end of this call, I'm not going to be like, I love you.
Yeah, I'm not going to ask you for a kidney.
Yeah,
but contrary wise though, for some of your kids, you might love them more than most people in their lives.
Yes.
Like, you might be one of the most loving presences that they have in a day.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Yeah.
And I'm not saying that I don't demonstrate love and caring. I
Yeah.
think it's about the way that we as a profession talk about love,
Mhm.
because doctors demonstrate love
Mhm.
in the way that we're talking, but we don't. I mean, I'm not on med Twitter or at med conferences, but I don't imagine people talking about like how much they love their patients and they wish their patients were their children or whatever it was.
well, that's not a nurturing role, though. Like, we're nurturers.
I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
I guess that's
I'm
another conversation, whether we are nurturers or like the medical profession, right? It's a science. So that's why they're not supposed to be caring for, family members, or treating family members or friends because they could be biased. And then, kind of the same with us. I don't know. I think that could be another conversation.
Yeah, I've folks in my family who are doctors, and there's a tricky balance there because in one case, one of them's a pediatrician, so there's a sense of patient advocacy, recognizing neglect. She particularly works with, she's in peds, right? So, like,
That's
you've
a
seen
tough
that,
job.
yeah, and you see those moments where you recognize there's a trend here of neglect, in some cases abuse, and in some cases it's a teenager who's tried to harm themselves. So, like, to be there for that person, yeah, to the people who write love is sort of a descriptor, like what they want to see in that profession. I ask people to define it. Like, are we talking about like a love language, or are we talking about genuine care? And for some, that may not be the word that they think matters the most, but I think it actually does. I mean, love can manifest in different ways, and I said before about individuals, like 24 children in a classroom, do they all feel in some form or another that you care about them? And to Disco's point, like, yeah, I think that acknowledgement of care sometimes is absent in different places. And as professionals, when children are with us, for that length of the day, from August till May or whatever, it's a significant amount of time.
Mhm.
And if that feeling of care is not there, and it's sometimes hard to be present in the home for a variety of reasons, that's where you can just feel disconnected. So I would push back on the concept of love and how we speak of it. I think as you were all talking, I was thinking of students that I've worked with, and when I work with teachers, it tends to be like a year-long engagement, so I get to know their kids really well, and I get to see them grow up. I get to see them move on. I had one recently get back in touch with me. He's now he's doing like systems analysis for like somewhere in Buffalo, and he reached out to me because I tutored him for a little while and stuff. And he's like, I sucked at math, like, and here I am like writing code now, and it's because of what you did. I'm like, it's Friday night, man. Like, I wasn't ready for this dose of realism. But it would have never been me saying to the effect, I love this person, but it's the fact that I care. I see potential. And that may be the other skill too, is like, do you see promise in people? And we talk about this in sports all the time. Athletes who tend to point to coaches who help support their development. It often comes back to like, does this person care enough about me to support my growth and to be able to tell me the things where it's not working and like have the honest discussion with me about what's got to change.
So that definition I think works really well, because I was looking at Train or at Tron Newman.
Whoever they are, we love them.
Yes.
We care about them at least.
And it was love brackets for all kids, not just easy to teach kids.
Mm-hmm.
So really we're talking about is care and demonstration of affection and a sense of welcome.
Yeah, especially for like those troubled kids, like the kids who are acting up. It's easy to just hate them, but like if you take the time to like really figure them out and give them some love, like you can start getting them support, and maybe not always change things, but I mean, just be something.
Yeah, and we got to kind of wrap it up here. I'm just kind of like say like one last thing is that. Like I think it's okay to disagree because I
No, I disagree.
So, but I think we're like not far apart. But I can't not tell my students that I love them. I do it organically, and it just comes out, and I don't know, 'cause I do love them. I don't
But
know.
like we were talking about personality, like maybe it's
Mhm.
one of those things where you can't, it's not something you can teach. You can't make it like a policy that every teacher says that they love you
No.
to, but to
If there are definitely teachers where if they said they love me, I would be very uncomfortable.
Yeah.
it's just personality, like and how we deal. And I show my care to my students more with humor and sarcasm, and you
Mhm.
say that you love them, and that's how
There's
it
That's
works.
definitely a lot of sarcasm going on as well. So yes. But anyway, I just want to say thanks again. And I know I should keep this straight in my head, but Nick, you're done.
I am.
Okay. And Jack, you're sticking around for the game show. You're done too.
I gotta go. I'm done.
You got to go.
Yep.
Okay. So we're going to, and I don't know if anyone else is coming in for the game show, but I appreciate you guys. I will be in touch with letting you know, when these episodes come out in the near future. And, thanks again. And I hope you had a blast. And I think it was a really good time. Thank you for paloozaing with us.
The show is amazing. I'm excited to just promote it on social media. And thanks for all the work for the hosts, but for all you do. I think this is a needed outlet, and just provides ways to, as Jack was saying before, just think differently and talk differently about the industry. So thank you for that.
Appreciate that, man. All right.
Yeah, what Nick said.
Yeah. I love you guys.
See y'all
Yeah.
later.
Yeah.
Thanks,
Bye,
guys.
friends.
I appreciate it.
See ya. Okay.
And then there were 3.
I know. So I'm working on this one follower who's a teacher, but not a but it's like a super fan. She has an unprofessional development t-shirt.
Wow.
I know. She's like the only one that's bought one that isn't like me. And the one I sent to Tony Danza. Don't tell her that she does. I don't think she realizes she's the only one that bought one. But anyway, I mean, I'm sure you're gonna buy one soon, Aviva. But anyway,
I love how you asked her, but not me. Tedesco ain't gonna get one.
I know. It doesn't matter. Tedesco wouldn't even put the bumper sticker on his car, Aviva. Okay. All the bumper stickers. I'm like, here you go. I'm like, where's the bumper sticker? It's just like it's somewhere around.
No, because I had a feeling I was gonna be changing out my car any day now, which I still have that feeling.
Resale value would only go up with an unprofessional development.
Exactly. I know. Like it was gonna make a difference. Yeah. Yeah. How much what's the blue book value on your car, Tedesco?
Negatives?
Right. Yeah. How much? Whatever change is in the
Glove compartment.
Right, in the ashtray. Oh, look, Jamie's gonna join us.
Hot diggity.
Okay.
And
Hi,
then there
Jamie.
were 4.
Hey,
How you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. What's your anxiety level?
On a scale,
Yeah, 1 to 10.
12.
12. Awesome.
Yes.
Well, it's just us chickens in here. Okay.
Okay.
So we're gonna have a good time. You can and I appreciate you coming on. I was telling Aviva, and I don't know if you know who she is. She has Lesson Impossible. Do you know Aviva, Jamie? Ever heard of Lesson Impossible? She was on our podcast. I don't know. That was a long time ago that you were on, like the first time, huh, Aviva?
I know you have to re-interview me.
I know. But anyway, once I find the document, we're gonna play like the
Nope,
where'd she
she's
go?
gone.
Device
You
is
scared
not
her away.
connected.
She hates Lesson Impossible.
Anxiety level. Leave.
Oh, what happened? They'll need to connect their mic cam before you can add them to the stream.
Interesting.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna get the game show thing pulled up while we're doing it, and then so Aviva, you and Jamie will be the contestants. Okay.
We have
And then- yeah.
4
and then
games.
Yes, and then we'll do that. Okay. Let's try this again. There we go. Okay. You
Hi,
click-
Jamie. I'm Aviva.
Hello.
clicked
It's nice to meet you.
Okay. So we're gonna. So this it's Are you guys familiar with the podcast Wait, Don't Tell Me?
Yes.
Podcast.
No.
Well, it's a no. Okay. Well, it's a goofy NPR show, and it's I don't know if I don't know if I'd call it a game show. It's kind of like a game show, but it's more
It's
just
like a game show.
It's like a game show but people also being silly at the time. And so we've got a couple of games here, and I have no idea how points will be attributed. But basically, Tedisco and I will be the hosts, and we will like alternate back and forth with you guys, like trying to answer questions. And we've got 3 different games to play, Tedisco?
Yeah, 3 or 4.
Okay.
Am I working with Jamie or against her?
Against her.
It's me. 13.
There you go.
I mean, we could put them on a team and just say
And
that they're up against.
they can confer and come up with an answer.
Yes.
Okay, we'll do that then.
I
That's
like
fine.
that.
Like
You
Okay.
guys need to get to 30 points, but I'm not going to tell you what the questions are worth.
Alrighty. So Tedisco, I guess we'll start off with your stuff, right?
Yeah. All right, so we're gonna start with this first game. This is a game that Mealy came up with. It's called Common Core, Nerd Core, or Marine Core. So here's how this works. I'm gonna read you a quote, and the quote is either from a Common Core standard, from an official Marine Corps document, or it's lyrics to an MC Front-A-Lot song.
Oh my gosh, this is the best game I've ever heard of.
I'm going to give you one line at a time, and you can guess or you can ask for another hint, because they're all at least 3 lines long.
Okay. Jamie, do you have any background in the Marine Corps by any chance?
My father-in-law was a Marine, but no, not really.
Aviva, any military experience we should know about?
No, there is not. Though I grew up by the ocean, so
I guess
Okay.
also important question. Do we know what Nerdcore is?
I'm guessing it's the nerd equivalent of cottagecore or any of the other core, where it's like an aesthetic that people
no.
know.
So
Okay.
it's very, very like nerdy rapping. So they're rap songs, they are rap artists, but like they rap about nerdy stuff.
Yes, yeah. So Pokemon or
Star Wars, yeah, and computers, and
I'm going to fail miserably. I'm going to go ahead and give myself 0 points.
that's the
Okay.
spirit. It's okay.
There
You
you
guys are
go.
going to work together. It's going to be great.
Okay.
yes.
Also, before we start, can Jamie introduce herself?
Oh,
Yes.
I'm Jamie Davis, teacher, high school teacher, English. Switched over from special ed, first year teaching gen ed this past year in a little small town in West Virginia.
Nice.
Cool.
How was
All
it?
right.
I loved it. I mean, I miss special ed. I miss the kids, but I don't miss the. I don't
The
miss.
mountains of paperwork.
The adults.
Yeah, but I really had a great year with my kids. I really did.
That's awesome.
Yes.
Welcome, Jamie. Thank you
Yeah,
so much for
welcome.
joining us today.
Yeah.
Following you guys for a while, and I've just really enjoyed the podcast. Been trying to catch up and listen when I can, and tweet when I can, and
I
the
appreciate
fun-
it.
Yeah,
Yes.
we appreciate you, Jamie.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
I'm still going to fail miserably.
That's the spirit.
That's it's all good.
Okay, so I'm going to read you a line. You guys can talk it over, and you can either answer or ask for a hint for another line. You ready?
Do we get more points if we answer before the hints?
I'm going to say yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. So here's the first one. You can't escape the outcome, be it elephant or celebrant, accelerant or desiccant.
Okay, that has to be nerdcore because there's no way that the Marine Corps
Imagine that. No,
would do that wordplay.
but it could be Common Core. I'm not gonna-
Okay, second line then.
All right, going second line. All right. And anyway, it much more likely reads crash.
Okay, I'm going nerdcore. What do you think, Jamie?
Definitely nerdcore.
That is nerdcore. That is lyrics to the song Machine of Death. I know you all have it on your iPod.
The link's in the show notes.
Is it though?
Could be.
All right. You ready for the next one?
Yes.
Yeah.
All right. Delineate and evaluate the reasoning in seminal U.S. texts.
Common Core?
Common Core?
Common Core.
Common Core. That's it.
Oh,
Well
and
done.
11.
Yes. U.S. texts, including the application of constitutional principles and use of legal reasoning. I'm sure we're all really excited for that one.
Mhm.
All right. Next one. Let's find out. I'm rolling a die to see what comes up.
Oh.
All right. Line number 1 is keep your potential seditions well witnessed.
Marine.
I mean, could it
I mean, it could be.
be nerdcore? Is it okay if we go for a second line?
All right. Second line. So it's keep your potential seditions well witnessed. Second line is or just complaints you like to make about the state.
Yeah, that can't be Marine Corps. They can't be super into complaints. I'm going nerdcore.
I can't imagine that being Common Core. Okay, let's do nerd.
Nerdcore? Correct. Good job.
I'm
That was-
imagining the Marine Corps isn't big on sedition, though. I mean,
no.
maybe
And
recent
not-
events have proven me wrong. I don't know.
And not a lot of words either. Action.
All right. How many more do you think, Mealy? One more? Two more?
Mealy, we can't hear
Yeah,
you.
I know. I got to. Can you hear that?
He's chewing on an ice cube.
That's my Werther's original. I'm an
Oh.
old man. Okay.
Oh.
I say one more, and we'll move on to the next game.
All right. You ready?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. MFPC will serve as the authority for casualty.
Oh, it rhymes.
Hmm.
MFPC. Okay, can we get a second line?
All right.
Hold on
MFPC.
before he says more. What are your guesses? What do you think? Before you don't have to lock it in, but what are your thoughts?
I'm kind of thinking Marine.
Yeah, they like acronyms.
It's like
All right.
special. Yes.
All right. Second line.
Mm-hmm.
MFPC will serve as the authority for casualty, reporting and notification.
Okay, yeah, it has to be Marine Corps. Are you in agreement, Jamie?
Oh, absolutely.
That is the Marine Corps Casualty Assistance Program document. Congratulations. You swept it.
Okay.
Jamie, you had such little faith and you crushed it.
Oh, I always just downplay things. Gosh.
Okay.
She's a hustler. That's what this is.
There you go.
I'm not really good at pool, guys. What do you think?
No, I can't swim in the deep end. No.
So our next game, I wanted to come up with a good name for it. I had like funny story or movie glory, and I don't think that glory doesn't really fit. It just rhymes. It's basically two truths and a lie, meaning that
Ooh.
there are two stories that our guests have told, and one is a fictional story from a movie or TV show.
Oh.
All right. So thinking about a time frame for those movies or TV show, are we thinking like
Anytime
80s?
since TV was invented until
Oh.
like the past 2 years.
Well, this is great because
Oh,
Jamie
cool.
is a super fan, so she's heard every episode.
Yes.
Ah!
Okay.
Yeah, you didn't know there'd be a pop quiz today, did
No,
you?
I did not. My gosh, I was trying to watch some of those episodes this morning before,
There we go. All right. So
I don't know if
Um,
I would pass any of this.
yeah,
but-
yeah, play along to this go. Okay. So
All right.
a teacher takes the class rabbit outside for some first grade students to observe and take notes. And a hawk swoops down and takes away the rabbit. A student then says, "The circle of life." All right.
All right, that's
Second-
story one.
I mean,
Second
that's pretty good.
Okay, that's story one. Second story. A teacher who is attracted to a parent they meet at a parent-teacher conference pretends to be interested in the student's well-being as an excuse to spend more time with that parent. Okay, that's B.
Okay.
And then the last one, a student gets up from circle time on the rug, shakes their leg, a piece of poop comes out their pant leg onto the rug, and then the student denies that it came from them. That's the third one. Or I don't know
Okay.
whether we did
Wow.
1, 2, 3, or A, B, and C.
So
Okay.
the
So
first,
two of these were told by guest of ours, and one of them is the part of a plot to a fictional TV show or movie.
the first one seems really familiar, but I don't know if it's from listening to an episode or maybe seeing a movie or TV show.
We agree it's in the zeitgeist.
Yeah.
And B or 2, whatever.
Or not to be.
Yeah, not to be. I'm thinking that's a movie. That's part of a movie plot.
Yeah, I don't know how many teachers
But that
would
happens a
go on
lot. I mean, I think that would happen a lot. Oh wait, no, maybe in my town. In my town. Maybe my town. No, yeah, okay. And I mean, I can see C happening for sure. And that sounds familiar.
Yeah, so B, we're going B is the movie.
Do you want to?
Yeah, let's.
Okay.
Okay. Tedisco, what is your guess now?
My guess was B because while it's the most realistic, I can't imagine someone voluntarily sharing that story.
Okay.
See,
On a
that's part of my
podcast.
reasoning too, unless this was a story from like 30 years ago or something.
Then they
like
got
that.
married.
Yeah, and
They
they've got
got
married
married.
and now they have grandchildren and all that kind of
Yes.
stuff.
So
And he's a principal, and
Yes.
she's still a
Yeah.
teacher.
okay, so it was B. That is the plot
Okay.
of an episode of AP Bio. Okay.
Okay.
Well
All right.
done. Well done.
Thank-
We should
thank
have
you.
some sort of like congratulatory music. I'll add it in post.
Thanks.
Okay. All right. So let's go.
Bing.
Let's go with the
That's what
next
it's going to
one.
be.
Okay. So so there was a teacher told a story about a new kid in school that was running for class president, and the reason that they won was their friend did a weird interpretive dance after their speech. All right.
Okay.
The second one, or B again, or 2, whatever, is a
Mealy, pick a
student.
lane.
Yes, a student, possibly, we're not sure, on hallucinogens, sprays the entire class with a fire extinguisher and exits out the window.
Hmm.
And then the third one, teacher in a pickup football game with a class uses the opportunity to teach a student a lesson by throwing a football at high speed into their chest, knocking the wind out of them.
These are fantastic picks. Well done, Mealy.
Thank you.
Hmm.
I mean, C again, going with Tedisco logic, like why would you reveal that on a podcast? And it
Mhm.
also like
Unless you're a coach. Again, small town, West Virginia.
So I will say, as someone from an urban district in Canada, the idea of having paid coaches blows my mind because it's all just like volunteer teachers after school, and it's like a position at the school as a coach that's just like
Really? Oh my
yeah.
gosh, so common.
But I don't.
Tough one.
I mean, the fire extinguisher one seems like it'd make for good TV.
Mm-hmm.
But I could also see it happening really
Yeah.
easily. What are your thoughts, Jamie?
I'm with you. I don't know this one. I don't know. I feel kind of stumped on this one.
And what was the first one again?
We'll go back. There's a new kid in school who's running for class president, and the reason they won was the friend did a odd interpretive dance after as part of their speech.
I feel like that happens once a week.
Yeah. Just with the morning announcements.
Yeah, I'm gonna go C.
Okay,
because I'm not from a small town in West Virginia.
Jamie, are you in agreement?
I was kind of leaning B, but I'll go C.
Okay, and Tedisco?
Oh, so I remember these. The first one is Napoleon Dynamite.
Yes, it is.
Oh.
And B and C were from those are from the same podcast. Their story with our friend Paul.
Yes.
Oh.
The same teacher had both and he was a semi-pro baseball pitcher as well. So when he threw that football into that kid's chest, they knew that the football had been,
Well, the kid dropped the first throw and he's like, "Come on, throw it harder." And he's like, "Oh, okay, I got you."
Yeah, the kid did ask for it. He did blame the teacher for having poor throwing abilities, and he said, "Okay, I got you." And the next time, just dead in the chest and knocked him on the ground, and the kid was wheezing. So
that was one of my favorite podcast recordings. And to make it even better, Paul did the whole thing literally lying down on a bed.
He did. He
just had like his laptop in front of him. He was like, "What's up, guys?"
Yes. It made for the audio to be like very wonky. I don't know how well you were able to clean it up, but it definitely.
I'm gonna say I did an amazing job.
Okay. All right.
Jamie agrees.
So let me do this one. Okay. So first one is the teacher makes a class set of the script from a play, not noticing that one page had a penis drawn on it, and all the kids had copies of the penis. Another one, number 2B, whatever we're calling these. A student lies and used as part of their group name DGAF, and said that it stood for Debbie Gibson and Friends.
Sure.
And they use that as a group name. And then the last one, student has a pizza delivered to the classroom, and the teacher decides to let everyone except the kid who disturbed the class by having the pizza delivered have a slice, including the teacher, while the student watched sadly as everyone else ate the pizza.
Yes. I remember that. That's going to date me, maybe you, Mealy, just possibly.
Okay.
I'm going to go C. I think C is the movie.
Okay. And what movie is it?
Fast Times at Ridgemont High.
It is Fast Times at Ridgemont High.
Well done.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah,
all
the
right.
first one was from Miss English.
And
the second one was yours. Yeah.
Yes.
I remember those stories.
Okay. Alrighty, let me scroll down here. Okay. So
do you want to go to the third game?
What's that?
Third game?
No, I want to do one more.
Awesome. I'm loving this.
Okay.
Yeah, it's
so so a long time ago they would sedate the frogs before dissecting them. They kept them in like a jar, and they would put a little chloroform or something in the jar, and then once the frogs were sedated, that they would they would dissect them. And during this class, one of the kids, who's probably now a member of PETA, ran around the class setting all the frogs free. Okay. In another story, a student convinced the class to lay down while the teacher had stepped out and pretended to be and opened up a little bit of the natural gas of the Bunsen burner to create the scent. And then all the kids pretended to be passed out. And when the teacher came back in the room, they saw a classroom full of kids laying on the floor.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
And in another story, a teacher used the wrong concentration of peroxide when they were doing an experiment, causing all the students' hands to feel like they were burning, and they didn't do that on purpose.
Okay, last one definitely true.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going for the first one because that seems like a trope that might get into a lot of like shows about school. Where the second one, that takes a special mind.
Yeah.
I'm going 1A.
Okay, I'll see the first one with you.
Okay, Tedisco?
I think the first one is from E.T.
It is from E.T.
The second one was your brother.
Yes, my brother did that to his chemistry teacher.
Oh my gosh.
And the third one
Was Professor Science.
Professor
It was
Science.
one of our early guests.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. We might save.
Science, why are our hands burning? Oh, that's normal, kids.
It's okay. Yeah. It'll stop in about 8 hours. It's okay.
Yes.
What's a little chemical burn between friends?
Yes.
Memory made in the classroom.
Okay. All righty. So now we are going to get and okay, are these mixed up? These ones, making sure that
You're very close to your 30 points, but you're not quite there yet.
Yes. All right.
Oh
So
no.
Tedisco, we can alternate these, or you can take over for a while, and kind of and do this part because I feel like I've been doing a lot of talking, and so these are kind of be unprofessional super fan questions. Oh, by the way, obviously, and I'm sure they are, the audience is playing along at home, so feel free to hit pause and if we go too fast before we reveal the answer. So go ahead, Tedisco.
All right. So these are multiple choice questions based on our guests and things from Unprofessional Development. We ready?
Okay.
All right. First one. Episode 92.
I remember that one. Okay.
I'm about to explain. We had on Nicholas Ferroni.
Oh.
And he talked about a title he received from People magazine. What title did Nicholas Ferroni receive? Is it A, World's Sexiest Teacher, B, The Rehab Teacher, C, The $6 Million Educator, or D, Nickeroni and Cheese?
I remember seeing his tweet, but I can't. I'm trying to think. Was it A?
Is that your guess?
I'm guessing A, but I just feel horrible for even,
Eva?
Yeah.
I'm hesitating because I don't know if people would actually crown the world's sexiest teacher.
Really? In America?
Yeah. But I'm in solidarity with Jamie. It's A.
It is A.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sweating a little bit there just for a second.
Yeah.
Okay.
I know.
He's not proud of it.
No, not at all.
Embarrassing.
Yeah.
I mean, he's a little self-conscious, but he is like, I mean, he's ripped, obviously. So
I mean,
I didn't look closely, but I'll take your word for it.
yeah, if you Google, yes, it's funny when I've told colleagues, I'm like, oh, I had Nick Ferroni, the world's sexiest teacher, on it, and more than one teacher's like, oh, well, I'm Googling him now.
He said People magazine gave him that title, and I told him they didn't reach out to me or Mealy.
Obviously.
Why was that funny, Aviva?
I know.
Because journalism is collapsing. It's just so funny. If they were funded the way they should have, you guys 100% would be in there.
That's
Listen,
it.
Amen for the next running.
All right. I'm gonna skip that second question. Let's go to the third one. All right. So we have taught teachers who have taught in a variety of places outside of the traditional classroom. which is not a place in which one of our guests have taught.
Okay.
All right. In a rainforest, in a juvenile detention center, on a movie set, or in corporate America.
Where they haven't taught.
Yes, we have talked to three of those people who've taught in 3 of those settings, but one of those we've never spoken to.
I'm guessing movie set just because they probably have to sign a whole bunch of NDAs.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I would agree.
That is correct. Well done.
Woohoo.
We had our chicken bus lady who taught in the rainforest. We had Cerise who taught in juvie. And we had Lanny who taught in corporate America.
Yes.
Awesome. All right, next one. We ready?
Okay.
Okay. Oh, wait, these are yours, Mealy.
I know. You can read them though.
Yeah? All right.
Yeah, go for it.
We all know Tony Danza was a guest on our podcast. Did you
Really?
guys know we had Tony Danza on our podcast?
I don't remember you ever wanting him on the show.
It's not a cow we milk often, but we all know Tony Danza was a guest on our podcast. But we also had a contestant from which reality television show? Is it A, Survivor, B, Jersey Shore, C, Big Brother, or D, The Real Housewives of Atlanta?
Oh.
I feel like, I mean, you guys are great, but I don't know if the Real Housewives would.
What are they again?
Or any of them educators? They could be.
One more time, they were Survivor,
Survivor. Okay.
Jersey Shore, Big Brother, and Real Housewives of Atlanta.
Okay, so just going by odds, Survivor, is that longer running than Big Brother?
I don't know.
They're probably pretty close. The
Yeah.
Survivor's been around.
They've both been on a while. Yeah.
Yeah.
Um,
And I'm thinking about the people that are, because I watched Big Brother like years ago when it first started, and the people that didn't seem very educated.
yeah, let's go Survivor.
So I'm thinking maybe Survivor, because you gotta have some skill.
Going
Okay.
Survivor?
That's you want to go? Okay, let's do
Yeah.
Survivor.
No.
Oh,
It was Big Brother.
Yeah.
no.
oh.
Yes. Nicole
my God.
Nicole Anthony, who is on multiple seasons. She was on one of the whatchamacallit, the All Stars, and she was on another season. So yes.
And she's
Really?
an
She is
early
a-
child educator.
Yes.
Interesting. Well, I apologize.
That's okay. There
How
are a bunch
dare you?
In general, I would say the IQ of the contestants on Survivor is higher than the IQ of the contestants on Big Brother, but we happen to get a good one.
Which
Gotta
is
get-
why a teacher won.
She didn't win. A teacher won what?
Didn't she win Big Brother?
Oh no, she didn't win.
Oh, I thought she won the first round.
No, if she won, no, she didn't win.
She won. She wouldn't be needing you guys to pay her to be on your podcast.
Yes, exactly.
You might not be one of our
Point.
questions.
In fact, on the second time she was on, she was the first person voted off, which was a little sad, but yeah. But it's still a great episode and a lot of fun.
All right. We only have a few minutes left. We got 2 questions to go.
Okay.
Ready?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. The award show every year for great stuff that happened on our show is called what? So every year around New Year's, we put out an award show. Is it called A, the Undies, B, the Georgies, C, the Podcars, or D, the Unpulitzer Prizes?
It's pronounced Podkers. Like
Sorry,
Oscar.
Podcars, like Oscar. I apologize. I hope that doesn't give away that it's definitely not Podker.
Wow.
I mean, I feel like undies is Mealy's sense of humor. So,
Yes. Agreed.
so let's try undies.
Okay, let's do it.
No,
Oh,
No,
it is the Georgies.
I know.
The
oh,
I
that would
actually-
make sense.
It
Yeah.
was. I actually came up with the undies though yesterday to discuss. I'm like, that actually, I like that one better a little bit. but
I think you should change the name.
we might have to
Change the name.
change it to the undies. I don't know. So
An award
it
program
rhymes
for
with- it rhymes with
unprofessionals?
Dundies, and it's got. I mean, I don't know how we missed that one. That was
It
some
does rhyme
low-hanging
with
fruit.
Dundies.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's definitely a consideration.
All right.
Okay.
So,
Last
last
one.
question.
Yes.
Okay. For all of the bananas
Yes.
All right.
at the end of every episode, how do we sign off? Is it A, we'll be here all week, don't forget to tip your servers? B, listen again, please? C, stay unprofessional? Or D, awesome is as awesome does?
It is C, say unprofessional.
That is correct! Congratulations!
Yeah. All right, tally up the points.
Tallying up, and we have 31! Congratulations!
I'm giving you a high five.
Awesome.
Thank
Okay.
you so much for joining us for this, Jamie. Hope you had fun.
Oh,
We
thank you.
we
I did
appreciate
have
it.
fun. Thank you.
Awesome.
Pleasure
All right.
being your teammate, Jamie.
Nice to
Yeah.
meet you all, and stay unprofessional.
All right, stay
Stay unprofessional.
Yeah.
All right, take care.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye. Aviva, are you can stick around for the poetry slam? I know you've got.
No,
apparently, like,
I'll take some time to
You
be
take-
with my dog.
Okay. Okay. Hi, Katie.
Have fun.
Hi. Can everybody hear me?
Yes. Yes. We can hear you and see you.
Would it be easier for me to just mute and stop the cam but keep it running, or does it matter?
Whatever's easier for you works for us.
Okay, I'll
Yeah.
see you guys
We
later.
can also, Mealy, we can put her in the waiting room.
Oh, I can put you in the waiting room. Yeah.
That's
let
why
me
we
do
use
that.
the StreamYard.
Yes. Remove from stream.
Bye.
No, solo layout, mute. Hold on.
right.
If I remove from stream,
Oh.
what happens? Yeah, there
That,
she is.
apparently.
Apparently, she's in the waiting room.
She's gone.
Yes, we're
She's gone to a
Fun-
better place.
fun
Her
with
kitchen.
software. Have you ever used StreamYard, Katie?
No, not at all. I had saved this as a Google Meet. So I was just the only one in there, like hanging out. And then I was like, oh, this isn't working. So I went into the link that you sent me at Twitter. And then here
There
I
we
am.
go. Yeah. That is the only thing I don't like about Google Calendar is like when you invite someone on Google Calendar, it just like assumes that you want to like meet on Google Meet. And it's like, no, we don't. We don't actually want to do that.
Google's
you know?
presumptuous just in general.
It is
Anytime I type something, they're like, didn't you mean? I'm like, no, I didn't. Okay. I mean, I misspelled it, but shut up, Google.
Yes. Yeah.
You don't know my life.
So yeah. So no, this is something that and you can see we've got a whole 0 viewers, but it's still fun anyway. But then we'll release it as an episode.
0
Okay.
viewers
Okay.
so far.
Yes.
Yes.
Optimism.
Growth mindset.
Growth
There we
mindset.
go. So we're supposed to start this at 5.
How are you
What
today,
we call-
Katie?
Yeah, how you
I'm
doing?
good. It's Sunday and it's summer and things are good. My son is going to go to his first sleepaway camp ever, so we were
Oh.
packing.
Oh, how have you cried?
I mean, I think I might tomorrow, but I mean, he's 13.
Okay.
So the main talk was like, let's wear deodorant every day, things like that,
Why? Everyone else won't be.
Well, I don't know. People go to camp, you ever went to summer camp when you were young?
I actually didn't.
You didn't? Did you go? No?
I went to a sleepaway camp. Yeah.
Okay. Well, like you go to church camp and everybody's looking to get a girlfriend or a boyfriend. So I'm
Mhm.
like,
Yes.
listen, it ain't gonna happen unless you wear that deodorant and brush those teeth.
Yes,
So
that's
he's
true.
probably gonna come home without one.
Nice. Oh my goodness. Which is the opposite. So I saw the Grateful Dead 13 times in 6 different states. And I remember meeting this guy who had been on tour. He'd seen like 180 shows and talking about his
I couldn't name 180 cities.
he went to other cities multiple times. Or something. They would go to a city and be there for like 4 or 5 days. So you could see them like like New York, they would do 6 days sometimes. But then smaller cities, they would do like 2 or 3. But anyway, he was bragging on his success with the ladies. And he said, the smellier I am, the more they love me. And I'm like,
I don't think
okay.
that's how it works.
Hey, I gotta step out
the
for a
hippie-
second to
the
go
hippie-
throw up forever.
It
but
verified.
I'll be right back.
Well, it's kind of like, how do you explain this? So
I don't
there
need you to explain it more, actually.
There's ladies. Well, there were young ladies who were coming to the concert that wanted to meet and have an experience with a true hippie. You know what I mean? And so if he's obvious, like this is not some poser that just grabbed the tie-dye at Walmart and showed up. Like this guy's like the real deal.
The genuine grunge.
Yeah, he smells like he's been like, living in a Volkswagen van for 3 months.
Well, I'll tell my son that, and he'll get some hope, maybe.
Let me tell you about some hopeful advice I met from a very intoxicated man in the parking lot of a Grateful Dead concert.
See if it applies to you. Oh, okay.
Where I get all my inspirational quotes.
It is. It is. So,
that was actually the source of Live, Laugh, Love. That guy. He's the first one who said it.
Alrighty. So Katie, let me let you know kind of what's happening a little bit here. Well, I guess it's just 2 people that were supposed to be here backed out literally at 11:30 this morning. So
okay.
I know. So and others have backed out from other things. So it's going really well. We're in how deep are we in? 3 hours and 58 minutes in. It's going really well, but I've been kind of like adjusting as we go. And so in fact, I'm going to check my phone here. So I do not know if we have a full hour's worth of content, but we will see. Did you bring a poem?
I mean, I brought several.
Nice.
I'm an English teacher.
Awesome.
So
and
I wasn't real sure what you wanted, but I have all the things that you need.
Okay. And how many of them are original by you?
Oh, it depends on how many you want. I've got 3 right here, but then I've got several that I put in my book.
Okay.
And I've got my book right here. I wrote a poem about my daughter and my son. I wrote one just last week called "Ode to the First Year Teacher."
Oh,
I know.
Oh, wow. Okay, you're okay. That is awesome. Okay, I don't know how many we might have to we'll talk about how many we want. So, it sounds like we're in good shape though. Okay,
yeah,
cool. And I've got
that is wonderful to hear.
It is. I like ridiculously appreciate that. Yes, because I've got 1. I've got 2 from Che and Pav, and then Jack from I didn't ask him when he was on from Educhaos was supposed to send me one, but he did not. Let me hit him on the send him a message.
Teachers are so bad at doing their homework.
I know.
So Natalie's supposed to be on here. Was she one of the ones
Yes.
that left?
Yes, Natalie. Yes, you know Natalie? Yeah, so
she's
I love
the one
Natalie.
That got me in this. Like she said, you're gonna go do it with me, and now she's not coming.
Yes.
Wow.
She said
she's awesome.
She
a lot of love for Natalie.
She said, I've got a big project to wrap up before tomorrow that I wasn't able to finish yesterday. In short, I'm pooped and not able to be fully present today. And I don't like Katie very much, and so I figured I would leave her hanging.
She's my enemy, so we're not gonna do it.
That track.
Oh
wait!
Now, Natalie, I hope you get your project done, and I'll send you some hate texts after this.
Yeah.
Good.
And Katie, something I don't know if it's your earrings or something else is going.
Yes, something's playing with the mic. I don't know what it is.
Okay. Well, I don't know.
I don't know either.
Do you want me to log off here and log on a different
No, I think you're good.
No, it's still doing it.
Is it? Okay, I have another. So I'm on my phone, which is kind of a crappy phone. But I just got a new iPad, so I could fire it up and see.
Yeah.
Okay.
Give that a whirl.
Would that be okay with you?
Yeah, I'm gonna leave.
Okay.
I'll come back. What if I?
Yes.
That would be rude. I'm coming back.
Okay. Cool. And I'm going to eat some guacamole that my wife brought me.
That's love right there.
Yes. I know. By the way, to Disco, I am ridiculously thankful that I pulled the game show out of the fire. While it would have been fun with just the 2 of us and Aviva, it definitely was better having.
It was perfect with Jamie. That was a brilliant call. And for the poetry, if we run out of time, and we definitely don't need to, but I do have the limericks, which could fit in the theme of.
I forgot about the limericks. Oh my god,
that is okay.
I completely forgot about them.
I'm not hurt or disappointed in any way.
They will work their way into Unprofessional Development Podcast one way or the other at some point.
I mean, I'll say 5 of them are good.
Oh. That is funny. Okay. Katie's struggling.
Hour 4. We're doing it.
I know. We're paloozing.
All right. So, did Natalie send you a poem?
No.
Wow.
Yeah, I know.
We'll have her on just to apologize, and then we won't show up.
She can record one, and we can
add it in.
Yeah. No. Gerardo from Two Dope Teachers is supposed to send me one too, and he has yet to send it. So it is what it is. Yeah. Dun, dun, dun. Okay, so I just got a message from Katie. Hopefully she will join soon.
Cool.
I'm sending a little message to Jack. Oh, cool. I do have his poem.
Oh, nice.
Okay.
Hey, I'm going to go grab a drink real quick. I'll be right back.
Okay, cool. And I will come back here so I can see if Katie joins and let her in. There you are. Okay, we worked it out.
Hey, yes, we did.
Okay, and so Disco went out to get a drink, and then we'll get started when he gets back.
Okay. Yeah, my new iPad said no, you can't go to, what is this called?
StreamYard.
StreamYard. They blocked me from StreamYard on my new iPad.
That's so weird.
Yeah. So now I'm on my laptop. So
you're a woman of many devices.
yes, you have to be.
Okay, and do you have a podcast?
Okay, so I started a podcast called Untold Teaching Truths. Which is the name of my book. After so are you guys familiar with Adam Welcome and all of his podcasts?
No, I don't know who Adam Welcome is. I know Adam Thank You.
I his twin brother. He's evil twin. Actually, I'm just kidding. No, Adam is amazing. He's this great keynote speaker, and he has probably 4 podcasts.
Oh wow!
One of them's called The School District, and so I was on it. And
Okay.
he said, "You need to start. You need to start one." And we are
He's got
in
4,
this.
you need to have 1.
Yeah. So we're in this. It's me and a couple other dudes men that are in this speakers master class with Adam.
Okay.
So I did it because he told me to, but then
Okay.
I wasn't very
Wow.
good
Are
at
you
it.
sure? We've helped a few people out of cults. Do we need to get you out?
Listen. I follow Adam where he tells me to go.
Apparently. Okay. No, is he in education as well, or he just
Yeah, he was a teacher principal for many years, and now his main gig is going around to school districts, and he does the keynotes and the workshops and all the things, and he's a big player when it comes to all of the speaking. So
okay, well maybe we need to get him on. I don't know.
Yeah, when he tells me what to do, I just say okay. So is it better? Am I still sounding weird?
No, it sounds perfect.
You're good.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
So yes, my podcast sucks, but I do have one.
But no, so okay.
That should be the tagline for our podcast.
Yes.
The podcast sucks, but
we have one.
Okay. And do you have like is it like a
because I checked your website before, I couldn't find the podcast.
What's your elevator pitch? How about that?
My elevator pitch for what? Like
your podcast.
My podcast
or you
or me? Okay, well I've been a teacher since 2006, and I started speaking, and I really just want to love on the baby teachers. I know that the Great Resignation is going to hit all of us. It's going to hit every school, especially public schools. So I just want to keep them in the profession. So I wrote a book for them, and I've been talking about it, and it's also called Untold Teaching Truths. The book is way better than the podcast, and that's it.
Okay.
That was my elevator speech. I don't know if it was like quite TED Talk enough, but it was.
Yeah, no, that's good. That's
Okay,
good. That's good. Do you read verbatim from the book at all on the podcast? Is it just like, or is it more like?
No, I have. I still am trying to like figure out what my podcast even is.
Yeah.
So like it was just little like snippets, like 15 minutes on your way to work.
Yeah.
Listen to this. This is a classroom management tip, or this is some inspiration for you. And then I had some people send me some questions.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't done a podcast in a second.
Okay.
And so my questions have piled up a little bit.
Okay.
But yeah, just like things that every teacher probably deals with, but nobody talks about.
Okay. And
So
how'd you meet Natalie?
Natalie and I were connected on Twitter.
Okay.
And then we were at a professional development, and we were walking around, and I stopped in front of her. We were doing something, and she was like, "Do I know you?" And I was like, "Do I know you?" And she's like, "I'm EduCrush." I'm like, "Oh my gosh, EduCrush. I'm Katie Kinder." She's like, "Oh my gosh." Like, so then we became like friends in real life.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Yeah, so we took a selfie, hung out at that conference, and yeah, she's really awesome.
Yeah, she really is. She really is. Yeah. Yeah. Awesome. Okay. Yeah. We've known her a couple of years. She was like, I guess on the first year when we like whatever, and she was part of last year's Edupodlooza. So, and like, but I understand people get busy and things happen. So, okay. So to disco, we have Katie's poems. We've got my poem. I don't know if you have one. We have Che and Pav. We have Jack's. There's someone else that sent me one that I a long time ago, and I don't know whatever happened to that one. So it is what it is. And then there's, like I said, like I don't know if Gerardo is going to come through at the last minute or not. So what do you think we should do in terms of order, or how do we want to go about this?
Well, since Katie's here, I think Katie should start, and then why don't you go through the ones that you have?
Okay.
That other people have sent along.
Okay, cool. Okay,
Okay,
so go ahead, Katie.
you want me to do my ode to a first year teacher?
Yes.
Okay, here we go. Are you ready? I
Yes.
don't know how
I'm
deep your
so
poems
ready.
are. Okay, I'm kind of nervous. Okay, ode to the first year teacher. I jump into my room and see the mess. My first year teacher heart leaps, but I digress. I pull up the desk and clean the boards. I sweat and sort the millions of computer boards. I decorate, I plan, I dream, I can. I research and watch and learn the craft. I am stunned on the first day when a student gives me the shaft. I get red in the face. All my plans leave this place. I try to rein in my anger and mad. I can see that the student is happy and glad. This is not what I dreamed of or planned for as I march the student toward the door. The vet teacher finds me after school, and I just wished I was back in June's summer pool. Her eyes twinkled and shone. She said, "Don't worry, you'll grow. Tomorrow's a new day, and you've got until May to hone this art, this calling, this path. The students don't necessarily want to learn math. It's life you must teach, and then you will reach and touch the hearts of the kids in your room, and you won't feel constant doom. You will learn and grow. You will find your way, although the tears may flow. Good things will find you, but it's messy too. Never easy, always hard, but continue to dream, continue to plan, and believe you can. Our kids need you, even the ones who flip you the bird. Although it feels at times absurd, these kids will embed themselves in your heart. So come on in for sweet first year teacher. The hard times are about to start." That was it.
Oh,
Love that.
that is awesome. That is awesome.
Love that.
Oh, it is. It is. We talk about a lot on our podcast. First year is just,
Oh,
it's torture. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And,
Yeah. I
and
cried
then-
every day in my first year. I tell my
Yeah.
baby teachers that all the time.
oh
Yeah.
yeah. It rips your heart right out.
yes.
But
There's,
it's so worth it.
There's another education podcast. It's actually called "Crying in My Car."
Yeah.
Oh,
100%.
oh, that's real.
Well, and that's, sometimes when you do this and do it right, you are going to leave brokenhearted sometimes.
Yeah, and but that's also, a sign that you care, and you know what I mean, and that you're learning. So yeah. So I think if you don't have some, some people cry, some people don't, but if you don't have like a high level of frustration and emotional like trauma your first year teaching, then either you're like a
think so.
robot or I don't know. There's something weird going on, and maybe like
Maybe you just have like support.
maybe.
Maybe.
I mean, I was talking to someone on Twitter that was talking about the fact that their teaching program got them in the classroom like 3 to 5 hours year one as an education major, and that they just continually had them in the classroom because a lot of programs, I think maybe more starting to do it now, but so many programs, like the amount of time you spend in the classroom prior to student teaching is like nowhere near enough. And then like student teaching is kind of like teaching, but doesn't completely get you there. But like teachers don't spend enough time. They spend way too much time at the college and not enough time in the actual classroom prior to becoming a teacher. And I think that's part of the
I
issue.
agree. And then so post-pandemic teaching is changed the game a little bit, I think.
Oh yeah.
And so I think some of these professors are sitting in classes and they're teaching college kids how to be teachers, but they themselves haven't been in the classroom in 30 years or 20 years or 10 years. And the kids are so rapidly changing that I think that they might need to rethink some of the ways we're teaching them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I'm really glad for the time I had student teaching, but it still felt like a lie. Like student teaching is like they give you time to drive a bus. And then when you get hired as a teacher, it's like you show up at a scrap metal factory and they say, "Hey, build a bus. There's going to be people here to ride it in 2 weeks."
Build the bus.
Yeah. Yeah.
And you're like, "Oh shoot. I only practiced the middle part."
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. It's no, it's very, very, I mean, it shouldn't be taken away, but it's not anywhere near what you need.
Right. That my big problem my first year teaching is I had a lot of people offering to help, which was nice. And I was so overwhelmed, I had no idea what they should do.
Right.
Like I had a volunteer from like the community, like not a teacher, just like a guy who's like assigned me at the beginning of the year, and he's like, "Hey, so how can I help?" I'm like, "I don't know. What am I doing tomorrow?
Yes.
Can you grade papers? No."
Yes.
I know.
Yeah.
That is true. They don't
It's
even
like,
know
"You
what
want a new
they
bulletin
know.
board?" I'm like, "Sure."
Yeah, a new bulletin board. Yes. Here's some pencils. This will make it easier. What? No. I
Yeah.
need someone. I need a therapist, and I need like less to do. So
Need a therapist. I need you to pay like 2 months on my apartment, and I need to find a good sushi place.
Seriously, and a massage weekly. Can you do that?
Yes. And we've mentioned this I don't know how many 100 times now, but you also need a support group for your significant other, because they will not understand. You can tell them all you want, and they will just be like, "Well, I remember when I was in school." Like, that's not the same.
Yeah, my husband's an accountant, so I mean, come on.
Yeah.
He like
Yeah.
spreadsheets and stuff. I'm like, that's not what I do.
Right.
And so yeah, no, it definitely for spouses, they need to have their own kind of training.
Yes, I mean, they do, and it's like I'm sorry, I can't talk now because I have to like literally spend the next 6 hours getting ready for the torture for tomorrow because
Right.
today
I have to
was
stare at the wall for
right.
yes.
I just
Yeah.
need to not speak to humans for like 12 hours because I've spoken to too many.
Well, and when you have kids of your own, they want dinner every night. So
That-
it's
yep.
like
Selfish.
Yes.
How old are you? 12? Go work in a coal mine. You can afford dinner. The quarry needs workers.
Yes.
Katie, thank you so much for sharing that.
Yes.
You're welcome.
All righty. So now, kiddies, we're gonna have a few poems that are read by people who aren't in the room with us, but have reached out and left us some poems.
They're with us in
So,
spirit.
What's that?
They're with us in spirit.
They're with us in spirit, and so I'm trying.
I feel
to
them
click-
here in that Ouija board sense.
So first, this is going to be. I can click that thing. This is going to be Che and Pav, who used to be of the Staff Room podcast, and now they're so awesomely famous. It's the Che and Pav show. So
Really?
yeah,
I didn't
they
know
changed
that
it.
they.
I mean, it always was the Che and Pav show, but they're
Upgraded.
like, why don't we actually call it like the Staff Room is so like whatever. And I don't know if you know
Corporate.
this, not to disco, but they also have a book. So I want to promote. They've got like a children's book.
They're
It's
awesome.
called something with the mic or share the mic or grab the mic or something. I don't know. Look up Che and Pav kids book Mike MIC and you'll find it, whatever that is. And so it's about like
Magnificent microphone paperback. Yeah, the magnificent microphone.
the magnificent microphone. There we go. Okay, so they have a book. So I just want to make sure I give them a shout out for that. So it's really cool, and they talk about how they use a lot of podcasting in their instruction, have kids do podcasts and stuff like that as well. All right, so I am gonna play this, and hopefully it you can hear it. And Tedisco will let me know if you can't. Once I get my mouse to the right spot there we go. 2 monitors. I can handle it, but I still sometimes get lost as to where the mouse went. Okay. Alrighty, push play again. Why are you not playing? Pushing play.
It was playing before.
I know it was. Let's go back here. Let's hit refresh.
Which
Oh,
means
don't
too fresh again.
Yes, it's a fresh again. Okay. Okay. And then we will do this.
This is going to be the next 40 minutes, actually. This is the segment.
Yes. And push play again.
Oh, it is our time to join the Edupodlooza. And I'm Pav, and this is Che of the Che and Pav Show. We're here to do some poetry, but being still in school, we haven't necessarily written our own poems at the moment. So we're going to do some reciting
of other people's poetry. Yes.
God, what do you think about that?
I think that's a great idea.
It's going to be the smartest I've ever sounded. All right. Ready? You go first?
Yes, absolutely. And I would love to read a poem from this book called Coming Home by Tu Vuong. Tu is a teacher in Ottawa, Ontario, Canada, and I'm very, very happy to have the book in front of me. And I've started reading, and I really want to be able to savor the poetry in here. And there's one that really connected with me, so I would really love to read that poem today. So the book again is called Coming Home by Tu Vuong, and it's a collection of her own personal poetry centered around a lot of identity work of Tu's. So this poem: without sounding like a cliche, they say there's always a teacher who leaves an imprint. If it weren't for you, I would still be high, but not on life. Connectedness, why I am a teacher today.
Brilliant, Pat.
Yes,
Brilliant.
lovely.
And a lovely book as well.
Yes, it
Do we want to talk about that before we let Che read, or we want to let Che read?
I think it was a short poem. I like short poetry. It's actually what like drew me to poetry to begin with. I didn't like reading long things. Like I hate novels.
Yeah. Okay.
You just broke my heart. I don't know if we can be friends. You said I don't like novels. Oh, okay.
I don't like my wife will read like giant like fantasy books that are like 1,000 pages long.
Yeah.
I've read one 1,000 page book in my life. And
Well, then I'll be friends with your wife instead.
That's fair. That's
I
why
only read
I'm
1,000 page, but I have read lots of 300 and 400 page books. So I don't. It's really and I'm the math teacher and he's the English teacher. Katie, does that make any sense at all?
I prefer short stories and poetry. Always.
I love that too, but you said you hated novels. And it ripped my heart.
Like, why am I going to spend like 3 months reading one book when I could spend like a week reading like 10 stories and get 10 different themes and like gain more wisdom that way?
Are you talking specifically classroom or like life?
No, life.
Oh, you're talking life too.
Oh yeah.
I'm gonna send you a novel that you're gonna love. Okay.
Bring it.
Oh, and by the way, speaking of novels, I'm going to give them a shout out because I love them to death. Katie, I was talking to Tedisco about this. Have you ever heard of the book Obscure by Thomas Hardy?
No.
Okay. So there's a comedian. His name is Michael Ian Black. He is hysterical. And he has a podcast and the book takes place in 1895, or when he wrote it in 1895. So it's like that level of stuff. So it's, all the kind of old English, not old English, but kind of like, that
lofty English.
Yeah. And like
one sentence that spans a whole paragraph.
Trains are like brand new and kind of like, a lot of, when it
There's
comes
a lot of sad orphans. I get it.
Yeah. And relates and like, the patriarchy and how, men and women's roles in society is very,
not as progressive as you'd want from the 1820s.
Yes, 1895. Anyway, but he reads the entire book, Jude the Obscure, as part of the podcast, but he interrupts and comments on it as he goes. And I am now on episode 41, and we are 4 somethings in that each, it's a book that's broken up into different parts. Then there's multiple chapters in each part. But I would highly
Christine, I'll check it
recommend
out.
Yeah,
Cool.
it's a good time. It's so much fun. All right. So but no, I really like what she said, I mean, and it's true, and that's who we are as teachers, and we've kind of like, talked about this in the other parts of Edupodlooza, that we are the person who is there for the students, and sometimes just being present is like what they need. And I think that's true. I think the I was high but not on life is a little cheesy, but still I think they're making the point that sometimes we can reach those kids even when they are in some altered state.
There's a word that they use the word imprint, and I like that a lot because that's definitely what we do. Like we imprint on our students, like whether we want to or not, whether we mean it or not. It's just by being around each other, we just influence each other.
Yeah. Alrighty. I'm going to play the rest of it. We'll listen to Che, who introduced himself as Pav, but he's actually Che. So
is. There's a wonderful collection of poems in here. and they're all very beautiful. Please pick up a copy of Tu's book, Coming Home.
Were you using the book to block my flex? I'm pretty. Actually, this is what's flexing. Is right here. Is his book.
That's right.
All right. I remember when I wrote a book of poems.
Not yet.
Actually, no, I don't. The book I have chosen is the one that's on the coffee table right over here. It's Things No One Else Can Teach Us by Humble the Poet. And a personal connection is I've met Humble the Poet while sitting at Starbucks with Pav. And Pav said, "Hey, Humble, come here." And he came and we talked.
So Humble and I went to university together, and Humble was also a teacher in the Rexdale community. And he's also a musician and a poet. And so beautiful book of many collections in here as well.
I met a lot of people in my 15 years in university also, Pav.
Did you?
They weren't all humble. Enter. You belong with evil over there. You fed off my trust and needed me to care, needed me to share. Meeting you was the worst thing. Losing you was even worse. I'm a magnet for bad days and bloodsuckers. No gift, only curse. Why God makes someone like you? Why? God must be someone like you. Someone, despite who has a ray of sun, focuses it only on what they can burn. He'll never learn. I'll never learn. No one cares that I'm tired. No one is giving me a break. No one bothers to help or could even understand I'm drowning in a sea of selfishness. Even though you're not here, you're still my anchor. Light doesn't shine this deep. By Humble the Poet.
Absolutely wonderful. And great recitation, must I add.
And I said it pretty good too.
Yes, that too.
All right, we hope this Edupodlooza continues to go great, and thank you for letting us chime in a little bit and share some great poems that resonate with us, and hopefully they resonate with you, and hopefully they help this little poetry slam.
Yes.
You got going. What do you think, Che? Are we done?
I think we're good to go, Pav.
All right.
That poem was brutally honest.
Yes.
That must have been a tough one to write, because there are kids that bring you down, that drive you nuts, that make you feel like, oh my God, like what am I doing? And I can't do this, and you're wasting my time. And I try not to I don't like that that's where the poem ended. Like I wanted it to keep going. Right? Because I don't like those. My thoughts don't stop there. They don't stop with, I hate this kid. It's like, I feel that in that moment, but I keep ruminating on it until I try to get somewhere productive.
Yeah. But I think they kind of sort of like address it. And I like that like it says, when will you learn and when will I learn? And I really like that line talking about the fact that like, and we as teachers, we're constantly learning from, our students, and we're learning how to be humans, and we can learn a lot from all of our kids. And sometimes what we have to learn is how to deal with that kid that that Katie kind of talked about in her poem, that that they were talking about in this poem, that are those kids that are really, really tough, that need us probably more than the other kids that are going to be for the most part all right without us.
What do you think, Katie?
I thought it was interesting. Yeah, I kind of agree with you that I hate that it ended there, but I think it really speaks to, there are the kids that you connect with and that you affect change in their lives. And then, you always have those couple that maybe you didn't reach the way that you hoped that you would. And you hope that there's a teacher who steps in that space. Like when I'm talking to my baby teachers, I'm like, you need every single person in this building. You need, if I'm not connecting with the kid, then I'm hoping somebody else is connecting with them. And so, so I think that was a reminder too, is that we can't do this alone, and that we need to be, in this all together. And now is that who is that? Is that LeBron? Is that Kobe? Who is that?
Yeah, that's LeBron. That's what we're gonna be watching. That's him saying that his poem is a slam dunk. The poem's actually the thing above that.
Oh, okay.
I do want to add on to that though. I also in the
For
poem.
those of you at home, I've shared my screen, and there is both a video and a GIF that is on the screen right now that Katie's reacting to.
Sorry.
You're good. You're good.
Yeah, I also in the poem, it did say you are an anchor, and I think about that too because there are definitely some kids where they are so much for us. Like we're only one person, and we can't be that one person for every single kid.
Right.
And sometimes we do need to like take a step back and like, check on the other teachers, see if they have a connection with somebody else. It's okay to not connect with every kid, and it's okay to kind of, let go of some of those anchors if they're dragging you down and making it harder for you to care for all the others.
Right.
Right. That's harsh, but I
It is hard. Well, the needs of the many, it's really hard. It's hard.
Yeah.
Messy. This is messy human work for sure.
Yeah.
It is. It is.
All right, what's next, Mealy?
We're gonna play. This is it's LeBron's poem that he likes. He loves education, and I'm gonna see if I can make this guy play.
It's from Chaos.
Yes,
But
Jack.
things happen. The way these kids be acting, you got to intervene with action.
Let me start again.
No capping.
Okay.
I'm guaranteed a break for 30 minutes every day by law. And I'd be damned if I ever gave that away at all. But things happen. The way these kids be acting, you got to intervene with action. No capping. Invite a few for nagging, turns into chewing, chatting. Shoot. Down to 22 minutes. It's not what I envisioned. Watching TikToks and eating salad with spinach. 15 minutes down, 15 minutes to go. Waiting on an opportunity to blow up the toilet. Yet here we are, rejoicing. It's annoying, but worth it knowing that they would enjoy it. 8 minutes left. The weight of the guest, unnerving the weight in your chest with stories of emotions expressed and civil unrest. They can attest to absurd pandemic stress. The weight in both time and pounds. You're late as it trickles down and you realize you haven't ate.
That is so much truth. I love that. Cap. No capping. I love him.
That is good stuff. That is good stuff. That particularly for teachers at all levels, but not being able to eat or taking lunch period, and then just the kids come and they're not thinking about they're into their thing and they have no idea that anything's happening with you.
I was talking to some friends who aren't educators, and I was like, I've just been so busy this week. And they're like, yeah, me too. And I'm like, yeah, but teacher busy is different. And they're like, how? I'm like, well, have you ever forgotten that you had to pee? Like,
yes,
it's a totally different beast. Yeah, I like that. I mean, poetry.
Toilet. That's what.
So I love poetry because it's total freedom of language, and you can do anything you want with it. And some people take that in one direction and say, let me make it completely unstructured and just throw it chaos. And others say, let me find a way to structure it the way I want it. And I like that this was structured around like that very universal idea of I have a 30-minute break and it's slowly dwindling down, because we've all been there. That was brilliant.
Yeah. And like you're like wanting to be there for the kids and do what they need and all that kind of stuff. And at the same time, like in the back of your head, you're like, oh my God, like, okay, is this gonna be over soon? Okay, what's
you need a second to breathe.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And honestly, I have gotten to the point where I will just be like not right now. Like you're gonna have to like come back or whatever it is. But Mr. Mealy, I'm gonna have like some more students in here in just a little bit, and if I don't have this time, I won't be able to do what I need to do on this last block. So I just send me an email, whatever you need to do.
It took me like 3 or 4 years of teaching to get to that point where I could realize that I really needed to prioritize that self-care.
Yeah,
it's so easy to forget, and it's so easy to care about so many other people who need you, but you
and
need you too.
Yeah.
I have to be like, I love you, but no. But no. Because
I love you, and I'll love you more in 20 minutes.
Bye.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. So
That
all
was
right.
good.
It was good. It was good. Thank you, Jack from Educhaos. All right, I'm gonna read mine now, and then we'll see. We might read another one of Katie's before we call her done here. Okay. All right. Dun, 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 dun. All right. Like LeVar Burton. That's another podcast I listen to. Now those are short stories, Tedisco. You would like that, okay?
I
LeVar
probably
Burton
would.
has a podcast where he just reads short stories.
Wonderful.
And he always takes a deep breath before he begins. He's like, let's take a breath and begin. All right. To reach the kids, I reach inside and open my heart. That's where I start. Yes, we can learn as we rote memorize with tired fingers and glazed over eyes. But to drill and kill the joy of learning isn't worth the pennies I'm earning. So then what? Many a student and many a teacher asking what is the point? And I point to an unseeable space full of love and grace and say, I know that if I don't belong in a school, there is no place in the world for this hopeless fool. I found my purpose, and it isn't always easy and not always fun, but most of the days and most of the weeks when I am done, I look back and am proud. Where we, yes, we, and the distance we've come. My students and I, a ragtag team, living the dream, gathering steam. The eyes, they will gleam, whether with tears of joy or fresh revelation of some math equation. And I can't equate the feeling of teaching. Here comes that word reaching. Sure, I've had other great experiences and tons of fun outside of school. Love my family, music, Jesus, and excuses to act like a fool. But in that precious classroom with a room full of young souls, all with similar and yet not the same goals, and most of the goals not related to my content, but will make a whole or at least a small dent in learning to learn, making minds stronger. And some will go fast and others will take longer. But no matter to me, as long as there is growth, both for the fast as well as the sloth. So many words, have we got to the point yet? The point is to grow and not just to get, but to learn to be part of something, a family-ish community of learning and growing, of listening and showing, of pointing and rowing, the ship of fools, of which I am both the captain and crew. And as we reach each kid, I wish the same for you.
Yay. We need a snap clap. I feel like we're doing poetry and we're not even snap clapping. That was good.
Oh, thank you.
So true.
Yeah.
You're so sappy, and I love it.
You are sappy, and I love it too. We
I
can't have
am.
to be. We can't
What's
get
that?
too jaded. We can't get too jaded in this profession. We have to
Right.
be a little sappy.
Lean into the cheese.
Yeah. I mean, you got to.
But I love like that opening line hit me of you saying, opening up your heart.
Yes. Yeah. Because you've got to reach. That's where you got to reach first. I want to reach these kids. Well, you got to reach inside first. Because that's, if you don't reach inside you first, then you won't reach the kids.
Yeah.
So true.
I love that.
Awesome. Thank you. All right.
Well,
So, Katie,
well done, Mealy.
What? Oh, thank
Well
you.
done.
I try.
Katie,
Yes.
are you wearing a Dunder Mifflin Infinity t-shirt?
Yes.
Outstanding.
Why are you not?
I lost mine.
Amazon.com.
I'm wearing my unprofessional development podcast shirt like you should be, Tedisco.
I'm wearing my shirt that says "Metaphors be with you."
Okay, nice. That's pretty good. And I am, and gladly, since I stood up to show that I am, and since we're in mixed company, I still have my pants on, even though it's really hot in here. Okay.
Congratulations.
Nice, very good.
We're gonna get these. I actually have a poem from. I've written several more. I wrote one right after Uvalde that I would have a hard time getting through, but I could try. But I also have one, and I have permission from him to read it.
Yeah.
So in my class, I do a thing called Poem of Life. And I make them write this journal about something or several things they've been through that have been hard.
What age level do you teach?
7th and 8th grade.
Okay, cool.
They're 14. And I always try to get them published in the Creative Communications competition. It's national. And then they're a published author forever and they love it. And we get the little analog at the end of the year and they take pictures of it and they love it. And then from that, I have them create a poem, and we kind of write it and figure it out. And I had a kid who he actually just graduated from high school, but he had a really hard time getting through this poem, but he did it. And I have permission to read it to you if you guys are cool with it.
Yeah,
I
that's
love
awesome.
hearing new voices.
Okay. So it's called Only a Baby. Only a baby, a child of 3, when my brother died in front of me. When I play for him. It makes me feel less dim. It makes me feel less grim. Only a baby, a child of 3, when my brother died in front of me. My brother was funny, my brother was smart. Sometimes I feel like I'm falling apart. Broken and shattered in my heart. Only a baby, a child of 3, when my brother died in front of me. My brother brought light to my days. We would sit and play. Because when he was there, he made every day okay. When you left, I would sit and pray. Brother, it's true. I just want to say I love you. Only a baby, a child of 3, when my brother died in front of me.
Wow.
Yeah. And he was, he was one of those tough kids who wanted everybody to think that he was tough. And he was a fighter, like he fought. And he sat in this, in my family classroom 5 years ago and just cried writing that poem. And so I just saw him at his graduation, and he hugged me, and he was a giant man child. And he said, "You still making people cry with those poems?" I'm like,
Oh.
yes.
Oh.
And I think it was healing for him. But yeah, his brother was killed right in front of him. And he always, it's like one of his first memories ever. So
Oh yeah. And that kind of goes back to, the poem that Che read about that kid who's struggling, that kid who's tough, that kid that you have trouble connecting with. We don't know. We never know what's going on with them, what's going through their head. We see what they present to us, but like what you present to a teacher is a performance, right? Like you're not genuine in front of a teacher usually.
Right.
You're genuine to your friends when you're that age, but to an adult it can be very, very difficult.
Yeah.
And so it takes time, it takes digging, it takes giving them the time to be themselves and explore who they are, to get that. And I love that, because that lesson that you created there is not something that we'd find in a textbook.
No.
Right?
No.
Like that's not a Common Core standard.
Right. Well, and it's not something I would even do in the first 6 weeks. I'm still training those babies. This is right before Christmas, actually, right before winter break. And if I've done my job right, and I have created this family classroom where everybody feels seen and everybody feels like they can write a poem like that, it's, it's interesting because, middle schoolers too are very dramatic, and they end up writing the most precious poems, and they all kind of have each other's backs. They're not the athletes or the band guys or they just get the tissue and they put it on each other's desk, and they, pat each other's backs and tell them it's going to be okay. And I love that. I love seeing it, the transition from like first day of school when they're so nervous, and they also, who is this lady at the front, and to, we're a full family and we can share our feelings and our heartbreak together.
Amen.
That's
wonderful.
Awesome. That's what I love about middle school too.
Yeah. I was going to say that thing that strikes me as well is like, it's funny when we sometimes, and this is me talking to myself and training myself, when we talk to kids and we go, oh, we don't know the trauma that they've been through, and da, 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 da. Like a lot of times our brain, or my brain, I'm going to speak for me, goes to like impoverished kids and people that are in rough like situations economically. But there are kids whose parents drive a Mercedes and who have a nice job with a 401k, who have got the latest iPhone and all that kind of stuff, that have like serious trauma that they're bringing into our classroom, that that we have to realize as well, that it's not just because you teach in some school where like it's in a bad neighborhood or whatever you want to say.
I say that too. I said that. I was at a conference. Have you guys ever heard of the Nuts and Bolts conference with Jack Burkmeyer and Kim Campbell?
Mm-mm.
It is
No.
such a good conference. Oh my gosh. You know, they call it the never boring conference because it's wonderful. But I was talking to some baby teachers in my session and I said there's need in every school.
Mhm.
It doesn't matter what school you're in the richest neighborhood and the poorest neighborhood and everything in between. There's need in every school. So yeah.
One of the types of students that I worry about the most is the ones who will get a 98 and ask me, what can I do to get 100? Because I'm like, what has happened? Like, and teachers will laugh about that and will joke about, haha, this kid is so stressed. But like, what's happening where they're so stressed about those 2 points, where they feel that need for perfection? And where is that leading them in life?
Yeah.
Like, what's going to happen when they hit the real world and there are no grades and there's nothing to tether them?
Right.
And what are they going to do? What other things are they going to use to help cope with that stress and that worry? Like that's all real stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
But it makes my life easier as a teacher, so it's also easy to brush aside.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
You don't, and so many of our big personalities take up so much of our time, our big our babies.
Right.
That sometimes I really been trying to look for the unseen, the kid who comes in, sits, does everything right, is quiet. Like I'm trying to make sure that person that they're seen, and that's one of my biggest.
One of the things I did this past semester. So like, I'm gonna I'm in the ungrading camp now as much as I can within my district. And so first thing to disco is the cool thing about that kid in my class now with ungrading. Like, I'm like, what can I get to 100? I'm like, well, how would I just change your grade to 100? And then we don't have to have that conversation anymore. But what was I gonna say? But I have like at minimum 3 conferences with each kid during the year to discuss where they are and assess themselves and to tell me what grade they think they should have. And that's what's happening. Okay, I'm sorry, my monitor was acting goofy, but I realized I knocked the cord out. But and so there's definitely some of them, like the ones you're talking about, that I will just be the first thing I said. I said, first of all, thank you. I said, you make my life so much easier because like you get the math and you can do it, and you ask me questions when you're lost, but for the most part, like you're good to go. But that being said, like, how's life? Like, how's things going? Is there anything I can help you with? Is it and sometimes they'll share with me or tell me something's going on. A lot of times it's they're very, talking about like being hard to reach off. They're just kind of like, no, everything's good, and maybe it is and maybe it isn't. But I at least make sure that I'm trying to like have that check in. So hopefully by the 5th or 6th time, maybe they'll tell me like that, hey, this is a challenge. And maybe they don't have anything that's major, and that's okay too. Everyone doesn't have to have, a major challenge that they dump on their teacher.
They need it.
Yeah. Oh, it is the best. It reduces the total quantity of learning that happens in my class. Like, I haven't mastered how to keep kids continually doing stuff while I'm doing that, but it still makes my day and their experience in my class so much better.
I mean, what good is doing tons of work if you're not getting feedback on it?
Right.
True.
Right. So
True.
yeah. Okie dokie. So I think here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna take like a 10-minute break or 8-minute break, and then the next round table. The topic is so it's gonna be you, Katie, and Aviva's gonna come back, and we might have, and I think that Shane is going to join us, and someone else might be coming. I don't know, but oh yeah, Mike Yates might be coming. But what was I gonna say? We're gonna break down and what is in the canon of pedagogy and what should stay and what should go. So
we're gonna fix education in 1 hour.
Basically, that's what we do every. We're like Pinky in the Brain. We fix education every hour. What are we gonna do? We're gonna fix education. So I'm gonna go. Go to the little boy's room and grab something. So I'm just gonna mute myself here, and
Yeah.
I'll see you guys in a little bit.
Okay, I have to after the first 20 minutes, I have to go take my kid to the soccers.
That's
so,
okay.
but I do want to hop back in, so I'm gonna go. To
Yeah.
the lady.
Okay. Cool. And yeah, and when you're done, just wave by or say bye, however works out organically with the conversation.
Okay.
All right.
Perfect.
Cool. See you in a little bit. Bye. Hey, Aviva.
Hello.
How you doing? I'm eating corn on the cob.
Ooh. Was it salmon for dinner?
It was. It wasn't very much. My son ate a lot, so I missed out because of that. So I might have to figure out something else afterwards to kind of fill my belly, but it's all good.
Is he he's a teenager, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So I'm not mad at him. I'm glad he's eating it. So alrighty. So Shane might be joining us supposedly.
Okay.
We'll see, and possibly. Oh, there's Shane. Hey.
Hi, Shane.
Hey, Shane.
Hey, Aviva, how you doing?
Aviva knows the secret now, Shane. My wife let it out.
Oh, the worst.
I'm excited for you guys.
Yeah, whatever. Fine. Just ruin it. This is not a good start to our co-host relationship. Just saying.
I don't know. Lindy and I have a special bond, so you can't blame Lindy.
It's an extra special bond now. Sheesh.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
I was thinking with that corn on the cob, we could do some real good ASMR right now.
I know.
Yep, there it is.
Mm-hmm.
So what's this round table about?
Okay. First of all, everyone's supposed to have corn on the cob. I thought you got that in the notes, but
Damn it.
I have rhubarb crisp. Is that okay?
Okay. I don't know what that is, but okay.
What?
Hi, friends.
What? Oh my gosh, this is just getting from.
I thought rhubarb was like a fictional.
Rhubarb crisp.
Yeah.
That sounds like a character from a Charles Dickens novel.
Yeah.
Look, Katie, I referenced the novel.
Yes.
That's okay. I recently found out.
You. That was good.
I recently found out what a crawdad is.
What'd you say, Aviva?
Oh, I recently found out what a crawdad is.
Oh yeah.
And it's not a bird like I thought.
It's the movie that's coming. Yeah.
Well, yeah, I read the book.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
It's so good. Oh. See, that's the one.
What are you talking about? What book is this?
Where the crawdads sing?
Crawdads don't. Crawdads don't.
There's a place though where
It's
they
a
do.
metaphor. You have a shirt on that says metaphor. Come on.
Based on seeing the movie trailer, it looks like how do I explain this? Looks like one of those movies like we're really deep and we should win an Oscar. Like this is really good. Okay.
Oscar bait.
What's it called? Tedesco?
Oscar bait.
Yeah. Oh, look at yes.
Yeah. Like The Aviator.
Yeah.
Oh, The Aviator. Okay.
That movie, pure Oscar bait. That's the only reason that was made.
Yes.
No one cares about a guy who did flying stuffs.
What? It's about
Harry
Howard
Potter's pretty
Hughes,
popular.
isn't it?
Sure.
I found The Revenant, which I knew to be Oscar bait. I was actively rooting for the bear by the end to just eat him and let me leave this theater.
I still haven't seen it, so
Don't bother. Aviva summed it up very nicely. It's like beautiful cinematography, and then Leonardo DiCaprio suffers for 2 hours.
Oh,
That's
okay.
it. It's
Well,
it's really pretty and filmed in
What was
Alberta.
wrong with Titanic?
Oh, that's what like Dances with Wolves. Oh, I hated that Dances with Wolves. Oh my god.
Yeah, there you go. Oscar bait.
Like 6 hours long of just like, oh, look at this. Isn't like the
And no,
scenery
you know what I
beautiful?
hate? You know what I hate about that stuff the most? I hate when they're like, oh, this actor's so brave. I'm like, no, they're not. They're trying to win an award. You know who's brave? Neil Patrick Harris and Harold and Kumar Go to White Castle. That was brave. He played Neil Patrick Harris. He played himself as a womanizing drug addict, and it was amazing. That's brave, okay? Not trying to win an Oscar, right? The Blind Side wasn't brave. It was a smart move.
Okay. Yes. Now,
So is this a round table? Just us complaining about overrated movies?
yes.
I mean, I'm down for it. I'm totally down for it.
That is it.
If you get
And Mike-
Shane and me in a room, we're
Mike
gonna.
says
talk
he's
movies.
changing his
It's gonna
webcam
happen.
real quick, so I don't know where he is or how that's working. But anyway, if I forget, please let me know that he's here and have me let him in. Okay.
Amelia,
no,
Mike's
so-
here.
Is he for real? Where is he?
No, it's just
No, it's
reminding
the reminder.
Oh, okay. So the goal of this first of all, like let's do like a little one more, like just kind of say who you are, and then I'll tell what we're doing.
I'm Tedisco from Professional Development.
Yes. Okay. Shane, where are you from? We don't even know.
I don't know. I'm in a liminal space. I don't know who I am anymore.
It's Shane.
The artist
everywhere.
formerly known
Shane.
as Ed.
Yeah, we haven't decided.
I got an email actually.
We don't have a launch committee, Shane. That's the issue. We need to form a launch committee.
You form a launch committee. It's not my job. Sorry, I've been dealing with like screaming children all day, so this is
that's
I'm a little
good.
testy. I'm a little testy. Oh. I have a podcast. It's called Ed. There, and my name is Shane.
You do.
How was that? Was
ahead,
that good?
Katie.
No.
That's fantastic.
No. Try again.
Yeah.
My name is Aviva Levin, and my podcast is Lesson Impossible, an exploration of educational innovation.
Woo. Okay.
That sounded fancy. I'm Katie Kinder. I have a podcast that I'm going to resurrect after this called Untold Teaching Truths.
Okay. Oh, so Katie, we're gonna let you in on the secret too, by the way. Okay. So you have
what?
All these references. I know. Well, she's
I need
here.
the secret.
Is it about the island where podcasters get to hunt the poor?
Yes, it is. So
Twist, we're the poor.
So
wait. How many episodes has she made? You only get to that location after 100 episodes.
Tedisco is leaving teaching and my podcast, and Shane is leaving his podcast and joining my podcast. But it's still kind of like sort of a secret right now. So don't tell Natalie. Okay.
Okay, I won't tell Natalie.
Okay.
Sort of a secret that we're now saying live on Twitter.
Yes.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, well, congratulations. You're
Yeah.
leaving teaching too. And okay. Oh, here's
Hey,
somebody.
Mike.
Mike.
Hey,
Yo,
Mike's here.
What's up?
Hey,
So
Neil,
we're
Mike's
doing
here.
Mike is here.
Hey, long time no talk, guys. What's up?
Yeah, good
What's
to
up,
see you,
Mike?
sir. How we doing?
Good. I didn't know you were leaving to just go.
I see now Mike knows.
No.
Everybody
the top
knows.
secret news that
Mike,
now is
don't-
not secret.
Mike, don't tell Natalie.
I'll keep it quiet.
All right, Mike, introduce yourself.
What's up? I'm Mike. I have a podcast called Schoolish that I was going to shut down. And then I got a bunch of messages from people that were like, "What are you doing? Don't shut that down." And I was like, fine, I'll just stress myself out to continue doing this podcast. But I actually decided to get a co-host. And so I'm introducing my co-host tomorrow.
Oh,
nice.
It's
So,
not me,
yeah.
is it?
No. Well, unless,
Okay,
I mean,
just checking.
And it's
I don't know
Zippy
what's
and
going on
nothing
right now.
Twist.
You could actually, like, if you want, anyone's well. I'm creating this roster of people to come and like argue with us as well. So feel free to be a regular person to come dissent on the podcast.
Can't be a regular person.
okay.
Can I say, total side note, this has nothing to do with nothing, but Mike, we actually did an interview with you shortly after you'd moved into your place, and the room's coming along really nicely.
Thank you.
I know that's a weird compliment to throw out on a podcast, but like,
No, I appreciate it. I still gotta fix my. Thank you for noticing that. That is great. I worked very hard on this. I still have a few things that I need to get done, but
looks
I'm
good.
excited about that. Thanks.
Awesome. So anyway, here's the idea behind this hour or whatever we have left. I'm scared that since we only have like a 6-hour thing, that we might get kicked out like with like 10 minutes, like whatever. So we'll see how that. I don't know when I clicked the go live button was, but anyway.
It was after the hour because
Oh,
you
was
had
it?
trouble finding it.
Okay, cool. So maybe we'll have to all the way to 7 o'clock. So, but the goal of this hour is to cull and fine tune the canon of pedagogy. Okay, so the things that we know that people do and don't do, and that people think that are good and bad. So we just want to kind of let's why don't we start by going around. Let's start with positive, okay, and something that you think absolutely positively has to be in the canon of pedagogy. And obviously, if you disagree with someone, you can say, I don't think that's it. And then we will go around and come up with things we think should be like forbidden from being in the canon of pedagogy.
And we're talking about teaching strategies. Like
Teaching
I can
strategies,
say that like
practices.
KWL needs to go.
Okay. We are gonna I'm gonna, you know, I know pedagogy means a lot of things to a lot of people, so I'm gonna be kind of fast and loose like my ex-girlfriend with the definition of pedagogy.
Mealy, this is why we haven't heard back from Hallmark in our job.
I had to slip that in there.
That's why we don't get invited to speak at funerals.
By the way, that's the kind of stuff that, like, when you're in the classroom, if you can just do that, and the room is like, they're like, what did he say?
Yeah, whatever that's called, that's included.
All right, so in this conversation, are we talking specifically education or and behavioral?
Oh my goodness, quit asking questions. I don't know. I just made it up.
That's a great teacher. I don't
was
have a
driving the
lesson
bus. I
plan.
don't know where
I
we're
have no
going.
idea what the goal is. You want to ask questions? Just shut up.
I have a thought about that kind of pedagogy. Just saying.
I don't know.
By the way, kids, can I tell you about my
Go around
ex-girlfriend?
and say something you think should be in the canon of pedagogy, and then we'll tell you if it's something or not.
All right, something that should be in the canon of pedagogy.
Yes.
I don't know. Let's say hours spent in the classroom before you get a teaching job. Would that count?
I guess so. Sure, I'll allow
Is
it.
that okay?
That wasn't exactly what I was going for, but I'll allow
You
it.
don't know what you're going for.
Show
Can
us
I-
the rubric.
Hold on 1 second.
All right. Well, I have something that I think.
Yeah, sorry if you didn't tune in live on Twitter. You didn't get to see my rubric. Okay, Actually, his girlfriend got to see it, though. I'll tell you that much. But anyway,
She wasn't so much fast and loose as she was fast to dump you and ready to
Yes.
lose you.
exactly. Probably. All right. So, does anyone feel like they actually know what they want to?
Okay. I think an important part of pedagogy is self-reflection, both built
Ooh.
into the lesson plan for the teacher and for students to reflect on their own learning and next steps.
Yes. I love that. Very good. Very good. All righty. Katie, you got one?
I love collaborative groups. We got to keep them.
All right. Awesome.
Ooh.
Mike?
I think read what you love until you love to read.
Ooh. Nice.
I think for me, it's authentic tasks with with real roles for our kids, like audience and roles. Yeah, that's what I
Okay.
like.
So
And guess what I'm going to talk about if you ask me to say more about that?
What are you going to talk about?
Seriously? I'm not going to say it. I'm not going to say it. That's all
Okay.
good.
So real roles, like defined
Yeah.
roles for the kids inside the authentic task.
Yeah, the best classes I have are when I tell my kids, "You're not students, you are," fill in the blank, and then they're like, "Oh, I'm a this thing." Okay, cool, right? And then they, way better ownership of the task, and yeah, there's way better buy-in.
There's been a lot of research on that too. If like you give students like an assignment, be like, you are going to be archaeologists for this,
Mhm.
or you are an editor reading this, and like if you give them a frame for the work that they're doing or how they're starting, yeah, there's a lot of research shows that that's really beneficial for them.
Or even authentic outcomes, like our cafeteria needs a new supplier. Let's give you all the various stakeholders and take your advice in who to hire.
Mhm. Or Mealy had a seminar with his math class about what was it, the best way to gather data on what music to play during prom.
Prom, right? Yeah. So we had a Socratic seminar and did that. Now that was our goal. Now they didn't have roles in that, other we were just kind of like discussing.
They're
how
like a
would we,
committee at that point.
yeah. So how would we gather the data, and then how would we use that data to actually make them happen. Whether we delivered to a DJ, whether we gave them a set list, whether we gave this and all that kind of stuff that we did. So that was
that was a big waste of time. You can just go to Spotify and just type in like grad playlist, right?
That's true. That is true. That is
Also,
true.
most of Neely's classes is a waste of time because you can just go to a calculator and type in numbers.
Pretty much, yeah. There's websites that do everything that you do in my class. So, but it was fun for the kids. But the idea behind it, like was data analysis and talking about what data is and how we use it as opposed to and try to make it applicable to something. So I think that definitely falls in the authentic tasks. So I was going to say that the definitely thing that I want then in there is feedback. And so whether it comes along with assessment, I think assessment and feedback should go hand in hand. There shouldn't be assessment without feedback and real feedback, not just 7 out of 10 or you get a star, you get a smiley face, and you get a bunch of red marks on your paper, but like authentic, or applicable, like this is what you need to do in order to improve whatever it is that you haven't learned, or here's where you have really got it and here's how you can expand upon that.
Yeah, I'll say for me, I'll say open-ended tasks, like tasks without a definite answer. Making them critically think, making them struggle, getting them comfortable with the fact that nobody knows the answer to something, because that makes your really smart kids very nervous.
Yes.
And I like them coming to grips with that as early and young as possible, because some of them are just need reassurance and also need to get comfortable with the fact they're not always going to get it.
Yeah. Yeah.
I like that. That makes me think of the fact that unsuccessful experimentation, like experiments that crash and burn. And I think I was talking to a friend who was like, you know why MIT is valuable? It's not because there's a bunch of smart people. It's actually because of the experience where you take people who are perceived as intelligent and then you give them problems that are unsolvable just to watch what happens when they crash. So it's not actually about the achievement. It's about what happens in those valley moments. So I think that's for sure has to go in there.
Yeah. And that's also great with kids doing research essays and doing research ton of stuff and going wait, I can't fix this. No. Who knew? Racism's not over because you wrote an essay. I'm just as shocked as you are.
And also conversely, things are not validated because you wrote an essay either. I recently met a grown man who has 3 letters behind his name, a PhD, works at a university, who has been writing papers in defense of eugenics, and was I don't want to say this person's name, but I will tell you it is a supervillain. It is an actual supervillain's name, and they changed their name to be that. So
right. Was it White Power?
No. No.
It's Austin Powers' evil twin,
racist twin.
Can't even hold it together.
I wonder why.
It wasn't White Power, though. It wasn't White Power.
Wow. And so are they doing it because they truly believe in this, or they're doing it to prove a point? Are they really believe it?
Yeah, no, it's
not because they prove a point that I can keep doing this and no one will stop.
Hey, man, I'm just saying, if we turn a blind eye for 3 years, no more peanut allergies.
Right, exactly. But it's it starts with that. Can you genetically engineer people? And then you go down that road, and you have enough people who happen to be white males who write the same papers together. That it's we have enough voices. There's the 3 of us is enough, right? So it's
so teachers, if you're concerned that you don't have enough honors classes, this guy here, he'll fix that for you. Okay,
yeah.
They'll all be honors classes because everyone will be smart.
Well,
that's right.
Yes.
That actually leads into a thing that I'd want to get rid of in pedagogy, which I mean, obviously the broader answer is racism.
Yeah.
But the idea of all debate is good debate. Like when we set up two sides and there's an argument and like it's an intellectual exercise. But I think anytime you debate somebody's right to humanity, that's not an intellectual exercise, that just further oppresses people. So the people that are like, well, we're just debating whether slavery was a good economic decision or not. Like debate skills are important.
It happens.
You can teach that.
I'm sure there's people that
in different ways. Yeah.
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 Kind of like without we go on that the dark track there of that kind of pedagogy, but the making mistakes, it was something that I love. That I think though there actually is a right answer, but I think it's a good way for kids to understand it is the Wordle. And I heard some people talking about the Wordle, and if you
the New York Times game where
Yes.
one needs to find the correct word. Okay.
correct word, right? That Wordle, not the Wordle that Tedisco created in an earlier segment.
The word
But,
cloud.
Word cloud. Thank you. Okay. But if you find out that someone gets the right answer or the first guess on the Wordle, that you're not impressed. Like that isn't
Right.
like a skill. That's like you got lucky.
Yeah.
You know, but if you are able to learn from the mistakes and grow from and say, oh, well, this was right, but this was wrong. I'm going to take what I've learned is wrong and what I learned is right and kind of rearrange it and that's like actual true learning. And if we can get kids, and I think that that's a good way to kind of introduce it to kids that are familiar with it, like this is how we want authentic learning. This is how we want, like, this is how real learning takes place in the real world is somebody tries something and it doesn't go, it's never right the first time, you know, whether it be inventing an airplane or whatever it is, it's gonna mess up. And then we go, oh, that worked, but this didn't work. Let me try this. And so I think that definitely if we can have, I guess that should be in, you know, that's what I want in the canon of pedagogy is
resilience.
What's that? Resilience and kids making mistakes, making mistakes.
Understanding that when they start something new, they're going to suck at it. Like,
yes,
that's okay.
And that's okay. No, I mean, I've had, like, I started teaching art a couple years ago, and boy, that was like the beginning of me telling students they suck. Like, because I have, you know, well, I mean, okay, no, I've been doing it for 15 years, but I did it a lot when I started teaching art. I'm just digging a hole, but whatever. But I have so many kids like, oh, I suck at art. I'm like, yeah, you do. Of course you do. Why? What do you mean? Why do you suck? Because I'm not good at it. Because you haven't tried. Right. So yeah, I completely agree that we need to build in resilience, build in some stick to itness, because if you don't, and that's in all subject areas, right? Because if you don't, you suck at everything until you try a lot.
Yes. If we have video, did your parents have video of you taking your first steps? You look like a complete uncoordinated moron. You know what I mean?
When I get really frustrated with my students, what I tell them is like, I used to crap my pants every day.
I turned 16 and I was like, enough's enough.
Exactly.
I don't go into that part.
Yeah, I tell them, I'm like, yeah, you'd be really bad at building a spaceship too. You don't know how to do it yet. Like, I tell them, what I genuinely tell my students is, look, guys, we don't have a class on lunch because y'all can figure that out. All right? This class is on English because you need someone to help you because this isn't easy. Like, that's the whole point. Well, while we're kind of here and bouncing off of Mike's supervillain, if I can get rid of something in the pedagogy, can I please get rid of honors classes?
Yeah.
Like, there's this old school concept of education is a form of competition, right? Where somebody's on top and someone isn't. And you know, this was important for so long for universities to determine who's the best doctor and who's the best lawyer and who's the smartest. And we've moved past that as a society. I think, like, we don't need to know, like, I don't really care who's number one. I'm
the best podcaster here right now, just so you guys know. You guys are all, oh my God. Anyway, go ahead.
I have 2 podcasts right now.
kind of
tool wielding podcasts. Like, and so when we label kids as you're an honors kid or you're not, like, they start to internalize that, and that becomes something toxic both ways. Like, either you think, oh, I'm bad at this, or you think, oh, I must be good at this, and they internalize it, which studies show is horrible for kids. Because if you make a kid think that they're smart in an area, then they are actually quicker to quit. Because once they start getting bad at it, they don't realize it's because they need to keep practicing. They think it's because they're now bad at it, like a switch has been turned off. They feel like it's an external thing instead of an internal thing.
Well, and you saw that when with a social media trend that was going around where it was talking about the gifted kid to anxiety pipeline, and just the way that being labeled as gifted has led to many people feeling really lost once they were outside of the environment in which they were being constantly affirmed, namely high school or even university. And then after that, like, your boss doesn't care that you were in the gifted program. You just need to write that report.
Mm-hmm.
Can I ask for some clarification though in this?
Yeah.
Sure.
Because I mean, I was an honors kid all the way through,
Sure.
did the honors stuff. And I appreciated the additional challenge as a student. So is this like, are we saying don't enrich programs for kids who need more to chew on?
I mean, so I think that in any class, I can give kids enriching activities. I also think in any class, it's always beneficial to have the kids who get it, like, be a lifeline for the kids who don't, and give them a chance to explain and reiterate, which can help, solidify their understanding even better. And I think that's more beneficial than just putting them, like, 9 times out of 10, I give my standard class, my honors class, the same lesson. Actually, at my current school, which I hope isn't listening, they've just given up, and they've now labeled every class as an honors class.
Yeah.
They're just we're all like, I'll have parents call me at the beginning of the year. Oh, I didn't know my kid. I don't know if they're ready for honors English. I'm like, it's the same as every other English class. And it's also a chance for us to mix together, populations that normally wouldn't be interacting. Kids with learning disabilities who sometimes get isolated in those sped classes and don't get to interact, even though they might be really good at a subject or understand something at a deeper level, but they don't get to share it because they are neurodivergent.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Let's be honest about honors classes for a second. Like, the differences have been superficial for a long time. Like, I remember the day when I was in high school that I realized that, like, the difference between my honors English syllabus was 2 books. And I was like, oh, screw that. I'm never taking honors anything again. And I realized that, like, the 4.0, like, Harvard didn't ask whether or not you were, like, these universities were not asking me. They were more interested that I was in speech and debate, right? They were interested in the thing I was doing outside of school. And I think, like, as we think about the future of learning, when we think about the teacher playing a completely different role, which I actually, like, I'm working on the teacher shortage problem, like, every day. And I can tell you,
how's it going?
Like, terribly. I found this, like, shocking data that we should talk about at some point yesterday, where all these Gen Z, like, the point of the study was to show that Gen Z people, like, they want to be content creators, which is true, but, like, the second career across the UK, China, and the US was teacher. And I was like, whoa, was not ready for that. But my point of bringing this teacher shortage thing up is that I actually believe that the answer is not more human beings. I think the answer is figuring out how we can get great teachers to more people in creative ways. Because a great teacher actually can figure out how to blur the lines between your traditional class and your honors class in these unique ways that actually pull more students up without having to pull anyone down. And I feel like that was a challenge I tried to take when I was a teacher.
So I used to teach in an accelerated program and was a product of one of those myself. And my argument used to be an experience that I had, which is, so 8 to 10, we were in these, like, the separate program, and then grade 11, Gen Pop. And I remember I was in my social studies class for 11th grade, and the teacher asked a question, and then I did the standard move for all of us kids in the gifted program, which is you raised your hand, but then you also took the other hand to ready to smack down someone else's hand.
Oh my goodness.
So that you could, like, answer the question first. And all of us went to raise our hands and do the maneuver, and then we, like, because we all sat at the same table together, and then we looked around, and it's like, oh, nobody else is raising their hand, nobody else wants to put my hands down, like, I guess this is the way to blend in. Like, I And so I always thought of that as a justification for these programs. But the more time I spend in teaching, I see that as a school culture problem. The problem wasn't that I didn't have a further segregated class to continue in. The problem was that not all classrooms were fostering a joy and love of learning and a little bit of violence when it came to who got to answer first.
So 2 things on that. Number one, I'll also say a big problem with honors classes, and I apologize not mentioning before, is the segregation piece. Like there is a lot of schools I've worked in where you can just look at the class and know if it's honors or not. Because I've also had the situations where I've had kids who aren't honors, but they come from white families, and their parents call up and say, well, all of their friends are going to be in this class.
Yeah.
And we'll fight to have them in it. So
goodness.
That label really doesn't matter.
And can I tell that there's some schools that have found an equity workaround? So like in our district, they track like, okay, how many like kids of minorities have you gotten to take honors classes and what's it looking like? So they have created honors PE classes and therefore, yes. So therefore, every student in our school is in an honors class. Is now what you can like yes.
The school system never ceases to amaze me with the ways that it can not only move the bar but bend it. Like that is honors PE is the stupidest thing. Wow.
Okay.
I mean, it could be legitimately okay. Here's some kids who are like really gifted
seriously.
athletes, but it's not. But that's not actually what it is. It's like okay, we need to make sure that they want us to have as many honors kids as possible. Cool, we got that. And that's the thing too. The counter. You could go to Tedisco's way, which I think is good, and you have no honors classes, and then you have these classes that have kids that are like academically oriented, some that aren't, and then create this more of an atmosphere where you can kind of like you said, pull up the kids that and have them see that, hey, this is how it can be. Or you can just go, oh, we'll just we'll continue to have inequity, but we can at least have equity on paper. So
I think this is symptomatic to a broader change I would like to make, which is that the focus on education very much is around what happens with that education after. The idea that, Mike was talking about colleges looking at the honors class or not looking at the honors class, but even the idea that we might be making choices for kids in secondary school based on how that might affect them in a completely different system is not only inequitable, but it's crazy when you think about it. Like, we're not university employees.
Mm-hmm. And immediately, actually, we were having a discussion about math classes and with 2 guests on who are both math teachers, and they said one of the biggest downfalls is most math classes prepare you for just the next math class, and there's really no application for real world.
Yeah. Why do I need to learn this? Well, for the next math class. Oh, okay. Well, and learning there, you'll need to learn for the next math class. Oh, so this will like at the end that like eventually you'll like have taken your last math class and never use it again. But depending on how far you go, and only a certain amount of you are going to actually use any of this math. Yeah.
But Aviva, going back to what you said about the being in 11th grade and seeing the differences in classroom culture and community. I worked at a school where we had I had a kid who had a lot of social emotional issues. And one of their plans for him, which really worked, was instead of giving him like a week of ISS, they kind of did that. Oh, I'm sorry, in-school suspension.
Okay.
So instead of giving him exactly like a week in like the suspension room with like a teacher just kind of standing over him the whole time, they assigned him a week in an AP calculus class, and not taking the class, to clarify, because he was still a freshman, but just sitting in that room with kids working their butts off. And seeing them and how hard they worked, and just giving him his assignments to work on, and giving him a spot in the back of the classroom. And he worked hard the whole week because it's contagious who you're around. And so if we keep kids isolated from those honors and AP level kids, then we're also keeping them from seeing like what some of their peers are capable of, and warping their perceptions of what a student is and what someone their age acts like, and what maturity should be.
That's the best argument I've heard for this whole thing so far. I like that.
Thanks.
You win.
Yeah. I mean, like, but I also think the one place where I'll challenge is like it assumes that, and I think there's a gravitational pull with work, right? And this is like everybody loves to talk about WeWork. Like WeWork is a good, especially in the startup ecosystem. It's a great Raz, but like they figured out something really important, which is why so many companies still use WeWorks as their primary office. Is that like if you can be surrounded by other ambitious people that are doing ambitious things, and you will likely absorb some of that. And I think that's the case with school, but I don't think honors classes are good ways to measure that. Like I just saw this this video. My friend visited a school and he took the spectacles from Snap, which are like they're shades that have glasses in them or like cameras in them. And he like walks up on this kid, and this kid is like he's side hustling at school. Like he's selling candy.
Nice.
And he's selling, but like that type of ambition is just different, and it's not something that is honored in school. And like I was a kid who used to do that, and I had a principal that was like, let's take this and turn it into a real business where you have to hire employees and you have to pay me an operations cost. Where like he took that and like I was actually working harder than most kids in the school, because I was going to school, I was doing my extracurricular activities, but I was also now like I was required to run my side business. Like
You're a small
CDs.
business owner.
Yeah. I was selling candy,
and it didn't
CDs,
involve drugs.
and Jordan, right? I mean,
Impressive in a school building.
I came home once and I had all this money, and my mom was like, "You need to swear to me right now that you are not selling drugs." And I was like, "Call the principal. I'm selling candy, sneakers, and CDs." So yeah, I mean, but I just think like there's all sorts of types of ambition. Like my desire, and I think something that I would like to see like really change about pedagogy is the role of the teacher. Like truly, I don't know if enough of us educators have enough humility to stop lecturing. I often do these trainings, and I challenge teachers. I was like, just speak for 5 minutes per day, per class period. And they're like, you can't do that. No, it takes longer. But I'm like, set up your classroom in a way. There's lots of ways to do it. Like, I just don't know that teachers have enough confidence in their ability to design projects that connect to themselves. Or maybe it's the time, right? Like maybe it's like, I don't have time to design projects in this way or to design a classroom experience in this way. But I really think like a lot of this becomes possible when we start thinking differently about what a classroom is and what a learning environment looks like. Like if you're only measuring time, like time on task, all of a sudden what it means to be gifted is different, right? Because now it's all about effort. That's not a perfect measurement of achievement or growth, but to me it is better than traditional grading structures, right? Then you can introduce healthy competition, right? Like if I have a leaderboard and it's not IQ based, it's like, dude, I just worked more minutes than you did, right? So it's not like winning means something different now, right? And I by the way, I've built those leaderboards. They crash and burn at several points. They're really successful at other points. Like you do have kids that are just like, so what? Like I had a kid who was like, I need 10 minutes to learn. You need 20. I was like, smooth answer. Like,
Right.
smooth answer. Yeah. He's like, who cares if you have more minutes than me? I just need less time.
Yeah.
So
Alrighty.
Oh, go on, Neely.
I was gonna say, I don't know if anyone else has anything else that they want to. So the only thing we've so far partially eliminated is honors classes. And what else did we eliminate from the canon? Was there anything else that we conclusively eliminated? No? Okay.
I don't think that counts as pedagogy, but like I don't think it counts as pedagogy, but I really do have an axe to grind with like school uniforms.
Okay.
And I do know that there's philosophy behind it. Like I don't actually want to get rid of them. I recognize that in like some cases, school uniforms were like extremely helpful. But I was talking to the 16-year-old, and he said he was like school uniforms were like fine, but like why do they have to suck? And I was like, that's the first time he was like, why can't like Champion like get a Champion shirt in this color, or that one? Like why can't the school provide like Ralph Lauren? And I was like, that's actually like not a bad idea.
That's fantastic.
He was like, my football team rolls out in Nike and Under Armour. They don't show up in Land's End football jerseys. And I was like, that's a freaking good point. Like, so cool uniform.
Side hustle 2.0, the next generation. You get this kid set up as a uniform provider.
Yeah.
And
There we
custom
go.
that's actually that's a really good idea. Like custom screen printed
10%
that come
Aviva
from the
11,
school.
less than impossible.
Okay.
No, that's your idea. You get that. You get that. You get that. I'm giving you all the credit.
There you go. I'm gonna throw one out here, and I think it's gonna get an amen really quickly. I know I'm just preaching to the choir, but
amen.
Standardized testing.
Amen.
That's a slam dunk, right?
No, we need more of it. We need more of it. I'm just being contrary.
Yes, yeah. So I think that we can honestly throw that out of the cannon.
Well, okay, on yes, but just as a note, no, y'all Americans, holy wow, you love standardized tests. Like, it's insane how much you do. Like, you got to understand where I'm coming from. Like, my daughter, she will take her first standardized test in grade 3, her second one in grade 6, and her third one in grade 9, and her fourth one in grade 12.
My stepson had 4 in 3rd grade.
Yeah, I know.
One for each topic.
I also hail
and
from the land
8,000
of the
practice
north.
ones on the way to that. That's kind of the times I had them practice taking them prior to that.
And
Go
so
ahead,
you guys are Canadian.
yeah, so I live in the
Shane are
States
Canadian.
now.
Oh, now I hear it, Shane. Now I hear it.
What's this all about?
And so I taught in a Canadian school system, province of British Columbia. I taught at a time when there was one standardized test in the 11th grade for social studies. That was it.
Wow.
But that changed my social studies curriculum. And when they got rid of that standardized test, everything I did changed from basically the DNA of the course. So even though it was only one standardized test, it completely changed everything. So as much as I agree it's worse to have more standardized tests than fewer standardized tests, I still don't think that standardized test was bringing anything to the table.
So I teach middle school in North Carolina. I teach 7th grade. I teach 7th grade.
Yeah.
And it's summer. I don't teach anything. And so here's a snapshot. So at the end of the school year, my students had to take their English and their math EOGs, their end of grade tests, which was made by the state. I had just some students who were accelerated who were also taking a Math 1 course, which is technically a high school course, but they could take it in as early as 7th grade if they test into it. So I had a bunch of kids taking that one. Also, throughout the year, they take what's called a MAP test, which measures their growth in reading and math. And so they take one in the fall, one in the winter, one in the spring. And our district assigned benchmark tests for them to take each quarter to see how they're doing data-wise in the curriculum. And here's the thing. When there's that many tests and that many data points, I literally have no time to go through it and change my practice. Not that it would matter, because I also have a set curriculum by the district that I'm not allowed to change. So even if I see all my kids struggling with vocabulary, it's not like I can build in a lot more vocab lessons, because I got a whole unit mapped out that I have to do.
Yeah, so I think this is a good point, right? Like, so
I'm gonna go cry. Sorry,
I want to cry.
Yeah,
sorry, Mike.
Like,
yeah, go ahead.
Oh no, I think you're right. In the U.S., I've become cynical about this. Like, since I left the classroom and I started working national, like with a national perspective. So I have this. For those who don't know, I basically built a couple of schools, and they're all very weird. Where like there is no direct instruction. Everything, like two of them are app based, where like basically like all the core academics are delivered with adaptive learning apps, and then everything else is projects and workshops. In a model like that, what's fascinating, like you actually need MAP, because we talked about like the gifted thing as well. Like parents, basically when they come in, we've been running this experiment for years. We ask them, do you want your child to be the 50th percentile or the 90th percentile of their grade level in the nation? And they all, no matter what, they all say 50th, because they think 90th is impossible. Like it doesn't matter what the kid's background was. Like there's a kid who was 12 years old taking calculus, like crushing calculus. Like we had to find a way to slow him down. And his mom was like, 50th percentile, please. Like sign me up for that. Because she's even him. And so we actually used MAP to show parents, to give them confidence that in fact their kids were growing. And it made sense, but it was only MAP. Like we weren't like, let's find another like I think, but like in traditional public schools, MAP is a good sign to me, because I have been able to talk more school leaders into using that to talk them out of traditional grading structures and into the fact that, like, if all you're measuring is growth, you can take the pressure off of your teachers with achievement, and you can actually share some of that pressure with students. Because for MAP, like when you take those 3 tests per year, it sounds like, oh, it's so much. But if you like diminish the importance of each one and say, look, this is your fall MAP test, this don't even matter until next fall, right? Because then you'll have three tests. We'll be able to plot your growth on a chart. And when we have that conversation, it's gonna be like, all right, Johnny, like, what have you been doing to improve your math? Because this is the level at which you are growing. It's not like you're a failure. You're also like not succeeding. This is just where you're at, right? So I think like if we like zoom out and say, like, when we standardize testing it's a loaded word now, because when they say it, we all remember the dang bubbles that we filled out. And so like, I know I get this visceral reaction because I'm like, I'm from Texas. So I was like, the freaking tax test. I hate that with these
but having a data point is important.
Right. And
having
maybe
growth,
like
being able to measure growth can be important.
and like being able to rank schools and like being able to compare, not even rank, but being able to say like, oh, the school down the road's doing something that must be right. Like, let's figure out what they're doing. Like having some sort of way to, I don't know or care what it is, but I think we might need to have something.
I think a big thing here is like data literacy for districts and teachers, because,
that's good.
How often do we get these forms about how our students did compared to other students in the nation or the province or the state or whatever it is? How do we take the data from those tests and actually, like, unfortunately in Tedisco's case, he can't apply, even if he understood how to, can't apply it. Right. And like in Mealy, talking about the honors, PE honors, like having data about which racial groups are being disadvantaged in certain schools, that's important data to have. I'd never want to get rid of that. But how do we use that data in a way that is equitable and moving forward? And, the solution maybe isn't every kid is an honors student, but to look at how are we making it so that every student has access to the best education. And really like the transparency with that data, and even just basic data literacy for everyone involved in the process.
I'll never forget, I was at an English department meeting, and we were looking over data. It was like my second or third year teaching, and they gave us like this printout of these forms, and I'm like, hey, is this percents or percentiles? And the person leading the meeting had no idea what I was saying.
Yeah.
I'm like, that's an important distinction.
Yeah, it is.
And that's, I was gonna say a couple of different things I gotta tag on that. The biggest issue, and I have a bias because of the state of North Carolina and the math, not MAP but math tests that are given at the state level or have been given at the state level, have been horrible instruments for measuring. And that is the issue as well. So the standardized test can be good, okay, but sometimes it's like, well, how tall is that tree that's like 10 miles away, and I'm going to put these glasses on you that aren't your prescription, and you're going to kind of like tell me is that tree, which tree is taller than the other one, and I mean, so we have tests, and it's, I know. My analogies go weird places sometimes. But we had tests recently to where the curve was so ridiculous that the test was really, 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 really difficult. So there's like X amount of standards and there's X amount of questions. And what they want to do is to go, okay, hey, to really see if these kids know this stuff, we are going to like mash 3 different standards into one question. And while I don't mind having that as a way to like test the very top of the kids who have learned the content, when you put too many of those questions in there and you don't have enough easy and medium questions in there, then it just messes it up, because so they would get the test scores back, and then they would go, "Oh my God, well, we can't fail half the state. So what are we going to do here?" Okay, so they would convert a 25% to 60, so that you would be passing. And so this kid that has now moved on to the next class, has gotten so like
Bubbled in
kids,
C.
What's that?
They bubbled in C.
Yeah, and so like, did the kid learn math? Maybe. Did the kid learn math? Maybe not. But the test isn't testing that, and so that's the issue. And I know, I like, Mike, what you're saying is that, like, hey, this teacher that's in County A and this teacher's in County B, we want to know who's doing a good job, who's doing a better job. But the measuring device has to be accurate, and on some level, we have to also trust the professional in the room that say, hey, you know what, these kids here, da 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 da. I've been with them like the whole year. I have some level of experience with both the content with students, and I think that these kids, are okay, or struggling, or thriving, or whatever it is. And so, versus what the test might end up saying if the test is not a good
on
device.
The flip side, though, at least those tests cost millions of dollars each.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to move us away from a less intense topic and say that the KWL chart has to go. The what I know, what I want to know, and what I've learned.
The middle column is always empty.
What
do you want to learn? IDK.
Yeah.
But so I say this because I was having a conversation with someone about it, and I brought up an article that by Margaret Finder's Phyllis Balzarak from 2013, but they basically talk about changing it up to HQQ. And I can.
As long as we got letters, we're good. Go ahead.
But just the idea, like even within HQQ, this whole idea that we need to quantify and have a graphic organizer for every single thinking protocol. And I agree, we need to be making thinking visible, which is a great book. We need to be really getting kids to reflect before and after. But the fact that there's always going to be boxes to fill in, and that organic conversations are not treated as real learning, why can't we have a conversation before we start the novel about what we think we already know? Why does it have to go into this chart? And how many kids actually ever get to the L part? How many times does the teacher do the K and the W, and then you find it at the end of the year and you're like, oh, we ran out of time at the end of class?
Mm-hmm. I'll say too, with those sorts of graphic organizers and things, I always it's always tough for me to figure out exactly how to work them in terms of scaffolding. So for instance, writing an essay, I can create a scaffold. I can create a graphic organizer that my kids who struggle with English, my kids with heavy learning disabilities, they can work their way through, and by the end I can have an essay to grade them with. But by the end I can't say that they know how to write an essay. So the KWL charts, at what point do you kids actually take a moment to reflect, to think about what they actually learned? And how are you teaching that skill? Is the graphic organizer leading to that skill, or just doing the work for them?
What is HQQ?
So HQQ is first you ask students what they have heard about the topic, because with the what do you know, that's basically solidifying wrong knowledge that they might already know.
Okay.
And then the second is forget what it stands for. Let me but basically
Quicksand.
See, I mean,
but the idea too, right, is what do you want to know? Kids don't know what they want to know.
Mm-hmm.
And then the Q is further questions that you might have.
Q's for Quebec.
For what?
And you might find fishing up there in Quebec.
The last one is for quit asking me to put stuff on paper.
Yeah, I don't know if kids don't know what they want to know. I just think that when learning is compulsory, right? When you have to be there, like there is a blocker. If I'm teaching math or if I'm teaching history and they're not opting into that, they're required to be there by the state. And I'm like, what do you want to know? The answer is like, well, dude, I didn't want to be here, even if they like history. Like, I love history, and I remember sitting in classes and they'd be like, yeah, like is there any particular time period that you want to study? And I'm like, nah, I want to go to lunch. Like, what do you mean?
That's how I feel professional developments.
Yeah, exactly.
What do you want to learn about teaching? No, I want to go home. It's Saturday.
Right. But when you see an interesting workshop, you're like, I'll take that. Like, I remember thinking the same thing. And then like when I saw Will Wright's game design workshop, I was like, I'll take that because I want to learn game design so I can design better projects. But like if they asked me like out of the blue, which they often do ask us, like I would never know. So like I used to do this thing with YouTube, and it was actually Vine. Man, woo, Vine.
Yeah, old man.
Careful dusting off that sentence.
I know. I used to tell them like go on Vine and find out everything you can about this topic, like whatever it was. So like we're studying ancient Egypt, and I was like, go find out everything, and then they had to categorize the vines as into like trustworthy or non-trustworthy, and it was just me stepping into their world, but it was actually like that sounds those stories always sound better than they actually are. I was tired and I didn't want to I was like, I don't want to plan very much. What do I do when I learn things? And I just gave that to them, and it ended up being a process that worked for my group of kids. And you found out what they cared about and who they thought was credible, right? Like they were like, that's Jerry Perp Drake. He's just a comedian. We're not going to listen to him. And I was like, well, why not? And they're like, he hasn't been to college yet. He's only 18, which is 2 years older than us. So we don't care about what he says. But I learned more about like what they like how they actually learned in that process.
It's awesome.
That started out with me being lazy. So be
Sometimes
lazy,
that's the
everyone.
best.
I'm just
Alrighty. So I know we're going to be like cut off by whatchamacallit here in a few minutes. So I just want to kind of wrap it up. So obviously we've if you've been taking notes while you're listening, you know exactly what should be in the can and not
Start
in the
filling in the L column in your chart.
Yeah. Yeah. And so please distribute this to all of the pertinent people in education so that we can now have it all fixed. But I really want to thank Aviva for all of her help with Edupodlooza and what she's done. And I want to thank you guys, Mike and Shane, for showing up, and Katie, who had to jump on out here. But
I want to thank myself.
Yeah, I want to thank
I work hard.
But look, no, and thank you guys for listening, who are listening. It's just I just love doing this. It's a lot of fun, and I love doing this. I know we don't always end up with like a resolution. So like back to what we talked about, there isn't always an answer. But it's good to talk about, and it's good to get perspective and to think about these things. So if anyone has any final thoughts or final shout outs they want to do before this thing just kicks us off, go ahead and say what you got to say.
Well, thank you, Mealy, for putting this together. And once again, being in the center of the web to bring us all together.
I try.
Yeah, shout out
like
to you.
Charlotte.
This is a rough one. Next one I've got to start earlier and get some more people. I don't know how many of you guys know this, but like I think I did share with you, I'd like 4 or 5 people bow out in the last 24 hours of for various things.
And they don't get a refund.
No, they don't get a refund.
Yeah.
But
you might get angry and pay.
But we made it all happen. So and it's been a blast. So
yeah, it's been good.
It's been fun. It's always good catching up with you guys.
Yes, I like hanging out and laughing.
It is.
See you on the island.
Yes.
On the island.
Yeah. All right.
I actually do have. I need to ask you guys from Canada. I do have questions about Canadian education.
It happens.
Yeah,
Yes.
it happens there. Yeah,
They
so
promise.
We should talk. We should talk.
Yes,
for sure.
I'll put my email in the chat.
Cool.
Yeah.
I'm coming to Halifax, Nova Scotia soon.
Ooh.
That's
cool
a little ways away.
Pretty
I'll
sure
start
it's pronounced
walking now to
Nova
meet you
Scotia.
Mike, you don't like talk much, but you're in the Edupod family group DM, right?
I am in there. Yeah, I'm in there.
You're kind of like a lurker for the most part.
Yeah, I'm so bad at Twitter these days because I'm trying to like activate my TikTok and YouTube. So I am not on Twitter a lot, but and I will be on Twitter more. I was running Twitter for the Reinvention Lab because they were like, "What's Twitter?" I was like, oh, it's just this like thing.
You can just admit you got a temporary ban. It's okay.
I got banned from TikTok. I did.
What did you do?
I don't know what the actual result of this. They reinstated me, but I don't post anything really provocative. I was like, I started a video of school sucks, and I think somebody might have reported me, and then I got banned for a month. So my TikTok growth was slowed.
Meanwhile, the eugenics professor has
I know,
so many people on his.
He's probably on there. Let me see. Like
The thing came up for me to end broadcast, but I think we'll stay on StreamYard, but I don't know. So if not,
okay,
we'll talk to you later. But like,
yeah.
Okay, let me see what happens. Not yet.